New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics, officially licensed everything.
Get ready to dive into a new world of online shopping with the Fins Tailgate. Whether you're a die-hard sports fan or just looking for the latest fashion trends, we've got you covered. With a wide variety of products from your favorite sports teams to stylish accessories and home decor, we're your one-stop shop for all things tailgate. Our easy-to-use website and hassle-free checkout process make shopping with us a breeze. Plus, with frequent sales and discounts, you won't want to shop anywhere else. So come on in and join the party at the Fins Tailgate, your new go-to destination for all things tailgate.
Good morning, Fin fans. It's a new day here at Top of the Tailgate. I am your host. And let's get this going. Welcome. Good morning, everybody. It's, Wednesday morning color. It's a new day here at Top of the Tailgate. Make sure you hit like and subscribe. I'm going to introduce the man, the myth, the legend. Let's give him some good music here. Everybody give a round of applause for this guy. Color. What is going on, Color?
Good morning, sir. Good flipping morning to everybody. And how are you doing this morning, Ali?
I am doing great, man. It's Top of the Tailgate. We definitely got stuff to talk about today. And if you didn't know, we weren't around yesterday. Sorry, it's my fault, everybody. Blame me. I wasn't feeling very well. We got bombarded here in Port St. Lucie with thunderstorms and lightning and all this other stuff all throughout the night before. I woke up with the biggest migraine from the biometric pressure. I apologize. It's on me. I'll make sure to do better going forward.
Stop lying. You know, it was the 5,000 subs after party. You know it. We all went to it. We all had a great time. And some of us didn't wake up in the morning.
If you weren't part of that party, you can be part of that party by going and hitting like and subscribe and turning on notifications right now. So go ahead and do that. It's a new road around here. It's the road to another 5,000. So that is the reality of it. But while you're hanging out with us and chilling, let's check out some other things, Color. We got El Capitan show Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday too. Definitely check out El Capitan. We're gonna start be putting out a lot more content, a lot more on the regular schedule. So start looking for El Capitan on Sundays, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays as well. You're going to have myself Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. with Color. And Color will be expanding his Color and a Cup of Coffee along with my show. So get ready for that. Are we doing that today, Color, or not quite yet?
I'm hoping to. Depends on how deep the discussion is today and how, whether there's a need for it. I've kind of got the energy.
Okay. Well, we got some things to talk about. We'll see. Well, if you got the energy, then let's do it, Color. Even if it's
and if people are coming and it's like, hey, and we're still talking, I ain't gonna leave you guys hanging.
Definitely. In addition, check out stuff by Lewis and Shake Money. Lewis doing the Smoke Lounge with Shake Money, and Lewis is up in the spaces and Shake Money in his drive time. Check him out. Usually around midday around like 5 or 6 o'clock. And they usually go to about 9 o'clock, something like that. And you can also check out Shake Money on Saturdays. And also you can check out Shake Money on the Larry K channel, doing Shake Money in the blender. So definitely check that out. That's some great content. Shout out to Shake Money. He's been doing content like a madman around here. I have to give props to him, to be honest. Also, make sure, like I said earlier, hit like and subscribe. We also accept donations, either super chats or super stickers. We also have Cash App and Venmo you can donate to if you'd like. We really appreciate it. You don't have to, but we definitely appreciate it around here. Basically, what we do with those donations, just so you know, is reinvest it into the channel to provide more content to you. So the more you donate, the more content we provide to you. That's basically what goes down there.
Yeah, we'll let y'all know when the first paycheck comes.
Yeah. We already mentioned Fanatics, so make sure you use the link below. You want to help out the channel? Use the link below to make your next purchase from Fanatics. Fanatics, you have officially licensed everything, as Color has stated. And in addition to that, they have every sport you can think of. They have all the draft hats that I buy, the custom jerseys. I got a new custom jersey for this year, Color. Can't wait to show you that. And all the other gear and flair you can think of. They have signed memorabilia. They have everything. And they're always got deals going on. If you ever look, they always got deals like up to 65% off or free expedited shipping. And it doesn't take very long to get stuff, bro. I'm not
and their clearance section. Their clearance section doesn't have a bunch of junk that nobody wants. It actually has good stuff that just nobody bought. You know what I mean? Like there might be a couple extra large whatevers, and if you're extra large, then boom, you got a great deal in the clearance section for good, fairly up to date fashions.
And if you're one of those guys that doesn't mind buying, or I'm sorry, I should say it this way. If you're one of those guys that actually collects jerseys of every Dolphin player ever, even if they don't play for the team anymore, they have the previous year's jerseys that they're phasing out because the person got traded or retired or whatever at lower costs that you can get. So definitely check them out. They even have split payment options, all that kind of stuff. Check out Fanatics. Use the link below in the description. It helps the channel out. I really appreciate that. With that also being said, in the description, check out Backroom Collection. You want some cool artwork or some cool stuff that you can hang in your place of business, office, sports room, garage, doesn't matter. Check out Backroom Collection's canvas artwork, man. They got some really cool stuff. They're family owned and run. They do custom work, not just Miami Dolphins, other sports as well. They even have little accessories you can get for those mini helmets that everybody collects. So definitely check out Backroom Collection. Use code TFTG at checkout to save 10% off of your order. So shout out to them. And let's also not forget about Dubby Energy Drink. Is it Doobie or Dubby? I don't know. Either one it works for me. Check out Doobie Energy Drink. They got some really cool energy supplements. The supplements that they have, they claim they don't cause the crashing or jittering that people get when they take energy supplements. In addition to that, they have a lot more vitamins and minerals that affect the brain functionality in a positive manner. They help with focusing and concentration and whatnot. They got some really awesome flavors. So go check out Doobie Energy Drink. If you want to see a review before you make your purchase or whatever, check out Shake Money's video that's here on our playlist here at the Fins Tailgate. He does a really good review of the flavor. I know people in the community have tried it as well. Make sure you use the link below. Definitely helps out the channel as well. So shout out to all of our affiliates. Use the links below. Definitely helps the channel out. So I appreciate that. And let's also not forget our merch store, Color, at the TFTGnetwork.com. Definitely check that out. It's not just a merch store, right? This is your one-stop shop for pretty much everything TFTG. You get to see little tidbits and information about us as or all the content creators or hosts of the shows here at the Fins Tailgate, including myself, Color, even El Capitan and Shake Money will be on there, and eventually Lewis. We even have we have a area that we put articles. We start creating articles. I know Color and I have done that. I have a couple, and I need to start putting out newer ones. But that's where we're going to start putting out articles and stuff that we write about different topics throughout the Miami Dolphins and the NFL and the season and whatnot. There you can have a one-stop access to our Twitter feeds, all of our videos and playlists.
YouTube content, yep.
YouTube, everything. We're going to have specific content that you can only get on the website as well. That's coming soon too. Yep. So get ready for that.
So make sure you bookmark it. Hell, make it your homepage, because it is your centralized avenue for all Finn's Tailgate content. So,
and right now, if you sign up for the newsletter, you get a free 10% off coupon of your order of the merch store. So check that out.
That is also going to be the way that we put out messages to let you know how we're going to be growing and things we're going to be doing. So make sure you're registered up on the website, because when we start to tell people, hey, this is not what we're going to do, we may not announce it on YouTube. You may see it, announced on the website. So again, you can get to everything we do from the website, and it's a nice way to centralize your pathway into the Finn's Tailgate.
Yeah, and also our merch store isn't just T-shirts and hats. There's tons of stuff on there. Something for everybody, the kids, the ladies. There's stuff. There's like satchels or purse bags, whatever you want to call it. There's stuff, for everyday living, blankets, playing cards, everything. There's mouse pads. There's tons of stuff that if you're into it, you know what I mean? If you're looking for a gift for somebody that enjoys the channel, maybe a spouse or a friend that is a big fan or whatever, and they have a birthday coming up, hey, this might be a place for you to get something. So definitely check that out. Shout out to all of our design artists for our graphic design for our merch and everything as well. All right, Color. Let's see who's joined the conversation. We got Across the Pond Sports Talk. Shout out to you, my friend. Definitely. Adam Padilla tuning in from Yellowstone. Damn. Yellowstone's like an hour away, hour behind us?
2 hours.
2 hours? Okay, so that's 4:13 in the morning? Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah. Even Across the Pond said 4 a.m. Are you kidding, right? Nope. This is new 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. show, Eastern time, bro. Let's see. We got Steve USMC up in here. What's up, man? Mark, good morning. Definitely. Raphael, get some baby powder ready. Morning, bro. Good morning, Raphael. You got C. Hoffel up in here. Flava J. Fins up 74. What's up? So shout out to everybody in chat. Make sure you hit like and subscribe. I know there are people that are listening not in the chat. Please join the conversation. Come on the chat. Tell us where you're watching from, what time it is. Hit the like button. We really appreciate it. All right, Color. Let's get this going. So like I said, hit like and subscribe. We really appreciate it. You drinking some coffee? Some Papa Joe there, Color?
I am, and right along with reading Pete's takes, I drink Pete's coffee this week.
Tell us about Pete's coffee.
Nice medium roast Pete's coffee. That's PEET 'S coffee, and I'm drinking a medium roast, which is a nice rich flavor and a little hint of toffee, and of course it wouldn't be Pete's coffee if it didn't taste like toasted nut. And so I'm happy with it. It's a little on the oily side, much like Pete's takes, but it's a pretty decent coffee, and I would definitely go back to it again.
So it tasted like toasted nuts. Is that correct, Color?
That's its flavor tones. Yeah, toffee and toasted nut
taste like.
I'm not really sure, but
sorry,
I do notice it.
Oh man, that's funny. Yeah, so that's interesting. I will have to check out Pete's coffee. I've seen it at the stores quite a few times. They have some different flavors, right? It's not just like a dark roast.
Yes, they have a light, medium, and a dark roast. Yep.
What roast do you have? Which one is it that you have?
Medium.
Medium. Okay. All right. So my coffee of the week, and again, I'm just going to put the disclaimer out there. We do not get sponsored, paid, or anything from any of these coffee companies. We are just giving us our review and shouting out to them because it's a coffee we're drinking this week, and we like the taste of coffee. That's the only reason why we're doing it. So my coffee of the week is Death Wish Coffee Company. There's been some people in the community that actually know the founders of this coffee company, so shout out to them. You know who you are. I'm currently drinking the medium roast. Death Wish Coffee Company claims to be the world's strongest coffee. So to give you a little tidbit about Death Wish Coffee, deathwishcoffee.com is where you can go to get all your Death Wish coffee needs. It's rebellious by nature, fueled by death. To some, a death wish may sound irresponsible, morbid, a step too far, but we believe it's the boldest sign of living life to the fullest. At Death Wish Coffee, we stand for bold souls who never slow down, so get out there and get it done. We'll bring the coffee. Reap what you sow. Death Wish Company follows strict grading requirements for all coffee beans to ensure quality and consistency from cup to cup. The source USDA organic and fair trade certified Arabica and Robusta coffee beans from India, Peru, and other countries throughout South and Central America. This means their coffee is made according to rigorous standards that protect the environment and livelihood of coffee farmers. If you didn't know what Fair Trade Certified is, we've talked about this before. Basically, they're guaranteeing that the farmers got fair trade price point. They were definitely paid properly to what they sold, to the manufacturer. To give you an example, some other things that I found out about Death Wish Coffee Company, because I was interested how they got their name and all that kind of stuff. They were founded in 2012 by Mike Brown. Brings the idea of Death Wish coffee to life, creating the recipe and roasting process. In 2013, they were introduced on Good Morning America to thousands of people. In 2016, which was really cool, they were the smallest company to run a commercial during Super Bowl 50, after winning the Intuit Small Business Big Game competition. That was kind of interesting color. And this one was really cool. In 2018, they caffeinated the universe. With the help of NASA Food Labs, Death Wish Coffee developed an instant freeze-dried blend of their coffee to fuel astronauts on the International Space Station. That was really dope color. So just some little tidbits.
We talked about it backstage, bro. And I think the optics of that are a little questionable, bro, after we lost 2 shuttles. But hey, what am I gonna do,
Yeah, I understand. But that wasn't any time recent. That was several years ago, though. You know what I mean? The shuttles I think you're referencing are more recently, though. So.
No, I'm just thinking that they're thinking that our astronauts must have a death wish or something.
Oh, I see what you mean. Well, the fact that they're going up into space and what they have to go through to get there is kind of pushing it to the limits just a little bit.
I guess right? If you're gonna do that for a living, might as well drink some Death Wish coffee.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna lie. I like the taste color. I'm drinking a medium roast. It basically, from what I understand, the medium roast is grown at higher altitudes. From what I'm reading, it has a complex flavor profile, is what they've stated. In my opinion, it doesn't taste as I'm trying to say this without trying to be serious. It's not as nutty, or it doesn't have that nut bitter flavor that you get with a lot of different nuts that are out there. It doesn't have that bitter, real bitterness to it. It does have a really good aroma and bold smell that you get when you brew this coffee, so I like that. You can tell it's very strong off the get-go. And being the fact that it's the world's strongest coffee, I'm not gonna lie, 1 cup gets me to last about 10 hours of energy. I'm not gonna lie. You can ask Color. We tested it from the morning show, and it was like what? I want to say it was like 5:30, 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and I was just starting to become tired. So it's at least 10 to 12 hours is what you're going to get from
See, right there, you just did more to sell Death Wish coffee than anything else, man. You know, I was going to say Black Rifle for somebody. That was last week's coffee. But yeah, you just did more to sell Death Wish coffee than anything, telling people it makes you last 10 hours.
You want to know what their boxes look like? Looks like this. It has a Jolly Roger flag on it. People don't know that's like the pirate flag. It's kind of interesting. They have different flavors. They have dark roast, which is their original, which I will be trying that out at some point on this show, because that is their original coffee. In 2021 to 2022, they came out with other flavors, such as medium roast and the espresso roast, which I want to try, because I hear espresso can kind of kick your ass too. I don't know. What's your thoughts on that? I haven't really drank espresso before.
Well, if you take out just about most of the water out of coffee, you get espresso. So just imagine that.
There you go. There you go. So shout out to Coffee Coffee of the Week. You know, some really good flavors. We're just doing this for fun. You know, something to let you know. And also, you can get this coffee before, if I didn't mention it. I bought mine at Walmart, my neighborhood marketplace. So definitely check out Death Wish at Walmart. You can also get it on Amazon. I don't remember if I've seen it at Publix before. Maybe on Publix. You can maybe get it there, but I want to say it's primarily Walmart.
I want to say I have, just off the cuff.
You go to Publix primarily, so that's why I kind of referenced you a little bit. Trying to think if there's anywhere else I've seen it, but you can also order directly from their website, just so you know, which is the website is deathwishcoffee.com. So you can order directly from there. You can also find a store and whatnot. All right, let's keep it moving. Cause for Cleats, Color. And today's Cause for Cleats, thank you, is brought to you by Skylar Thompson. That's right. Skylar Thompson has a Cause for Cleats. Now, he has two different ones. The one we're going to talk about today primarily is Design to Go Far is the name of the program. And you can go to designtogofar.com. Design to Go Far, their mission is Design to Go Far is an organization that believes no matter who and where you are, we're all designed to go far. I'm going to play a short video that kind of gives you a little bit more about their program, Color. And let me turn off this music. So, all right. And let me know in the chat and let me know if you can hear this, Color. There we go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Banner Goolsby, and I have been an elementary school teacher for the past 6 years. And although I've loved my time in the classroom, what I noticed from year to year is that it's hard for students to be able to learn, but even harder for them to want to learn. Without having enriching real-world experiences outside of the classroom, it's hard for them to make connections inside of the classroom that helps them to understand why their work even matters. So my intention behind creating the SOAR program was to give students the opportunities that help shape them into leaders who can eventually achieve their dreams. Because no matter who and where we are all designed to go far.
All right. So Design to Go Far, that was really interesting. They have what is called the SOAR program. So SOAR stands for Social Studies and Science Standards. Due to the intensity of reading and math standards, social studies and science standards are often left for students to engage in outside of school or hardly engage it at all. The goal of SOAR is to teach standards that is oftentimes gets overlooked in the classroom through engaging lessons, activities, and experiences. The O stands for opportunities. Budgeting for experiences outside of the classroom can be incredibly challenging for families and for public schools. Not only will SOAR program teach social studies and science standards to students, it will also take them on a captivating field trips that are connected directly to their lessons. These field trips are intended to excite students about their community and help them build connection in the classroom. The A is for accountability. Students will learn to be held accountable for their actions as equally as their role in the community. Standards based lessons will be enriched by highlighting values such as respect, integrity, preservation, and more and more. Students will practice strategies and build skills to support social and emotional growth inside and outside of the classroom. Resiliency is the R of the SOAR program. We all have events in our lives that have shaped us. Children in SOAR learn to own their personal story by turning their weakness into their strength. We learn to do hard things and seek discomfort in order to grow. In doing this, we develop an open mindset to be empathetic leaders in the world. So, shout out to Skylar Thompson and the Design to Go Far program, also known as SOAR. I think this is a really good program for kids, specifically because there's a good aspect of the educational process, I would say, or I want to say there's a good amount that kids should learn about that you can't just get in a classroom or reading a textbook. There's like this unfounded treasure of knowledge, if you want to know, an experience. You know what I'm saying, Color? When it comes to social studies and science standards and whatnot, I think that I learned a lot. I'm more of like, you know how like there's a lot of different types of learners. I was more of like a hands-on learner in school. I
Oh
learned
yeah,
more
yeah,
going to the art museum than reading about it in a textbook. You know what I
exactly.
mean? Going to the art museum or the historical, like for example, we went to Washington D.C. and went to the Smithsonian. The Smithsonian,
Yep,
I learned so much about our history and got to see it firsthand that it's like I found myself, like they said, captivated or devoured by it. That I go back home remembering facts and different things that I learned about the history about each thing that I saw. You know what I
yep.
mean? Reading a textbook, I can read it, but I can't. If I go home, I can't tell you what I just read. You know what I mean? So I know that's only one part of this program, but I'm just kind
Yeah,
of
I
giving
can't.
you an
On that
example.
note, Ali, I can't even tell you. I can't even describe to you the amount of things I've learned being out on touring the country and kind of going to these different historic places and
Hmm.
talking to the curators and whatever else, and you get in there and you locally and you hear the actual history, the histrionics that you don't get in school, the little things that, oh, this and
Hmm.
that happened here and whatever else. I can't even begin to tell you how much I've learned about history that never came from a textbook, that just came from being out there. Look, there's two ways to learn about the Grand Canyon. You can either
Hmm.
read about it in a geology book or you can go hike the thing.
Hmm. So I'm gonna give you guys a little how do I put this? I'm gonna give you a little fun fact about myself. Something not really fun fact, but just something that happened to me, and it's kind of funny. Um, but at the same time, what I had stated to my wife, I wasn't wrong, and I'll tell you why it's related to this. So we're at Target, me and my wife, right? And we're getting ready to have our second child, and we're looking at baby stuff, right? Because we gotta stock up on stuff. And I look and I'm in the little baby toy aisle, and there's this stuffed animal, and my daughter's really into unicorns, right? And she's really into that kind of stuff. And it was, just so you know, it was a narwhal. If you don't know what a narwhal is, basically it looks like a whale with a unicorn horn on its nose, basically.
Yeah, I
All right.
believe they are actually related to
Uh,
dolphins.
uh,
They're
uh,
porpoises, I believe.
Oh, actually, you might be right. You might be right about that. But let me just finish the story because it's kind of funny. So I couldn't think of the name of what the creature is called, or the animal is called at the time when I met Target. So I look at my wife and I say, "Hey, babe, look, it's a unicorn whale." That was the first thing that came to my mind. I don't know why, but that's what I said. And this lady who works at Target was walking right past us as I said it, and she started hysterically laughing and said, "That's a narwhal." And I said, "Okay, I'm sorry. It's a narwhal. I didn't know what it was called. Sorry." Um, so my wife was laughing at the whole thing and thought it was hilarious that I couldn't think of the name narwhal. And I want to say it was about 2 years later, not even 2 years later, a year later, I take my oldest daughter to as a father-daughter trip during the summer to Washington D.C. Right, and we go do the whole tourist thing, go to all the monuments and the museums and everything. We go to the Smithsonian, and they have this whole exhibit dedicated to the narwhal, and they have the skeleton of the narwhal and everything, and the history. And come to find out, they do call it the unicorn of the sea, and there's a lot of historical facts about where the myth of the unicorn comes from, that they
Mhm.
all that they relate to the narwhal and everything. And they even had, and I'm Persian, so they even have like unicorn related myth stories from the Persian Empire and stuff that they also have in this exhibit. Um, so I wasn't technically wrong when I said unicorn. You know what I mean?
Right, right. And
So
along those lines, it's similar.
yeah.
A similar story behind the dugong too, which is also, I believe, related to dolphins and in the same
Hmm.
family as narwhals. But the dugong is known to have the closest anatomically. They're the closest anatomically to humans, to human females when it comes to their reproductive organs. So the idea of the mermaid may stem from seamen that were stuck out on the sea for long periods of time that kind of got a little bit close to the dugongs. You know what I mean? But
Hmm.
they would hallucinate and imagine them to be a beautiful female or whatever. So this is the idea where the legend of the mermaids came from too.
Definitely, definitely. There's a lot of history that is out there that I don't think kids even tap into going through school, that I think that would be fascinating to know about. This stuff isn't just for your own knowledge of whatever. It helps untap the potential of these children, finding a future, profession for them. It helps inspire them to do other things in their life that they may not know they have the potential for. My daughter, for example, is telling me that she wants to do something with my marine biology, and I'm all for it, man. Anything that will inspire her to do that kind of stuff. She loves going to the beach. She likes, animals and creatures and all that kind of stuff. So these types of
Yeah,
programs,
no
I
no
think, is a
shortage
good
of places
inspiration.
in Florida to learn about it either.
Yeah, Florida is like the central for that, or at least the dock to get to that place. You know what I mean? Because a lot of the marine biology stuff is done either in the Caribbean or other oceans, of course. But I mean,
Matter
it's a
of
good
fact,
connection.
interesting you point that out. I had recently taken a trip up to St. Augustine
Hmm.
to Marineland, and right across the street from Marineland is a research facility, a marine research facility for the University of Florida.
There you go. That's really awesome to know, Color. So yeah, that's
Like they actually the students that utilize it, that are in that curricula, they they actually like live there. They're like residents there.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? So it's kind of a satellite to University of Florida, like a resident satellite.
Yeah. So shout out to everybody that's in the chat. Make sure you hit like and subscribe. I see a lot more people in here, Color. Shout out to Concrete. Definitely. Fins up 74. Let's see who else. Patricia Corez, watching from Tampa. Thank you for joining the show. Let's see who else we got here. Scummy's up in here. Jeremy Stacy's up in here. Shout out to you. Cap for Life.
So as the sun's coming up, Ali, and people,
NFL is lit. Go ahead.
and more people are starting to wake up and get out on the roads. How we looking for today's weather forecast?
I don't know. Let's get color in the chopper. Currently, color. Let me give you the most recent update. It's currently 6:36 in the morning. It's 79 degrees. High of 87 today. Low of 80. 18% chance of rain in the afternoon. Currently, no chance at this point. The humidity is at 81%. How are the roads looking, color? Color, you're on mute.
So roads are looking great this morning from Palm Beach County all the way to the 305. All the back streets are clear. Roads are smooth, except you've got choke points at just about every single intersections, typical rush hour traffic. So be careful approaching the intersections. And the only real slowdown I see, we got a little bit of a slowdown on the turnpike heading into the Palmetto Expressway, 167th. And then slow going south of there, but then it picks back up the pace. Starts to get a little slow again down the I-95 Express. Pretty good ways through North Miami into Central Miami. So everybody be careful. Make sure if you're in the 305, just turn around and go the other way, and you should make it to work on time.
Interesting. Thank you. And that's your current weather and morning traffic report. All right, color, let's get into this. So we got a lot to talk about. Some good, bad, ugly. Let's start off with the regular sports world to see if there's anything going on, any last minute updates or anything. I know the NBA draft is starting to come about pretty soon. There's been a lot of talks of what the Heat and Lakers and other teams could do. So that'd be interesting. Looking for NFL news outside of the Miami Dolphins. So this has come into the news lately. Schefter is reporting the NFL is redoubling its efforts, to reinforce the league's gambling policy to players in the wake of rash of recent violations. That's kind of interesting. I think they need to be very clear of what you can and cannot do. I don't understand why there's a confusion, regarding the original policy, unless it's too vague. I don't know. What do you think about that, color?
Well, I think what's probably, there's probably a problem, with the fantasy sports is really where you're probably going to see it most, because the, whatever gambling policy they had was probably put in place, before that, really took off. And, they may have been trying to amend it along the way. What they probably need to do, like you're saying, is just, reform everything and come out with a clear set of rules and standards. Because there is a lot of gray areas. If I give somebody else some money and have them put a bet down, is that me gambling? I mean, there's just so many ways. Or, fantasy football. I mean, it's legal in all states, just about all states. Yet it is a form of gambling and, technically violates all those states' gambling laws. But they've made exceptions because of the popularity of it, the money involved. The fact that you can, there's plenty of ways to play fantasy without putting any money into it. So, it just, there needs to be a clear message come out.
I'm okay with people playing fantasy football, okay? But if you're going to Vegas and putting bets down, I think that as an NFL player or anybody associated with the NFL, across the board, no matter what, I don't think NFL players, associates, or anyone employed by the NFL should be able to bet on NFL games.
And I tend to disagree with you about the fantasy. I think fantasy should be looped right in with it, because the fact of it is, and we've already, those of us that play a lot of fantasy, there's already been some questionable coaching decisions and play calling and stuff that like, well, why are you going for 2 here? You know what I mean? Or things like that where, hey, if this particular player doesn't get another touchdown, then everybody's family on the whole team who had somebody else on their lineup stands to gain. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
From one coaching decision, well, the coach has a lot of friends and family, so how are we going to investigate those situations too? I mean, it's really, really touchy subject, man.
I hear you. That's something to think about as well. I guess you're kind of right about the fantasy. Just for me, it's like I don't think you should have the right to bet on the industry that you're in because you have so many influences as well as insider information. It's almost unfair. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Of course, because again, when and that applies to fantasy even heavier because when you're looking at one of the biggest things about fantasy that you'll find when you start playing daily fantasy, like, the weekly stuff, is that everybody pretty much has a bunch of computers picking lineups. Everybody's going to pick pretty much virtually similar stuff. You're going to have to differentiate. And the differentiation, it usually comes by way of finding a player that nobody knows is going to have a breakout game. Okay. Now, if you're a coach, and you got this 4th string wide receiver that you're going to factor into the game plan more heavily to, let's say, surprise your opponent or shock the world by breaking out a new player or whatever. Or let's say everybody's got this particular player on their fantasy lineup. Well, if you're the coach, you can say, well, guess what? He's not going to get as many carries as he normally gets every week or whatever. The coaches know that information. They can much easier say, well, like for instance, and I'm not trying to accuse anybody of anything, but take any coach and they got a player and it's like, well, I normally wouldn't play this player, but nobody put them on their lineup and half my family members did.
Yeah, I definitely.
How do we know that coach isn't forming his game plan around that? Like, not that it wouldn't take much effort. It would be like, hey, I'm playing Pacheco today instead of whoever. You know what I mean? And then everybody on Monday's going, wow, do you believe that Pacheco broke everybody's lineup because nobody saw him coming except for the coach that played him? You see what I'm saying? Like, they can play fantasy too.
100%. I agree with you. And in fact, like, I don't know. I think that with that being said, they need to be clear across the board.
By the way, I want to clarify. I'm not accusing Andy Reid of anything. The only reason I even brought up that team is because there are times Andy Reid is such a good play call. It's such a good coach that he does things that nobody can understand. So he's been the one to where people have like turned a crooked eye to, saying, what are you doing there with that decision? But I'm not accusing him of that at all. I think that just happens naturally. It's just that sometimes it seems that, he's not the only one, but there's a couple coaches out there where it's just like, why did you make that move? Why did you do that? But when you're a perennial champion, you can kind of do whatever you want in any given game, and we can't know why they're doing certain things until the end of the season when we realize, oh, they did that because that helped them win, But to the fantasy player, it's like, oh, just kick the extra point. You know what I mean? Please kick the extra point,
Yeah, definitely. I understand. I mean, for me, I just think they need to be very strict across the board that these are the rules. You can't do it no matter what, and just get it over with. Don't be vague about the rules at all or say, hey, you can't do it on company property. You can't can't bet on your own team and all that stuff. No, just say, listen, no betting at all whatsoever across the board on NFL. Now, if you're an NFL player and you're betting on basketball or soccer or hockey or something else, then so be it. But NFL, no, you can't do it. You know what I mean? And the same thing goes for other sports too. I don't think you should be able to bet whatsoever in your own industry that you're in. If you're a basketball player, NBA, you can't bet in the NBA. If you're a hockey player, you can't bet in the NHL. If you're a Major League Baseball player, you can't bet in the Major League Baseball. You know what I'm saying? It should be across the board, no matter what. It doesn't matter what position you are in that industry. If you're affiliated, you shouldn't be able to bet in that industry.
And hey, can I make one little plead for an individual that we all know is still serving a sentence for gambling? Okay, if we're gonna move into a new paradigm where everybody accepts everybody gambling, all the athletes gambling, that's fine. Let's all decide that as a society, and people can now watch sports with that information in their head accordingly. You know what I mean? But if we're gonna do that, how do you sit there and let Pete Rose sit in suspension and never get into the Hall of Fame while we're sitting here actually debating whether gambling should or shouldn't be allowed? There was a time where that debate wouldn't even happen, and they would suspend somebody for life from a particular league, a la Pete Rose. Mm-hmm. You know, who marches for Pete Rose, man? You know?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely agree. So yeah, I just think that some of the rules have to be very strict and across the board for everybody. That's basically what it comes down to. So that's what I believe. All right, make sure you hit like and subscribe. Appreciate everybody watching, everybody that's in here. If I haven't mentioned your name yet, thank you. I really appreciate it. Welcome to the show. Let's keep it moving, caller. I know what people want to talk about. We'll definitely get to it. But I just wanted to go through the news and see if there's any new updates about NFL or anything else that's related to the NFL that's going on. Some other news yesterday. DeAndre Hopkins promises a new team. He'll make wide receivers' job easy. That was interesting. Whoever is in my future wide receiver group, I promise I will make your job easy. Our own resident Tyreek Hill put a little smiley face, on that. Stirring up some rumors and thoughts about that. We have talked, what are the possibilities he would come here? Is he really a need? We do have Chosen Anderson and Robbie Chosen, I'm sorry, whatever he goes by. And we have, quite a few other receivers on this team. So we kind of have a crowded group. Do we need DeAndre Hopkins here? Would he definitely benefit us? That is really the question. What?
That was two separate.
What was that? Say that again. You cut out.
I said that was actually two separate questions, but we'll get to that.
Well, those are the questions, I should say. Wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins remains the most prominent free agent available for NFL teams, and given his history, would likely improve the new team immediately. One area is he would definitely improve the wide receiver room. Color is going on the move, I see.
Sorry about that. I just had to hook back up the Wi-Fi. I'm actually coming into port. I just landed the chopper and switched back over to Wi-Fi.
So whether Hopkins means that he would soak up the coverage and create easier matchups for his fellow wideouts or mentor them and help them improve their own game is a bit unclear. The latter is easy enough to envision, while injuries and suspension limited him to 9 games last season. He still pulled in 64 catches and 717 yards in 3 scores. There's little doubt that their 3-time first-team All-Pro and 5-time Pro Bowler is still a threat. Even at 31, he would attract a lot of defensive attention. But he needs a team color, and that's the reality.
Well, I can tell you who's not going to give him 64 receptions.
And who's that?
Well, considering that he only played 9 games and had 20 some more receptions than Gabe Davis, the number 2 receiver in Buffalo, I can imagine that Buffalo is probably a dead end for Diop.
Yeah. That goes into other news that we might talk about today. But I know we have other stuff we have to talk about. So you're absolutely right about that. You know, that was actually a place that I actually thought he had a very high chance of going. There was a lot of rumors that they opened up cap space for DeAndre Hopkins. But currently he's most recently been talking to the Patriots mostly. He could, we could maybe make a spot for him. You know what I mean? Then you can give guys like Jalen Waddle or even Tyreek a little bit of a break at times. Especially in those off games that we don't want to really risk injury. You know what I'm saying? Towards the end of the season, going into the playoffs. I think he would create another threat on in a passing league. So definitely.
And I tell you this much. The man ain't going to drop the football.
That's the truth. Yeah, that's where I know where you're going to go with it. He ain't going to drop the football. So that's
he is just his hands are so gifted, bro. I that's one of the things I've always admired about him as a player. Every time I watch the guy play over the years, the guy just catches everything thrown to him. I mean, without having 100% catch rate. I mean, obviously. But, man, I just cannot imagine the same scenario in Buffalo, 3 balls coming to you like that. No, he's catching all 3 of those. Not just 2 out of 3, not just 1 out of 3. He's catching all 3 of those. It is what it is. I mean, the guy has proven himself with his hands. There is no, to me, this is my personal opinion, there is nobody with better hands in the league than DeAndre Hopkins. Nobody.
Yeah, this is true. I agree with you 100%, Color. Yeah, if it's not DeAndre Hopkins, the only other person I would say is maybe Devontae Adams. Maybe. With the hands.
I know 0, huh, Richard? Let me ask you this. What defines 0? Because physicists haven't even able to define 0 yet.
This is true. All right. Color, let's keep it moving. Let's talk about the Dolphins news.
No shortage of insults for the morning. First thing, we ain't even at 7 o'clock yet, bro. I love it. Good morning, Richard McLean. Hope your morning is great, nice and warm.
Yeah. Let me ask you, Richard, what do you know that we don't? So, all right, let's keep it going, Color. All right, so let's talk about what everyone wants to talk about. The big news last night with the article that popped up that Tyreek Hill is being investigated for possible assault / battery on a dock for a boat over the weekend. There's a lot of different negativity already being slandered. There's a lot of already different thoughts and rumors that are coming out about this. I need everybody, and listen to me when I say this, actually. Before I get into this, I'm going to say something straight up, right? Until you have all of the facts, until you know everything, don't say anything about it. Don't even form an opinion yet, all right? Wait till you have all the facts. Wait till you see exactly what happened. Let it be via video or a report that comes out from credible sources. Then we can talk about it. So far, what has there been, Color? There's been an article stating that he's being investigated for something that transpired. It does not give any details, even states they don't even know if the person is injured or anything. They haven't been able to get comment from anybody.
They're still reviewing surveillance film.
There's no charges been filed or anything, right? As far as we know, he may have slapped somebody on the back of the back for all we know.
Slap is also subjective. Until we see the video, what is a slap? You know what I mean? I mean, everybody's definition of slap is different too.
And Delusional Patriots fan wants to say, well, the article says he's being investigated. Yeah, if you were at a scene, part of a group, you are being investigated, regardless if you're the first person or the person that actually did the deed or not. So we don't even know that. Here's the facts that we do know. We do know that he took a little weekend trip, fishing trip, and he went to a dock to get, and he's with his agent, Drew Rosenhaus, right? And he's even posted pictures and video of him fishing and whatnot. There's a video that Drew Rosenhaus posted where they basically, there was a shark in the water that they caught, and someone's asking Tyreek, do you want to get in the water with the shark? And he says, hell no. You know what I mean? I would say hell no for that too. But the thing is that what I'm trying to say is don't form negative opinions until you have all the information. I can't tell you countless times I formed negative opinions about something and being dead wrong. You know what I mean? I don't want to be dead wrong on this at all, in the sense. And I honestly think that if this was a bigger issue than what it is, then there would be a lot more details already off the get-go. You wouldn't get some like Vegas thing from a channel I've never even heard of, to be honest. You know what I mean?
Yep. And the thing of it is, look, delusional Patriot fan, I think, just said it. It says, if the guy is not pressing charges, doesn't that mean something that you could press charges for happened? Yeah, and this could be why there's the double speak. So, for instance, one of the questions I have is, if the guy's not pressing charges, why is there an investigation going on? And there's a couple ways you could answer that. You could say, well, Tyreek isn't being investigated. The situation is being investigated. Okay, that's fine, because the state wants to make sure that there's nothing that they can prosecute for beyond whether somebody presses charges or not. Because you break the law, it doesn't matter if the victim doesn't press charges. If you break the law in Florida, sometimes the state will just say, forget the victim and we'll press charges. That happened to me in a particular case when I was younger, where somebody had assaulted my vehicle. The cops were called, this and that. Well, we all were kind of doing things nefarious at the time, and I had no intention of pressing charges on the person. However, because it was a felony, a potential felony, the state went ahead with the charges regardless of what I wanted to do. So that does happen in the state of Florida, regardless of whether the guy's pressing charges or not. The cops the Miami-Dade police is trying to make sure that there's nothing they can do that they need to send to the prosecutor. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And here's the other part of it, Color. And I'm only speaking to what I've heard. I don't have any sources or anything like that, just so you're aware. But it's been reported in the community that he may have gotten on, when they went to the dock to go on their boat, they may have accidentally went on the wrong boat. And supposedly the dock workers, or whatever you want to call them, may have, kind of said, hey, what are you doing on this boat? And like, kind of, there was some confusion, and, there might have been, somebody, how like when you try to access somewhere where you're not supposed to, people will get kind of handsy with you. It's like, hey, you need to leave, or
right. Without offering too much opinion, Ali, I think it's suffice it to say that there is much to be interpreted in the whole situation without having all the facts.
Exactly, 100%. And this is where I'm going with this. If I'm $130 million wide receiver in the NFL, or let's say you're worth millions of dollars, in the age that we have, issues with the pandemic and different diseases and stuff, being with COVID and all this other stuff that you have to worry about, in addition to the fact that you're in the age that people do what is called a money grab. That's what this could be. Let's not forget that this could all be a money grab for all we know. Someone trying to get paid by TMZ, because that happens a lot. And whatnot. I, as a $130 million wide receiver myself, if that were the case, I don't want people touching me either. Get your hands off me. Who the hell are you to touch me? I don't know where your hands have been. I'm going to act like that.
And that's a fair point, Ali, because one man's slap is another man's love tap. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's true. Maybe the guy kind of grabbed him on the shoulder and said, "Hey, you need," and kind of like shoved him, and he said, he like reacted and like, "Get your hands off me." I don't know who you are. What the hell? You know what I mean? That could be the thing. And I appreciate Mr. Paul Cup in here. He says, "Good morning, Ali, the Persian in color. Tyreek is right now innocent until proven guilty. Let's see proof before drawing an opinion." Thank you. That's my point.
Absolutely, bingo, spot on.
You are innocent till proven guilty.
He is guilty of nothing right now.
There's no names. There's no video. There's all there is an article saying that he's being investigated. But even then, the situation could be investigated, and you could say that he's being investigated, but that's not true. He just could be in that investigation for all we know.
Look, something happened, and the Miami-Dade police want to be clear as to what they think it was. That's the investigation. It really is nothing more beyond that. When things like that happen in Florida and the cops get involved, this is why people hesitate to call the cops in Florida, because when they get involved, they do a thorough job no matter what the parties involved want to happen. Okay, so that's just the way it is in Florida.
Yeah. So
some would say with good reason.
And the fact that the details are so minimal, color, in this article, I honestly think that this, I mean, no offense to what it was, that Channel 10 or whoever it was that posted it first. I honestly think that maybe they're just looking for news. They're pulling straws out of a hat because they really don't have anything.
You know, I don't mean to throw shade, but it's not like WPLG has any shortage of sensationalism, let's say.
Yeah, I mean, that's just my opinion, bro. I mean, if you had cold cut facts about this situation and what happened, or any information.
I mean, they did employ Omar Kelly for a time. I mean,
I don't know, but my point is that it is so vague. I mean, until you really know, like, see the video or have some comments from the Dade County Police or whoever it may be, right? I don't really think there should be any opinion or anything created on this at any point. What is El Capitan is up in here? What does he say, color? At this point, says it's true 100%. He could get charged with simple battery, a misdemeanor, which would result in fines and probably restitution.
Agreed, and I'm just not sure that the state would pick up charges for a misdemeanor without the victim wanting to press charges. They would if it's a felony, absolutely, because they'll go after anything for a felony.
Yeah, Sal, I would agree with you, but there's no video. Where's the video? I want to see video, because as far as I know, if there's no video. And and there's so
it is being reported. It's being reported that the police have a video that they're looking at. Whether that becomes public, we don't know, but it certainly hasn't become public already. So if anybody says they saw a video, they're probably not telling the truth.
Yeah. Well, what I'm doing is I'm basically saying, whoa, hold your horses. This is really not that big of a deal in the sense to worry about right now until we get facts.
Right. Because any video involved has not been released by the police department yet. So
yeah. So let's not, until we have all the facts, I'm not going to create a negative opinion of Tyreek Hill at whatsoever. I mean, what does he have to gain from something like this, bro? The guy's been a stand-up guy, since he arrived here, no problems. Something's fishy about this. I'm not trying to say it is a money grab, but it just
wait. Was that a cheap pun you just made?
Cheap pun.
Something's fishy at the marina. Of course, there's something fishy at the marina, bro.
A little bit. But no, I'm just saying, like, it just sounds kind of weird, and the fact that there's like hardly any details whatsoever. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, really, dude. Really? Why did we even report this?
There you go, Adam. Shout out to Adam Sadowski, member of the Fins Tailgate, says hopefully he slapped a Bills fan.
Yeah, if he did, then I think.
I mean, I don't hope anybody slaps anybody, but that is pretty funny.
So, and delusional fan, I know what you're trying to do, but just so you know, what I'm stating is that since he's been here, he's done nothing wrong. So why start now? is what my point was.
And I wanted to also comment on something Richard McLean said. Also, he said he asked something about whether we agreed with TD that the sky is falling, and I don't. I would have to give pushback on TD on that. I didn't hear him say it because didn't watch his show yesterday, but I would have to disagree with TD on that. That I really don't think. I think this is a big nothing burger, to be honest with you.
Word on the street is the guy Hill slapped was Josh Allen's cousin who works at the marina.
But I do agree. I do agree with Richard McLean that this is like nothing's going to come of this, and I don't think our season is in jeopardy because of it.
So, are you telling me that Stephon Diggs paid Tyreek Hill to slap Josh Allen's cousin, who works at the marina, as more evidence that Josh Allen is nothing but a pansy?
Exactly. It runs in the family.
Damn color. No, I'm just kidding. Because I mean, listen, everybody wants to get all. I know the Bills fans are really trying to take the negative target off of their situation because their situation with their star wide receiver has kind of imploded over the internet over recently. And it's been since the very, last game that they played last season in the playoffs when they lost to the Cincinnati Bengals. We saw the tweets, we saw Stephon Diggs yelling at Josh Allen and whatnot. And, we saw the social media stuff. And even now, he doesn't come to mini camp. The first camp, he sits out and everything like that. Now, I know the Bills.
Yep, ain't no allegedly about that stuff.
Yeah, no allegedly about that. And I know it's like a huge issue, right? So with that being said, you know what I mean? I understand why teams are really trying to point the finger the other way and whatnot. But I honestly don't think in this case, this is a different style of case. This isn't where the star player's fighting with amongst his own players and teams. I think that creates too much of a discourse that will ramble out onto the field and it'll implode on you, like the Bills situation. I think for their team's sake, that situation's a lot worse. Whereas in this case, we don't know what's going on. It could be something or something little. It could be nothing. It could be fake. We have no idea, right? So
and I'd be remiss if I didn't say it because I have been adamant about the effect of distractions. But I don't believe this is a distraction. I don't think, even if it is, I don't think it's going to be a distraction by the time camp comes and all that, which is to the point Ollie is trying to make. The infighting on the team in Buffalo is a distraction that will carry through to the season.
Yes. Whereas this, I don't think will. Even if, knock on wood, because I have a wooden desk, bro. Even if there's any type of what El Cap was mentioning, or even let's say he got suspended for 3 games or something to that effect. I'm not worried, bro. We still got Jalen Waddle here, who everyone says is, equivalent to Tyreek Hill in the sense of the style of
the most efficient wide receiver in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not worried, bro. I'm not worried at all.
Like, can you guys imagine what Jalen Waddle, his numbers would have been last year if he got more targets than he got? He made the most out of every single opportunity more than anybody in the league at that position. So just imagine if you take him from 33rd in receptions per game down to, let's say, 15th. What kind of yardage production and touchdown production would he get considering he was ranked 8th in number of touchdowns?
So Richard McLean actually does make a good point here, and I like this. Great test for Tua if Hill misses games. I'm excited about that. You're right. It will be
great litmus right there. Absolutely.
Yeah, it will be definitely a great test, and I think I'm confident enough that we can overcome that. We've seen games even last season where Tyreek really didn't get the targets or anything.
Through game planning, good defense, run
or
game,
had
good game
injury
planning.
or had to come off, due to injury or whatever for a little bit or whatever. So
we went
confident.
9-8 without the guy, so you know what I mean. It's like, I'm sure we can find a way to win a couple games if Tyreek ain't on the field.
Yeah, so definitely. So let's keep it moving, Color. I'm kind of done spending calories on this subject until we get more information, or if a video gets released.
Yeah,
or
I agree.
charges actually filed.
I'm gonna go with nothing burger with cheese. I'm gonna go with nothing burger with cheese until further notice.
That's right. So let's keep it moving. Make sure you hit like and subscribe. We're past the 1 hour mark. Color, I'm gonna throw you in the chopper. I need you to give me the road report here after the weather report. So let's do the weather first. It's currently in the Miami area. This is as of 6:56 a.m. It says 79 degrees, sunny. Today's high is 87, low of 80. Today's forecast, it says in the morning, should get up to 85. Currently feels like 84, it says. Afternoon showers, chance of rain is 18%. Current humidity is at 80%. Color, tell me how the roads are looking.
Road's still looking all right on all the back streets. Obviously, every single intersection has a choke point right now, being rush hour. We're moving into, early part of the 7 o'clock hour. Again, I only see slowdowns at all the intersections, Palm Beach and Broward County. I'm looking down. Let's see. Let me step on the throttle here in the chopper and get down south a little bit more. There is still heavy delays coming in from the turnpike into the Palmetto Expressway, and all outlets coming out of it. You got delays coming into there from the 95 Expressway, continuing on down through the Pinewood area on the Expressway. It is red all the way down to the I-95 East-West exchange. So be careful, everybody. 95 South is a nightmare once you get into central Miami. So just turn around and go the other way, whichever way you're going. And weather report for Palm Beach County is a little different today, Ali. We're expecting a high of 91 and right around that same number in humidity with clear skies so far. But that would be it.
We got you beat, Color. I don't know if you can hear me. Let me know if you can. Port St. Lucie area has a high of 92 today. 92, low of 74, with about 92% humidity. We have 40% chance of rain this afternoon. So they're saying it's going to rain here more than it does in Miami.
So you see what's happening just based on the temperature forecast from South Florida all the way up into northern South Florida. The change, we're still going to be piping hot. It's starting to cool off down in Miami, which tells you that tropical system that's forming off our coast is probably clearing out and is now drying out everything south of that system, including starting with Miami today.
What they're saying currently, and you're probably referencing Tropical Storm Brett is what it's called now. They have named it.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's more in the southern Caribbean, more near the Panama areas where it looks like it's going to hit mostly.
Okay, so I was thinking of the mess that was raining on us the last couple days. It looked like it was gaining some circulation between us and the Bahamas, but that must have just all dissipated.
Yeah, maybe. But Tropical Storm Brett is the one that they have their eyes on right now. It looks like it's going to be south of Florida, to be honest. In the more like Central America, like near Panama Canal kind of area. And, that could change, though. You got to be kind of careful because that looks like it's going to be more in the weekend, like around Sunday, that it's going to be in that area. And it's going to strengthen, they say. So you just got to be careful with that kind of stuff. We're not, I don't know. Is this considered hurricane season? Are we already in hurricane season now?
Yes, I believe it started June 1st.
June 1st. Okay. So, I mean, we got to kind of get ready. If you're from Florida, or if you're new to Florida, I should say, welcome to hurricane season. Hurricanes, the good news is you do see them coming well in advance. So it's not like a tornado that drops out of nowhere. So definitely you have some planning to do. I definitely recommend to stock up on water and other goods that you think that, may be kind of scarce in times like this, and whatnot. And you might want to start thinking about how you will board up your house, or even put on hurricane shutters if you have them. You kind of want to just take stock of things at this point. That's what
you really want to be doing that in May, but if you're getting on it now, and you're still early enough, because things are pretty quiet right now.
Yeah.
But you're going to look for earlier in the season, in June and July, you're going to look for storms forming in the Gulf, forming in the Caribbean. And later in the season, you'll look for storms forming off Africa and traveling all the way across. That's kind of how the season rolls. Earlier on, you're going to see a lot more storms form closer to Florida, and the Gulf of Mexico. But that's just seasonally how it happens.
Definitely.
So you're caught off guard a little more earlier in the season, as well as most people are still not quite prepared yet. So you get caught off guard doubly earlier in the season. So be prepared. Nothing wrong with doing it early.
Yep, I agree 100% color. So yeah, I think the earlier you start to prepare, the better off you'll be set at. I recommend, if you have a grill and stuff like that, at least make sure your propane is fully stocked or fully filled, your propane tank and whatnot. So that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's kind of like camping color. If you're new to the whole hurricane scene, it's basically like a couple days of camping, kind of, in a sense.
Yeah, it's like preparing for a backcountry camping trip where you're not going to have any rescue help, and you need to make sure you have everything you need, enough water, all that stuff. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So definitely welcome to Florida. We definitely appreciate when it's not sunshine. It may rain, but
I get a chance for another Grand Canyon reference. Hey, if you're hiking in the Grand Canyon, you're preparing about a similar way for a hurricane.
Kind of. You need to have similar stuff, handy. Definitely. All right, so let's keep it moving. Time for some football. Our friend Alan Papart put out his Dolphins 53-man roster projection. I don't know if you saw that, color. He put that out on the 19th. Some interesting stuff. That was
I did see the headline. I didn't read through the article yet, though.
Yeah. The Miami Dolphins have assembled a quality roster, he says, over the past couple of seasons. One that many consider among the best in the NFL, which I kind of agree with that. I do think we have one of the best rosters in the NFL, and also in NFL, in Miami Dolphin history, I should say. Along with the high-end talent they've brought in, like Tyreek Hill, Teron Armstead, Jalen Ramsey, to name the three players. The team also has developed better depth than in recent history as well. You're looking at guys like Kader Kahu, and whatnot. While that's going to help win games in the fall, it's going to make for some tough choices and decisions for GM Chris Grier and head coach Mike McDaniel this summer. That's especially true at positions like wide receiver, cornerback, where the team appears to have more NFL capable caliber players than roster spots available. Now, this is Alan Papar's first 53-man roster projection of 2023. This is not including any possible additions that we may get.
Pardonnez-moi, Ali.
Sure.
Would you happen to have any Alan Poupart?
Why? No.
I'm sorry, I had to do it, bro. It's been a while. I've been waiting to lay that joke out for a while, man.
Alan Papart actually follows hockey a lot, bro. I'm sure if he was there, he would take your shirt, rip it over your head, and start beating you down.
with a jar of mustard.
Yeah. So. Yeah, that would be. You want your good Papon? Here, take your great Papon. No. No, Alan's cool. I'd party with Alan, to be honest. But let's talk about the roster. I'm gonna go over the positions, what his analysis is, and we'll give our thoughts on it. All right. This one I want to say is a no-brainer. And just to clarify, none of this list includes any possible additions that we could add in the next day or weeks or even by camp, right? And we know all those rumored people who they are. So it does not include any of that. It's just the current roster as we speak. So for quarterbacks on the 53, he thinks it's going to be Tua, of course, Mike White, and Skylar Thompson. If we're going to keep 3 quarterbacks, I definitely think that these are the 3 that we're going to keep. They say he automatically says.
So wait a minute. So he's the one reporting how good Skylar looks in camp, yet he still puts Skylar at QB3. That's amazing to me.
I don't think that this list includes where they are on the depth chart. This is just the list of players.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so just being honest. He also has James Blackman, who's the undrafted rookie quarterback. I think he played for Florida State. Correct me if I'm wrong about that. He is off on him. He says he'll be the person that's cut. His analysis is there's not a whole lot to examine here because the Dolphins kept 3 QBs on the active roster last season, and the new emergency QB rule stipulates that third game day QB has to be on the 53. So there you go. So we have to have a third QB on the roster no matter what if you're going to have an emergency QB, and that person is going to most likely be Mike White. So just, that's my opinion. The only reason I have and actually not the only reason, the reason I have Skylar Thompson as my QB2 is he's going to be under his second year under Mike McDaniel in this system. So he knows the offense a lot better than what Mike White does. And he does have playoff experience. So that's why I have him as my QB2. Any thoughts on that, Color?
Nope, I'm kind of right there with you on that. The playoff experience, I think, traditionally, we've held a lot of weight to that. And I don't think it would be fair not to give that same weight to Skylar Thompson when it comes to comparing him to a Mike White,
Mm-hmm.
So, there you go.
Definitely. So the next room.
And he didn't do half bad either. It's not like he crapped the bed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he was.
I mean, some people say he did, but I don't. I don't think it was a bad showing at all for a 7th round rookie in a playoff game against the Buffalo Bills in Buffalo. I mean, you could argue he had more success than Marino did in that situation.
But Color, I know the doubters and the people are going strictly based on the stats. But if you looked at 3 catches that were perfectly thrown balls, they were dime on the money, bro. No joke. That should have been catches. Had they been made, they would not be stating that he was, shit the bed.
Oh, and Dan Marino would have flipped. Dan Marino would have absolutely went apoplectic if one of his receivers dropped those footballs like that, man.
Yeah. And in fact, I'm glad you brought that up, Color. I'm glad you brought that up. I kind of miss that style of quarterbacking from a Miami Dolphins quarterback. I think that these quarterbacks are too soft on the players ahead of them. Now, I understand why the hell would you have to yell at a Tyreek Hill? I get it. But other players, when they fuck up, I want my QB to tell them to the face, you fucked up, bro. Get your game in the head. What the fuck are you doing? Excuse my language. I shouldn't be saying that. It's a morning show. I'm sorry. But you know what I'm saying? I want my quarterback to be yelling at the player's face and say, you screwed up. You need to get your head out of your butt and get in the game. You know what I mean? I want to see that. That to me is a sign of leadership and a person that holds other people accountable to their position.
Yeah, and what kind of respect would I have for my friend if I didn't freaking correct him like that? I mean, you can do it between friends even. Like, yo, catch the damn ball, bro. What up? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I kind of want to, this is a different subject, and we can get more into this later on in a different show, or, maybe tomorrow, just remind me, we can talk about this. I do want to see, a lot of people have these check marks that Tua has been crossing off that he's accomplished or whatever, or the last couple of years. And, we all know about him being a captain and his leadership and stuff like that was a question mark at one point. And people have, already jumped to the conclusion to check mark it off. But I want to see how he can evolve his leadership skills and his statue when holding his players accountable. I want to see that this year. That's something I want to see, that evolution of not just his play on the field, but his command on the field.
I think we've seen some of that, Ali, not just in camp this year, but we started to see some of it last year. And again, I brought up Dan Marino, but I think Tua would have probably gone apoplectic on Waddle if he drops those 3 footballs, to be honest with you.
I understand.
Like, I can't imagine Tua. Look, Skyler's a 7th-round rookie in that situation. He obviously is not going to necessarily assert himself like that in that situation. But I think Tua would have. I think Tua would have been all over Waddle for that.
Yeah, and that's actually what I want to see. I want to see him do that when it happens, because unfortunately, and I don't know why, it is what it is, but when Waddle had some of those issues against, i.e. the Vikings, where he fumbled the ball in a key moment, which we had the first down and we were driving and maybe even won that game had he completed that drive and not fumble. You know what I mean? When that happened, or when Waddle drops 3 on the perfect balls, you know what I mean? Tua wasn't there, unfortunately, to say, hey, man, I need you to get your head in the game. Let's go, and kind of wake him up a bit. I want to see that from my QB. Now, recently, there's been reports in the OTAs and minicamp that he has done some of that stuff and kind of like stopped some drills that they were doing and said, and started looking at people and say, hey, you need to do this and that, the other. I like that. And I want to see it not just off the field, but or in practice, I should say. I also want to see it in the game too. When things aren't going your way, I want my quarterback to be the one getting everybody corrected and telling them, hey, we need to start doing this, or you need to push harder, or whatever. You know what I mean? I need him to be the rah guy and the commanding rah guy. The general, the feed. I want to be able to call my quarterback the field general, right? And that's basically what I need him to do. I need him to start getting people in check and whatnot. Not saying that he doesn't, but I need to see more of it. You know what I mean? That's where I'm getting at.
And Aaron Green makes an interesting comment. It says he takes nobody grills Waddle. Are we watching the same team? Waddle has wide receiver 1 respect. Yeah, and that's precisely why I went so hard when mentioning it in the at the start of the offseason. I went to the extreme saying, look, he ain't nothing but a wide receiver 3 dropping footballs like that. Now, I was being extreme, yes, but it was to illustrate the point that nobody that drops those 3 footballs should be garnering wide receiver 1 respect at this juncture. Not saying he isn't that. I'm just saying that, look, if you believe he's a wide receiver 1, just don't say much about it right now until he proves he can catch things in the clutch like that, because I think Tua would have been frustrated. I think Tua's frustration would have popped right there, and we could have seen some kind of grilling from Tua to Waddle in that situation.
Especially in a playoff game, and especially in a playoff game.
And with the pressure on Tua, how everybody blames him for everything, sometimes with good reason. I'm not rehashing that argument. I'm just saying that with all of what he hears, all of the blame he takes, responsibility he takes as a quarterback, I think he would have popped right there and just let Waddle have it. You know what I mean?
100%. So let's keep it moving, Color. I don't want to get off topic because we got to get through this article before we close it down here, unless you're going to extend it, which I think we should maybe.
And we're getting there.
Let's keep it going. So the next room is the running back room, and there's been a lot of speculation of running backs we could add. Again, this is only based on the current roster. He says that his running backs that we're going to keep on the 53 is Raheem Mostert, obviously, Jeff Wilson, Devon Achane, and here's the big one, Color. Savon Ahmed will make this 53-man roster. People that you're going to see cut is going to be Myles Gaskin and Chris Brooks. I kind of agree with this. And obviously, Raheem Mostert and Jeff Wilson were our starting running backs last season. I think that, what they bring to the game, I think they're going to definitely be kept. Devon Achane Obviously, he is our third round running back that we picked up in the draft. He's dynamic. He has the speed. Obviously, you're going to keep him. The question is, who's after A-Chain? And is it going to be Myles Gaskin, Savon Ahmed, and Chris Brooks? I'm going to go with Savon Ahmed. Savon Ahmed is younger. I think he has better upside. And I think he actually, in my opinion, I think can be more effective in this this running back room than some of the other guys that we may have sitting in the waiting, like Myles Gaskin or Chris Brooks. You also look at the money that they've invested in these players. I know Savon Ahmed and Myles Gaskin don't necessarily have the biggest amount of financial guarantees, I should say, to keep him on the roster. But I think Savon Ahmed would be the one winning out, just based on the fact that he's younger. So
yeah, I'm finally coming around. I mean, look, I'm not saying Gaskin's the man out because of the same reason everybody else says it. But I think it is finally time that I think we finally have drafted a running back that is good enough to beat out Gaskin. Mm-hmm. And since, like you said, Ahmed is younger and was probably always favored, Gaskin may find himself finally on the outs. But it is still going to require A-Chain to beat him out in camp. And if Myles Gaskin is still on this roster after camp, we got some serious concerns with A-Chain. That's all I'm saying there,
Yeah. Alan, his analysis is the only question here is whether the Dolphins would go ahead and keep only 3 with the idea of putting Ahmed on the practice squad if he cleared waivers. Outside of that, it was really pretty clear that Ahmed passed Gaskins last season, even though it was the latter who led the team in rushing in 2020 and 2021.
Again, I don't know where people are seeing. Like, what did he do that rose him above Gaskin's level that everybody thinks that? That's what I can't figure out.
Well, he did actually get playing time. What did Gaskin get? I think he got a couple snaps here and there.
Yeah, and he gashed the defense for 10 yards a clip with 2 of those 3 runs.
That's true. That's definitely a thought.
That was the day we got away from the running game against the Jets for some reason,
Yeah, this is true. The thing with me is I honestly think that we may keep 4 running backs on the roster in 2023, the main roster, 53, not the practice
And again,
squad
and one other thing I point out, Ali, is what McDaniel said himself about the importance of running backs being able to catch the ball. And Gaskin has that feather in his cap. He has a game against a top-rated defense where he went 10 for 10 in receptions. I mean, that's 10 for 10. That is 100% in a game, And you're not talking about, 2 or 3 throws and he caught all 3. No, 10 for 10.
I understand.
So he's got the feather in his cap when it comes to the ability to catch the ball. And if we're to take Mike McDaniel at his word, that weighs heavily. This is why I look at Fournette and not Cook, same reason.
So here is the next room color. And this one, we're going to have a lot more to say because I don't necessarily agree with Alan Papar. So it's the wide receiver room. He says we're going to keep 6 wide receivers. The 6 wide receivers that we are keeping, he says, is Tyreek Hill, obviously, Jalen Waddle, obviously, Braxton Berrios, Robbie Chosen, Cedric Wilson, and Eric Ikuzama. He says we are going to cut River Craycraft, Braylon Sanders, Freddie Swain, Chris Coleman, and Dawood Davis. I disagree with this. I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do with Eric Izukama. The reason being is Eric Uzama did not see hardly any, if any, playing time last season, let alone suit up at all. Why? I don't know. The only thing we got is that there had pink eye. That was like the only thing that I saw on the injury report.
I mean, to be fair, if we had any position in the building where we had the ability to shelf a player, a rookie until he's really right and ready. It's our wide receiver room. I mean, we really didn't need to necessarily fast track him.
Yeah, that's actually correct.
To be fair to the room, to the wide receiver room. In this case, I'm not. I've said I'm not a fan of shelving new players if they're ready to go. There's no reason to what you would say dark horse them, if you want to call it that. You know what I mean?
The other thought process,
unless that position room is so stacked that you have the ability to do that. Like, we really didn't need Easy E on the field last year.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, I just don't think that. I think that River Craycraft is going to make the team again. I don't see them cutting River Craycraft. He's the one that I'm
because of the rapport with McDaniel as well. I mean,
the rapport with the McDaniel. He,
you could say that about Sherfield, but Sherfield dropped the ball. Craycraft don't. You know what I mean?
After that touchdown to River Craycraft, in the Baltimore game, it seemed like he was starting to get used more, regularly, until he had that little injury issue. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't really know. Like, some of the people on this list, I don't really know what will happen. His analysis, Alan Papar's analysis, is Wilson is the X factor here because he likely wouldn't be on the 53-man roster if not for the fact that he's guaranteed $5 million in 2023. So they're saying the only reason he's on this roster is because he's guaranteed $5 million. Craycraft worked his way onto the field, onto the active roster last year after starting off on the practice squad, and he's a player that McDaniel clearly likes. Izukama perhaps could be in trouble if he doesn't show his coaches clear signs of development, though getting rid of second-year player on their rookie-year contract isn't a great way to build a sustainable winner. So that's kind of true as well. I don't know, bro.
Well, that's why that's why it's always, people, talking heads will immediately think, oh, a guy like Craycraft is on the way out, because obviously you want your draft pick to work out. You're gonna keep giving him deference. You're gonna keep, hey, look, we witnessed it right at our quarterback position. So why wouldn't it be the same across the board? You don't want to. It's not a matter of ego per se. It really, really helps the team when a rookie works out. You know what I mean? Financially,
Yeah, I kind of, in my opinion, the way I sit with that is I really feel that Wilson is the X factor, as Alan said. If Wilson's still on the trading block at this point, you don't have to trade him until you have to trade him, which would be until week 6? I think the trade deadline is week 7, one of the two.
Right.
So that is the truth. We could very well trade him, and who fills that spot? River Craycraft comes.
Right, and his value could go up if, let's say, we're in week 6 and there's a rash of wide receiver injuries across the league, and some competitor needs a guy like Cedric Wilson, who ain't the worst receiver in the world. He definitely is above average to where a competitive team that needs a wide receiver desperately would be beholden to us,
And here is the next room is just as controversial. We will have some stuff to say about this color. So on the 53, he says that makes it is fullback Alec Ingold, Durham Smythe, Eric Saubert, and Elijah Higgins. He says that Tanner Connor, Tyler Croft, Julian Hill, and fullback John Lovett will be cut. His analysis, before we talk about it, because I know you'll have a lot to say and I will too. The first thing to know about this group is that the Dolphins kept an unusually high number of tight ends at the start of last season with 5. Smith, Connor, Gesicki, Sethan Carter, and Hunter Long. That's not going to happen again, he says. We could see a 4th tight end being kept here, and it would be Connor or Croft, but we're thinking the higher likelihood is having 2 or 3 tight ends on the practice squad is what they're thinking. I don't know, bro. In regards to, I think Alec Ingold's going to be kept for sure. That's a definite. Durham Smythe, definite. Eric Saubert, I could definitely see that. Elijah Higgins, we got to see him. He's a draft pick. You know what I mean? We're not going to cut him. But Tanner Connor is the big question here. He made the team last season and he played, throughout the season. Sometimes it wasn't as pretty as we would have liked. I thought he got put in a position that in his own right, I don't think he was ready for, with that pass and whatnot. It was a great pass, not really good, not looking for it though. You know what I'm saying? But I think Tanner Connor was a project that we were getting close to seeing a more complete picture, and I think we need to see more of that. But then again, if the thought process is that a wide receiver would be better at the tight end position because they could have the option of running the wide receiver route tree and the tight end route tree, I could see why they would go over a guy like Elijah Higgins. They had a lot more scouting involved. They scouted him better. I could definitely see why they go with him over Tanner Connor as well. I just think that Tanner Connor somehow may be kept in this situation, or should be kept, I should say. What are your thoughts, Color? What do you think on this?
Well, I mean, in a stacked room, you got to stand out, and dropping the football in a crucial situation in a game certainly don't help you stand out. I do like the way he runs. I think he's a big, goofy, sloppy runner that gets a lot of yardage. After his first couple steps, he can kind of fall into a lot of yardage, a lot like a Rob Gronkowski.
Mm-hmm.
So I do see a lot of the upside there. But man, I don't know. You got to catch the ball, man. You just got to.
Yeah.
I know you're a rookie. I know you got thrown in, but that's precisely your shot to say, "Hey, I am the guy." You know what I mean? And you drop the football.
Yeah, this is true.
Sometimes the tight end might only get one shot like that. You know what I mean? It is what it is. They're not wide receivers.
That's true. And the other thing is you gotta look at is Colors that was season 1. Now you had a full off season. You got into certain training programs. You have a goal to set on what you wanted to improve on. I want to see what he can do going into training camp and the preseason. Because if there is, as a tight end, let's say he's much improved. Maybe he bulked up like 10, 15 pounds, and, I mean, there could be...
Maybe he watches Colors videos about how to catch a football, you never know.
Yeah, never know. And that being said, I want to see what he can do. This is a camp battle that I really want to see what happens with. I'm going to pay a lot more attention to it to see, what these guys bring to the table and what, how they perform, and to really, kind of get an idea of who's what in this.
Yeah, and I'm kind of a little high on Saubert, dude. I think this guy just was, things weren't, how things are in Denver right now. I mean,
and I agree with you 100%, Color. I am kind of high on him a little bit as well. He's very athletic. People do say he's more of a blocking tight end. That's fine. But I have seen him, run routes, and he looks quick in videos. I will say he looks very quick. He looks like he runs very fluidly. What his, knowledge of the route tree is, that's going to be a good question. But I want to see what he can do. He does. And I've seen more recent pictures. He looks like he's starting to bulk up more too. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with some of these guys. I want to see.
I get a lot of a Dallas Goedert type feel from the guy, or a Freiermuth or something, like where you're like, the guy's not like superstar tight end, but he always seems to be in that spot where you're like, oh yeah, that guy, and he's freaking gashing your defense for 20 yards. You know what I mean?
I gotcha. Let's keep it
moving. Like a Cole Kmet, you know what I mean? Like, hey, he's not really like superstar, but boom, he put 2 touchdowns on us. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So let's keep it moving. I definitely agree with you. I think he I think he's a guy to watch on. I think he'll make this roster actually. Tyler Croft is an interesting one too, because he has had a lot of experience. So that's somebody we can look at as well.
He's just been with Tyler Croft. I think seems to me he's been his career has been meandering the last couple years, and I don't know what to make of him anymore. He was actually decent, and whatnot, but it just seems like when I think he was with Cincinnati to start with, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he actually his one really good season he had was Cincinnati,
and it seems like he's just been meandering since then.
Mm-hmm.
A lot like a guy like was that Jesse Day? Was it Jesse James? Yeah, Jesse James. Like one good season, gets talked up, and then springboards his reality career. You know what I mean? It's like, all right. So I'm not really high on Tyler Croft, although in the year that he did have, the breakout year he did have, he was a pretty top-notch tight end. You know what I mean? Like, you had to worry about him,
Yeah. All right, Color, let's keep it moving. Let's go to offensive linemen. So on the 53, he has Teron Armstead, Connor Williams, Austin Jackson, Robert Hunt, Liam Eichenberg, Isaiah Wynn, Robert Jones, and Dan Feeney. He says he's off of Kendall Lamb, Garon Christian, Cedric, and I apologize if I don't say this name correctly, Color, or anyone that may be offended by it. Cedric Ogubwehi, Keon Smith, Ryan Hayes, our 7th round pick, James Tunstall, Lester Cotton, and Alama Ulave. So he's off of those guys. His analysis is that the Dolphins had 8 offensive linemen on the 53 pretty much all of 2023 and kept bringing in guys up from the practice squad to fill in for injuries. And we could see a repeat here. This actually looks like a fairly straightforward decision here, though Ogubwehi could make a push for a roster spot. Hayes looked a bit overmatched in the spring practice open to the media and looks like somebody headed for the practice squad. Okay. I kind of agree. If they really said they're staying put with Austin Jackson and Liam Eichenberg this year, then okay, we're going to see what they do. This is their last season to show us something, but I don't know. Kendall Lamb, he was a guy that that was okay at times. Cedric Ogubwehi, he's a guy I thought that could really maybe push for this roster. I agree with Alan. It'll be very interesting on what they do. I didn't think Ryan Hayes was really worth anything, looking at the fact that he's a 7th round pick, and I saw him get overmatched by certain defenders in last season with Michigan. So it's something to look at. What are your thoughts on this, Color? Do you agree with him?
I mean, yeah, pretty much. It is pretty straightforward what the pathway is on offensive line, it's good to hear some information coming out about Ogubwehi, because he's one of our newer pickups, and we kind of were in the dark on him. But yeah, I mean, it is pretty straightforward. You got depth concerns, you got injury concerns, and it seems to me with that lineup, it almost is. Other than a couple guys, it's almost a completely revamped O-line from last year.
Yeah, that's true. That is definitely true. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. I think that's going to be a very interesting battle. I'm really interested to find out what Austin Jackson and Liam Eichenberg do this year. It's a contract year specifically for Austin Jackson, and we really need to see what we need to see improvement from him. He needs to stay healthy. We need to see improvement. He had the photos we've seen looks great. He looks a lot more lean. Looks like he shed several pounds, and he looks like he's in the best shape he's been since he's gotten here, in my opinion, based on pictures. But pictures is just paper, for that matter of fact. We need to see it actually done, what he does in the game and on the field. So we'll definitely check that out. But let's keep it moving, Color. We're getting short on time here. Dolphins edge players that they're going to keep, he says, 5 of them. the usual suspects: Emmanuel Agba, Jalen Phillips, Bradley Chubb, of course, um, Malik Reed, and Andrew Van Ginkel are going to be your edge players, he says. He's off of Cameron Good, Garnett Nelson, Mitchell Agude, sorry if I didn't say that correctly, and Randy Charlton. Analysis: Agude looked great in the spring practice open to the media, but training camp, the preseason, and the regular season are different animals, and he's simply a long shot to make the roster. Cameron Good showed some good things in camp last summer, but he's again facing the battle of making the cut at a deep position. I see their point. He's the bubble player out of this group. We could see them as being a practice squad guy that they bring in as there's injuries, just kind of like similar to what the offensive lineman was. You know what I mean? Similar to that. What do you think, Colors? Similar? You're kind of on the same board?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I'd like to see more out of Cameron Good, but hey, if they've seen what they've seen, I can't argue with them at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. On to the defensive tackles. We're keeping 4. Christian Wilkins, of course, Raekwon Davis, Zach Seiler. Those are the usual suspects. And then we have Jalen Twyman. He's off of Josiah Bronson, Anthony Montalvo, and a guy that I kind of was interested in seeing what he did was undrafted rookie Brandon Pili, Pili. Don't know how to say that correctly. I apologize. This is where there should be an asterisk because we suspect the Dolphins will sign a veteran to serve as the backup here over the month or so. So they suspect that a defensive lineman is coming in, a veteran defensive lineman. So that's why they only have 4 as of right now. So there's an asterisk. What do you think? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, hard not to.
Yeah, I am interested to see what Brandon Pili does, though. He was an interesting undrafted rookie that I kind of thought, maybe he'll become something. But the reality is we signed a lot of undrafted rookies this year. And because of kind of like what we saw, what happened with Kader Kahu, I'm interested to see who the next undrafted rookie that's going to step up and do something is. You know what I mean? I'm interested to see who the next guy is that could make a name for himself like that. It's always interesting. It's a great story. So I want to see what happens. Inside linebackers, we're keeping 4 as well. Jerome Baker, David Long, Duke Riley, Channing Tindall. That's going to be your inside linebackers. They're off of, and this is where I disagree. They're off of undrafted rookie Aubrey Miller and Zeke Vandenborough. Or Van Den Burrow. I'm sorry if I can't say that correctly. Maybe you could help, Color. But that's where they're off of. The position seems pretty clear cut unless one of the 2 rookies really shining in training camp. The focus there will be on Tyndall being able to take a big step forward in year 2. I somehow Aubrey Miller is the big question mark here. I'm really interested to see what he does and brings to the table. I think he does have some talent to actually make this roster. I don't know if he survives waiving and then bring him in on the practice squad. I don't think he does. I think another team will grab him. What do you think?
Which one? Which player again? Sorry.
Aubrey Miller, our HBCU kid.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. He's got a lot of raw talent. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I can't imagine somebody not picking him up if we don't end up signing him.
Yeah, I could see a team like the New England Patriots that like to poach our practice
high motor guy. You know what I mean?
I could see them doing that. I could see a lot of other teams maybe taking a look at this kid. If he doesn't make the roster, and I'm going to be disappointed because I really thought he had a really good chance to, and I think he has a lot of different attributes and skills that equate to the NFL game. But it is a crowded room too at the same time. So That'll be a good
crowded
question.
room full of people they can't tackle. So there's how you can stand out, Aubrey. You know,
Jerome
focus on your
Baker,
tackling skills.
That's true. That's true. If you watch his highlight reel, Jerome Baker can tackle, but unfortunately, it's 10 yards north rather than south. So I mean, just being honest. Let's keep it going though. The corners. This is an interesting room. We already know who the usual suspects are on that going to make this roster. Xavier Howard for sure. Jalen Ramsey for sure. Kader Kuhu, obviously.
Best tackler on our team.
Yeah, it gets kind of interesting. Nick Needham, Cam Smith, Trill Williams are going to make this roster, according to Allen. And I agree with Trill. I think there's a lot of upside there. I think, unfortunately, he got injured last year, but I think he's going to turn it around and he's going to prove that he was the guy that we thought he was going to start making the next leap forward last season. I think he does it this season. The big question here that you have, though, they have Noah making the team, obviously, right? Do you think that do you think we trade Noah? Do you think he really, will make the team and we just have to ride it out? Like, what are your thoughts on that? That color?
I kind of think it's up to him.
Up to him.
And
okay.
how much depth that Fangio wants to keep. I mean, I'd like the guy to have a chance to get Fangio's claws on him, and then we'll know for sure one way or another if it's if it was just never meant to be. You know what I mean? If the guy just ain't it, you'd like to still believe where he was drafted that the potential is still there. And we have seen him do some things that really helped our team last year.
I mean, he did win us the game versus the Steelers. Let's be real.
Yeah, and he shut down Adam Thielen. I mean, I don't know if that's some great feat anymore, but it is what it is. I don't think he's the most glaring problem on our team. That's why I don't know why he gets so much shade. But in a stacked defensive back room, that's probably why, because he is the weakest link in his room.
I think essentially what it is unfortunately for him, is that when he gets burned, he really gets burned bad. So what happens is when that happens, it overshadows all the good stuff that he does. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that's all that people see when it comes to it. They don't really, they have a hard time looking away to look at the other side of the scale to see what else he does. So I think that's part of the issue, to be fair with Noah. Because let's be real. The reason they drafted him is a lot of scouts and a lot of players alike that played in his conference when it came to college and everything, the SEC. They said he was one of the hardest hitting, roughneck kind of corners that that they liked in the SEC. He was always in everybody's face and always very blue collar-ish style corner and whatnot. It just hasn't equated because of unfortunate circumstances here in the NFL. You know what I mean? He doesn't seem like he gets his setting right. He doesn't line up properly. There's a lot of things that you could equate to coaching. Now, we have seen an improvement from the years before to this year, with Sam Madison. There has been an improvement there. Maybe the second year under Sam Madison, we see a complete different Noah. That's a big possibility. You know what I mean? We'll see. We'll give it time. The guys he's off of who have also helped out this team at times during the season. Justin Bethel, they're off of him. Tino Ellis, which I'm not really familiar with Tino Ellis. Here's an interesting name, Bryce Thompson, the guy that they brought over from the XFL, who looked really decent in the XFL during the spring. He looked really good. Ethan Bonner, I think that's how you say his last name. And Keon Crossan, who helped us throughout the season with injuries as well last season. Those are the guys that are off. Now, Allen is saying there will be some tough decisions to make here, particularly after Thompson looked really good in the spring after coming over from the XFL. In the end, this should come down to Noah versus Bethel versus Crossan, and it could go any which way. But Crossan is at a disadvantage here because cutting him will clear $3 million in cap space. Bethel's edge in special teams over Noah will be nullified to a point because of the new kickoff rules.
And unfortunately for Crossen, that would free up the number 4 jersey too.
That is true. That is another point to make. So not only does it clear $3 million, it opens up the number 4 jersey. Hint, hint. A player to be named. Let's keep going with the safeties, the other part of the secondary. The 53-man roster of, again, usual suspects. You have Javon Holland, Brandon Jones, the new free agent signing Deshaun Elliott from the Lions. Here's where it gets interesting. We're going to keep Elijah Campbell and Verone McKinley. Now, Verone McKinley was the undrafted rookie out of Oregon, played with Javon Holland, said that they called him the field general because of his play calling ability. It'll be pretty interesting what they do on the, at that position. Is there another guy we bring in? Is there somebody that could come out of the woodwork to play in that position? Will we see Ramsey play safety at times? Those are some questions we have. So it'll be interesting what they do specifically with the safety position. But they're saying Bennett Williams and Keydron Smith they're off of. While we put Trill Williams among the corners, understand he could see time at safety as well. That's another name. With the same thing applying to Campbell, the big question here is whether Elliott or Jones will start opposite to Holland. That is a good question. Will that happen? Any thoughts on that, Color, before we move on to the last group?
Nope. That's pretty tight.
Yeah. So now this is where it gets interesting, Color.
I real quick, I did want to answer J.R. Black real quick.
Sure.
On about how he asked the question of how did Noah win the game, and he explained the scenario. Look, it's more just being hyperbolic. Like when people say the defense was the last squad on the field, so they're the reason we lost. I'm doing the same thing basically. I'm saying, hey, that interception literally ended the game. Like there was, you know what I mean? Like the game was over because of that interception. The same result would have happened if it was just an incomplete pass. I get all that. Mm-hmm. I'm just being hyperbolic to say for people to throw so much shade on a guy that literally ended the game in Pittsburgh or against Pittsburgh. You know what I mean?
That's why I'm giving the same platitude, bro, because that's basically what happened. He made the interception. He ended the offensive drive of the Pittsburgh Steelers. We got the ball and the game ended. You know what I mean? That's basically what happened.
And you could argue that anybody could have been there and done the same thing. So that's why people are like, pump the brakes, Color. I get it. But at the same time, when people are like, hey, the defense cost us that game because they were simply the last unit on the field. Well, I can say the same thing about Noah. He was the last guy to intercept the ball, and that was the last play that Pittsburgh was allowed to have that game because of that interception.
So here's interesting. Going into the special teams, Color. There's an interesting name on here, and we'll talk about that. So obviously they have Jason Sanders, our field goal kicker. They have our long snapper, Blake Ferguson. And then last but not least, they have our punter being Jake Bailey, who I believe is the Pro Bowler from New England that we signed. Isn't that correct? I believe.
No matter Riza, huh?
No matter Riza. I think he signed with a team. I can't remember who it was. Maybe the Panthers or somebody. Tampa. I forget who it was. It's not the Bills, though. They did not re-sign him. They're off of, and this guy is either the nephew or something to former Miami Dolphin. Punter Michael Turk is who they're off of. That was a legacy name that I kind of was interested to see what happened with him, to see if he made this roster or not as a punter. And it is possible he could, depending on what happens. Alan says the Dolphins will be looking for a bounce back year from Sanders, whose performance was uneven in 2022, though he did come through with the money field goal that put them in the playoffs. Turk will have a tough task trying to beat out Bailey, signed as a free agent this offseason. That is absolutely true.
I wonder if they're going to factor in continuity with Jason Sanders as far as to who makes the team at punter. Let's say Turk and Bailey are exactly the same punter, and you can't make a decision. And instead of flipping a coin, you say, "Hey, Jason, who do you like holding the ball better?"
Yeah, our punter last year, Morstead, who left us to go to the Jets, I believe. I'm kind of. I want to know who has the closest ability to match what he did. He was almost like a surprise to me with how well he could get the hang time to go, in addition to placement of the ball on the field. You know what I mean? The hang time was so high that when it fell and dropped within that 10-yard line, the defense was already there a lot of times. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, part of it has to do with having a leg the size of Reggie Roby's.
That's true. But it'll be kind of interesting who has that kind of ability to go along with the continuity, like you said, with Jason Sanders. So I definitely agree with that. Are you surprised we didn't bring in competition for Jason Sanders this year?
No, because I think Mike McDaniel has confidence in him. I think that he's shown what he's shown. He was a drafted kicker, which a lot of times when a team drafts a kicker, it's because they see something like extra, like the guy's highly intelligent, highly mature, whatever it is. His psychological profile is really high, which is what you need out of a kicker. You could say everybody slumps. What we've seen the last couple seasons may be the worst of his career. It could also be the new norm. But it seems like Mike McDaniel is betting on the latter, that, get things right with the holder, get continuity on special teams, a lot less things up in the air. And, the hope is that he gets back to form, which is, we all know, Money Sanders.
That is true. So we'll see what happens, man. I think it was really, I think it was a mental thing with him. I think he has all the ability. It was a mental thing at times during the season. Part of that could also be the special teams coach and whatnot on them to get him out of that funk. But we'll see what he brings. I want to see confidence coming into this season, and hopefully he can carry.
Well, there's a few of the kicks, a few of the misses too. We got to be fair too to Sanders. I mean, you look at some of these kicks in slow motion, and you're thinking there is absolutely nothing wrong with his form, nothing wrong with the way his foot came through the ball, none of that, and the ball just did what it wanted to do.
Yeah, I agree. That is absolutely true. Interesting article from Alan Papar in Sports Illustrated. So that's really cool. I like the list that he put out. Omar Kelly has a list too, Color, just so you're aware. We maybe can talk about that tomorrow during tomorrow's show to see if there's any differences. I'll have to look at it. I haven't looked at that list.
Coming from Omar, I'd be concerned it might be a proscription list or something.
Damn,
just kidding, Omar. Just kidding, Omar.
Oh, man, Color. I see people have started to fill in the show. Make sure you hit like and subscribe. Let's see what
I know. I might have to find something to talk about now. Damn. So Ali, are you familiar with? I forget whether it was Bleacher or PFF. I want to say it was PFF that put out their list of top wide receivers or whatever, or wide receiver groups. I want to say, or no, maybe it was just wide receivers. And I just glanced at the list and saw the order that some people were at. In contrast to the top 25 that I did of most productive wide receivers, it was striking to see a more subjective take on and framework on, look, they were coming from the standpoint of overall best wide receiver, given so far their careers and accomplishments and everything else. And it was just interesting to see the contrast between mine and their list as far as, they're coming from different angles. So I'm not trying to compare them in that respect, but there's a lot of, you realize you see really quickly when you add subjectiveness to it, how quickly things can look different when when they put this guy above that guy, or they regard this one receiver so much more than this other receiver, yet the results actually say something completely different. You know what I mean? I think that's pretty interesting. If you could possibly locate that and throw the link in the private chat, I'm on my way to my desktop to get in studio. But I was hoping maybe I could chop it up a bit about that. I hadn't actually looked over the list myself, like to see where they put everybody. I just glanced at a couple names. It was like a couple days ago.
PFF has the 2023 NFL receiving corps rankings.
Right. That's the one I'm thinking of.
Okay, so I have it here. I'm gonna put it in private chat.
Yeah, I want to go over that in as in contrast to the actual production of these receivers last year, as per my calculus when it comes to how I factored it out. I think I was fairly comprehensive and fair to really snuff out who was the most productive. I think that my list is probably more accurate the lower down the list you go. So from like the top, that's why I did it. That's why I announced it as a top 25, because much past 25, and then you could start arguing, well, this or that guy's situation, or that or this guy's situation. Now, Gabe Davis might have landed in the top 30 had I factored him in, but he didn't qualify with enough receptions. So there's, the further past 25 you get, the more subjective it gets. But I think from 1 to 10 especially, I think it's fair to say that you're pretty sure that Waddle is the 10th most productive receiver in the league, and that Tyreek is the second. You know what I mean? So I think that's fair to say that.
Yeah, so definitely colors. So what we're going to do, because it's around that time, and I'm going to hang out for about 20 more minutes, just so you're aware, color.
Cool, because I just need a couple more minutes to get situated in the studio.
Okay. We're gonna transition to our next segment, which is color commentaries, cup of coffee.
Coffee and a cup of color. We are actually just segueing to that show. Since we got, we got people coming in, waking up a little more around this time, the viewership is growing. So rather than start a whole new stream and having to make it a pain for you guys, we're just going to segue into coffee and a cup of color. Whenever Ali's ready to jet out, we'll do a quick intermission and throw up my intro for a minute, and give me a chance to gather myself and start up my segment.
So while we're waiting, I'm gonna play this slight commercial here, and we're just gonna take a 2-minute break. But just hold on, we'll be right back.
Get ready to dive into a new world of online shopping with the Fins Tailgate. Whether you're a die-hard sports fan or just looking for the latest fashion trends, we've got you covered. With a wide variety of products from your favorite sports teams to stylish accessories and home decor, we're your one-stop shop for all things tailgate. Our easy-to-use website and hassle-free checkout process make shopping with us a breeze. Plus, with frequent sales and discounts, you won't want to shop anywhere else. So come on in and join the party at the Fins Tailgate, your new go-to destination for all things tailgate.
Yeah, so Ali, I'm gonna loop for a minute, and then once I switch over to the coffee shop storefront, that's when you know I'm coming in. And yeah, that was for the audience too.
And we're back.
Good flipping morning again, everybody. You are now watching the great, the best, the awesome color commentary. You're having a coffee with a cup of color, a cup of me. It tastes really good sometimes. Sometimes it can taste pretty bitter. It is such as the nature of coffee and color. But how you doing, Ali, man? I appreciate you still hanging with us, man. We're transitioning this way. The audience is watching us in real time figure out how we want to do things. Yes, I will be adjusting my intro to be a little more amenable to what we're trying to do. But I had to go with something to start, you know what I mean? But eventually we're going to have it nice. What I'd like to see is like you do your show outro as if we're ending the stream, and then we start the coffee and a cup of color intro. You see what I'm saying? So everybody is clear that Ollie's done out of here. He's going to work. But anyway, how you doing, man? Let's get a little up to date. Everybody like and share. We're at 2 hours, 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And we appreciate every one of you joining us this morning for Top of the Tailgate. It was a great show.
Yeah, man, definitely. We talked about the
go back and watch it. Go ahead, Ollie.
Yeah, we definitely we got to talk about the roster a little bit, and what Alan Papar thinks the 53 man will look like based on the current roster that we have. And we got to talk about a little bit of other things going on in the NFL today, which is good to hear. Make sure you hit like and subscribe. Color's going to take it over for the next hour or so, with Color and a cup of coffee. But I see more people file in here. There's Manalo Rivera. What's up, man? Michael K's in the house. I see finally. Level 2 noob. Level 2 must have watched our 5,000 celebration with El Capitan. Says, why does this intro sound like you clipped it from a porno soundtrack, Color? I mean, he ain't wrong. And in addition to it, you on the 5,000 celebration, we're talking about hiking the Grand Canyon rim to rim. Sounds like a porno there too. Just saying. I see what the theme is, Color. No, I'm messing with you, bro. I love you to death, but it is kind of funny. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I appreciate those of you just waking up and join us. Yes, we are. Ali is going at 6 a.m. with myself for top of the tailgate. We have been pretty consistent, other than yesterday, which is understandable. We had the 5,000 sub celebration the night before. Ali woke up with a little bit of a migraine, and
I did wake up with a migraine.
We have been pretty consistent since debuting, and we are trying to go every morning at 6 to 8 a.m.
Right.
Providing also weather and traffic for you guys as a service to people that are in South Florida. So make sure you're hitting the notification bell and firing it up with us every morning, 6 o'clock. And I plan to, as many times as I can, follow that right up with a coffee and a cup of color right at around 8 o'clock when Ali has to jet out to go to work. And we'll, I'll do some editorial commentary on the show. We'll keep the discussion going. Maybe we'll open a panel if the need arises, as the season comes along and we start to really ramp up the content.
What's up, Lewis? I see you there. Sal, how's it going?
Yep, that's what I was just about to say too. So good morning to the guys that are just getting in here and joining us. Level 2 noob, as Ali said, Michael K, Lewis.
And Michael K, I know you want to talk about it, but Michael K, who, if you're just joining us, I know you want to talk about it. We already talked about it. It's not a story until actual charges have been filed and we know exactly what happened. There's reports that he slapped somebody across the side of the head. I'm sorry. I've seen worse and little things done, behind it. Until we see exactly what happened, I'm not creating any type of negative news reporting or anything like that. Or even creating an opinion.
Missed breakfast this morning. We had a big old nothing burger with cheese.
That's exactly what it is. Nothing burger with cheese. So whatever. In fact, I'm going to go on to tell you, Michael K, if you really want to talk about or try to take the negative limelight off of the Buffalo Bills, I'm sorry. Your situation with Stefon Diggs, regardless of what anybody tells me, if it's true that Stefon Diggs has an issue with his role, the philosophy on offense, and you have guys like what's his name, Von Miller, saying that without Stefon Diggs, Von Miller wouldn't be on the Buffalo Bills and whatnot, and he sides with him. That sounds like a larger locker room issue than what this would cause in the Miami Dolphins locker room, right? Remember, don't forget, we have a Jalen Waddle on this team who a lot of people say is Tyreek Hill 2.0 or 1A and 1B. You know what I mean? So whatever. I'm not worried. You can go ahead and make some fake story to try to hide the clown team that you represent. That's okay. All right. So keep it moving, Color. I didn't mean to go on my little bit rant. I got
no. You're good, man. You're good. All anti-Buffalo rant always welcome around these parts, man.
Yeah,
by the way, before we get to the talk, Ali, I just need you to post that link one more time because it's not showing up on my desktop now for some reason. It's on my phone still, but not like.
I think it's because you joined the thing
after it was posted. Right.
I just did it again.
Okay, appreciate that. But yeah, so make sure everybody, again, you're liking and sharing. There's several ways to support the channel. You all know them. You all love them. Lots of you use them, but you all should be using them. Of course, that's Cash App and Venmo, $ the Fins Tailgate, or the Fins Tailgate at Venmo. You can also hit us up with some super chats, super stickers, and of course, memberships, Ali. How many levels of membership are there, Ali?
There are 3 different levels. There's Amigos, Familia, and MVP. And it's very inexpensive. I want to say that the levels are around like $2 a month. It's a good way to help out the channel, but get more content. There's different emojis and stuff you get along with that, and
more to come.
And more to come. Yeah, there's more stuff that we're putting together that will get announced that you guys will really want to become a member. So definitely check that out.
You can also head over to our brand new
Brand new website.
Brand spanking new website, TFTGnetwork.com, to get all of the merch for Finn's Tailgate. Check it out over there. We got HB did a great job with our merch store, and he's kind of innovating. There's going to be a time when everybody's merch store is going to be like ours, because HB is actually innovating a new entire way to look at your favorite sites, merchandise, so keep it bookmarked, TFTGnetwork.com. Make it your homepage. You know what I mean? It's a centralized avenue for all things Finn's Tailgate. It's got links and feeds for all of our YouTube content, Twitter feeds, articles, great articles that Ali's already written and plans to write more in the future, myself included. I'm going to be putting up my ranking lists up there, my production ranking list for the positions I've done. Will be, all kinds of new content going to be filtering through the centralized location of TFTGnetwork.com. So go ahead and bookmark it. Make it the first thing that comes up when you open up your browser. Make it your homepage. The
current articles that I've
get to the tailgate.
Yeah, the current articles that are there right now, I'm not going to lie, are kind of older, and they were written back when certain subjects were a big topic around here. But it's still a good read. I have more stuff that I have planned to put out regarding articles and information that I'm putting out and everything. So
and hey,
that's coming
we're
out.
all, if you're a decent writer out there and you're an aspiring writer, hit us up too. We'll put anybody's articles on there.
Yeah, definitely hit up the Finn's Tailgate if you're interested.
Absolutely.
In sports writing. Also, with that being said, Color, I just want to get this point across real quick. For the merch store, if you have a certain show that you like to watch, there is merch pertaining to that specific show. Like for example, people ask me, "Hey man, is the Wolfpack still around with Late Night Exhale and stuff like that?" Yes, we have Late Night Exhale coming up shortly when the season starts. Me and Color will be prime timing Saturday nights along with Shake Money. And if you'd like, there's a nice late night specific shirt on the merch store you can actually get for Late Night Exhale to represent for any of my Wolfpack members or friends of the Wolfpack. Definitely check it out when you can. Go ahead, Color.
There, now that I got the right banner up. You can also check out El Capitan. He's trying to go Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Is that the deal?
And
besides calling games and doing Sunday evening content during the season?
Yeah.
Okay. And then of course myself following up, joining Ali every morning at top of the tailgate, and then following it up with coffee and a cup of color. I got my unofficial virtual pilot's license and am now able to fly the weather chopper in the morning the traffic chopper in the morning to give you all traffic reports from the greater South Florida area. So look out for that in the morning. Of course, Broken Takes, Ali gonna be putting out more episodes. I'll be joining him to do that. That's always fun. I love doing it. So keep your notification bell hit in case Ali drops a Broken Takes episode. And of course, once the preseason comes around, he is going to be firing back up the Late Night Exhales on Saturday nights for the hype show. And of course, Rabid Dolphin Lewis always coming in, always helping to co-host, always contributing, and always regulating. You're not going to get no nonsense by the Rabid Dolphin. That's for sure.
Yeah, Batman asking to drop the link.
Well, that's I may do that. I mean, maybe if he's got something exclusive to say, or if he just wants to hold a panel, have a panel, I might do that. I've got a little bit of energy. I'm going to get into that, the talk about this wide receiver list, and we'll see where it rolls from there. I know there's a lot y'all want to give your opinions on the Tyreek Hill thing. I get it. And I'm not afraid to have those discussions. Just keep in mind that we got to really be careful with our opinions. We at the Finn's Tailgate are reserving opinion at the moment. We're just taking the official position that we know nothing right now, and anything that is said is complete opinion. We're not trying to put out things that as fact that we don't know yet. So
Yeah.
I want to clear that up. Once we clear that up and get that locked in everybody's brain, then y'all can have whatever opinion you want and we can express it, and not everybody's going to get hurt over it. So putting that aside, Shake Money, I certainly wasn't going to leave you out. Shake Money's been absolutely jamming it with the content every day at the drive time, you know, filling in the gaps that we so desperately needed to fill in here at the Finn's Tailgate, you know, growing himself, getting better. And of course you can also catch him on his show In the Blender over at Larry K's channel, Finn Addicts Fury. Finn's Addicts Fury.
Yeah.
Either case, he does a great job there, exposing Dolphin fans, everybody, lots of people we all know and love in the community. And you'll get your chance too if you want to just hit up Shake. He'll put you on too. So thank you very much, Shake, for that. Great content, as always. And of course, our affiliates, right? Dubby.
Yeah.
You can check out Jake Review.
Yeah.
On the Finn's Tailgate for Dubby Energy drinks. No jitters, no caffeine crash, none of that. Get the dub with Dubby. And of course, since you got me in the reel, we won't run the promo, but Fanatics is the place where you can get all your officially licensed gear from the NFL, NHL, NBA, MLS, MLB, whatever the acronym is.
Yeah.
They got it licensed, and they've got great new stuff coming out for this season, because it is a new season and you do need new gear to be able to show the world what a fan really is. Fanatics, officially licensed everything. Use the link in the description below to make sure they know we sent you. And of course, hit up Backroom Collections. Tell us about Backroom Collections, Ali.
So Backroom Collections have some really cool canvas artwork. Let it be something you want to hang in your man cave, your office, your bedroom, place of business. Doesn't matter. You can even put it in a bathroom if you'd like. And all different types of Miami Dolphins artwork. There's some customized stuff you can have done there. And it's not just Miami Dolphins. They have other sports and they do custom work and whatnot. They also have emojis and whatnot that you can, not emojis, I'm sorry, little accessories to collect that you can put with those mini helmets that people collect and get signed and whatnot. So if you'd like to save 10% off your purchase at checkout, use code TFTG at checkout, just so you know that. That being said, Color, I do have to step away to go to work, though.
Alrighty. Any latest news real quick on any updates that you see coming across your blog?
The only thing is there's been more reports that supposedly Tyreek Hill slapped somebody across the back of the head is what is coming out, but I don't know how accurate that is. And the other part of it is the person that was slapped is not bringing or pressing any charges whatsoever. So if that's the case, then why is this even a freaking story? I'm going back to my thought that I said about 2 hours ago, Color, that Channel 10 or whatever channel it was that decided to make an article about this and even report this is dragging at straws trying to find content. That's really, I almost feel like this was just clickbait, bro, at this point. So there's been no comments. The NFL hasn't even commented.
Yeah, I'm looking at the latest. ESPN is now reporting, the same thing, because they haven't been, on it since, this all broke last night, basically. So everybody's just putting out the same stuff right now.
And it's if you read the article, it's so vague, bro. It's so vague.
Yeah, and none of the information is new right now. Even up to an hour, I think Deadspin just released an article, and everybody's just stating what we already know and using it as a jumping point to discuss Tyreek Hill's past. So that's what's going on right now, and I don't see that as news. to be honest with you. So it looks like everybody's just springboarding it to bring up Tyreek Hill's reputation and past. So it is what it is.
It could even be a money grab, Color. That you know how that shit works out.
Well, you know how it is. Also, it's this point of the off season. There's literally nothing to talk about. So
yeah,
that's
as far
they got to do something.
I forget who it was that said it, but as far as we know, somebody here, I think it was El Capitan or somebody said it 2 hours ago. As far as we know, the person that was slapped could be a Bills fan. They probably deserved it.
Right. And I mean, I'm not trying to take anything away. Look, I've already said what I needed to say last night and earlier about, at least in a Twitter space. I didn't go live with it, but at the same time, I'll repeat what I've said privately, or quasi privately. There's no excuse for laying your hands on another person in that situation, but we don't know the circumstances of how that happened. We only know that it's reported that he allegedly slapped somebody in the back of the head. If you want me to comment on what I think about an athlete and a celebrity basically slapping somebody in the back of the head, I think it's wrong. It's assault. That we don't know how that's the circumstances here. But yes, if that's what happened, then yes, there is absolutely no excuse to put your hands on somebody.
I agree with you, but in today's day and age, and what has happened to the world in the last 2 or 3 years, in regards to people getting sick and whatnot, I can understand if I'm let's say I'm worth money, let's say I'm $130 million wide receiver or a multi-billionaire or something, and that your money and all the money you're worth is all based on you being healthy. I don't want people touching me. So if there was some mistake made by an employee, and
that's the part of we don't know the circumstances.
Yeah, there's been some reports that like from certain people. I'm not gonna drop names or anything, but there was something that said that there was a misunderstanding and they got on the wrong boat, maybe, or something, and the employees were kind of like, hey, what are you doing here? You need to get off this boat or whatever. And you know how when they try to usher you off, they put their hand on your shoulder or their hand in, kind of on your back and trying to like push you out or whatever. If I'm worth money like that, I don't want nobody touching me. You understand? If I don't know you and you're not my family or let's say my agent or somebody I trust, get your hands off me personally. If I'm worth that, kind of money or whatever, let alone even me being an average person, I don't even want anybody touching me now, or get,
and to be honest with you,
so
until we see for ourselves with our own eyes the video and the nature of what happened, one man's definition of slap is different than another man's. You know what I mean? Like, what is a slap? Well, until we see the video, we don't know even what we're talking about when the word slap is
exactly
used.
It could be, how like you go up to your best friends and you like kind of like halfway slap them on the back of the head, like, you idiot.
Or in Ali's,
it could be something like that. Go ahead.
In Ali's scenario, if somebody's putting their hands on you and trying to usher you out of something and you don't want them, you may kind of do a motion to the back of somebody's head to throw them off of you, which could be construed as a slap. I mean, again, until we see the video ourselves,
and this
Batman's
right
correct
here,
there too. Until we see the video, we don't even know it was Tyreek.
Yeah, this is really important, people. This is the most important thing here, and I'll tell you why. It is important because you could be investigated or have an investigation that's being concluded, even though you're not the person that did the action. Because you are there, you are being investigated. So just because you're investigated doesn't mean he did anything wrong whatsoever.
And there's a difference between Tyreek Hill being investigated and the situation being investigated.
Exactly. And the other part of it is there's two things. One is one thing I should say. There's one thing. until there are charges brought, which they already said they're not going to bring any charges whatsoever. That's going around, that there's no charges been filed or anything. You are technically innocent till proven guilty, even after they do come. So until he's been proven guilty, I'm not going to create a negative opinion, or until this video comes out, I'm not going to create a negative opinion. I'm not going to say anything anymore about it based on what I've said, because we don't know anything. It's the most vaguest comment. I could say, you know, Color kicked something last night, and everyone would go and say, oh my God, Color kicked something. Call the police. You know what I mean? What did I specify? It could have been a pillow. It could have been accidentally you kicked your shoe across the room by accident. It's so vague. We don't know really what it is. You know what I mean?
My dog likes to walk right in front of me and stop.
Yeah.
For some reason. Done it his whole life. Aggravates the hell out of me.
My dog does the same exact thing. So
now let's say that happens while I'm walking him, right? And my foot, you know, kicks into him, and some other person is walking their dog and sees me kick my dog. Now they call somebody up and they're like, this guy just kicked his dog, man. But they have no idea the circumstances.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I'm not going to waste any more calories on this until I get something that's actually, you know, fact, you know, actually the evidence, like the video, if there's a TMZ video, because, you know, they get all that kind of stuff. I want to see that first, and then I'll comment further about it. But anyway,
and I don't want to. I'm not trying to argue or push back on what Mike Catania said about because I'm not in favor of excusing, you know, what would be assault if somebody like what I consider what Will Smith did. I consider that assault as well. You know, and Rock was in his complete right to press charges there. He chose not to. Here's the thing. In that state, wherever that was, I'm assuming it was California, being an award show that night. Was it California? I'm guessing.
I think it would be in either California or New York or Los Angeles.
There may be no imperative in that particular
state. It was the Oscars,
state.
by the way.
Right. There may be no imperative in that particular state for them to for the state to charge with anything. Whereas in Florida, sometimes they don't care if the victim presses charges or not. They'll find some reason for the state to do it on their own. And that could be what we're looking at here. It's not that, you know, it's the state saying, look, something happened here. Before anybody comes back 6 months from now with sour grapes saying, I didn't get the whatever.
Yeah.
We're going to investigate just what the hell happened here.
This is the last thing I'm going to say.
If there's anything we can get our fingers in on with prosecution. You know what I mean? It has nothing to do with the victim and what actually happened or Tyreek Hill's guilt or innocence or anything. They want to know what exactly happened.
And listen, yeah, that is how Florida is. And here's the last thing I'm going to say, because I really do have to go to work, Color. Somebody here, I think it was Sal, a Buffalo fan, wants to say, oh, you know, you guys have nothing to say that matters. It's the NFL that matters. Well, yeah, it is the NFL that matters, but I think the NFL has a lot more concerning issue to worry about more recently in the news. And before I say this, I'm not discounting if there was actual violence in you know, assault and stuff that was perpetrated. I'm just talking about, because we don't know, there's no video, no specifics, nothing that's been provided that has a leg to stand on. I can't put any merit to it or put any fire behind it until I have that information.
Certainly not to say that it's
the NFL, and this is basically where I'm going to go with this. The NFL does have fire and a merit to stand on and everything against what what was his name? Jack James, the corner out of New England did, you know, trying to bring two firearms onto the plane and not doing it the legal way that is perfectly legal that you're allowed to do, you know, without getting in trouble. I think that's a little bit more concerning, because we all know and admit that there is a gun issue with people frivolously using guns in ways that they should use it, you know, in this country.
And again,
so that's
we can
more
argue
of a concerning issue to the NFL, in my opinion, than something that we have no idea. They have no way to even comment about it until they even have the facts.
Right. And we can argue about whether this is, the legalities and all that, or how much information we're working with and all that. But the reality is, or I should say, maybe my opinion is that I don't think that the talk was about whether it's going to affect our season. And I don't think it's going to affect our season one iota. I think it's
100%. I'm right there with you, Color. But last but not least, make sure you hit like and subscribe. We'll talk more about it later.
Thank you, Ali.
Thumbs up, everybody.
See you later, and we will see you in the morning, of course. And have a great day, bud. Yeah, I mean, of course, where there's smoke, there's fire. But it's just a matter of whether that fire is really, burning anybody. And Michael K pointed out, as others have, that there's no way for them to have been sure that the Will Smith Chris Rock thing wasn't staged. So I can see why they wouldn't press charges there, why the state wouldn't press charges. All right, I think my Wi-Fi went out for just a second. Make sure, let me know if I'm all right, if I'm coming through all right, everybody. But Mike Catania said that California is that type of state as well, that would pick up charges on their own. But somebody else had said, pointed out another incident. Devontae Adams, slaps a guy on live television. Nothing come of that either. I mean, it would be pretty selective for the NFL to start giving Tyreek problems and the Miami Dolphin problems. But at the same time, there's been no shortage of what people think to be targeting towards the Miami Dolphins when it comes to punitive punishments. I mean, let's face it. I'm not one to tinfoil hat the whole everybody is out to get Miami and all that, but there is something to be said for that, and there is at least anecdotal evidence pointing to that kind of thing. And if they were to make things difficult for the Miami Dolphins right now over this, that would be another indicator, if you want to call it that. But let's put that aside right now. I guess I could open up a panel over it if you guys want to talk about that or even further things. We still got the running back talk to talk about. I mean, people are still interested in that for some reason. I think it's kind of a moot point at this point. We either do something or we don't. There's the D-Hop talk, whether anybody thinks that, it's needed or would improve us. But first thing I want to do is get into this PFF thing. Now, I'm reading it for the first time with you guys, and it's PFF 2023 NFL Receiving Corps rankings. Cincinnati Bengals take the top spot for the second year in a row, and I have a little bit of issue with that. I really do, because while they do give us credit by putting us at number 3, they put the Philadelphia Eagles above us, which you might argue could be neck and neck with us. But I just don't believe, based on the production from 2022, that I think that you could argue that the Bengals should be dropped to like around number 3, maybe have the Eagles and the Dolphins fight it out for 1 and 2, and we'll find out right now because I still have the my top 25 list of most productive wide receivers. And I just want to point out that let's just read what PFF has to say first about it. Now, obviously, they must be factoring in other things besides just production, like route running ability and all this other stuff, because they really, really get in the weeds on analyzing those details. How much separation on average did this or guy get? They're factoring all that stuff. They're so granular and comprehensive that I'm not going to argue with them when they're talking about wide receivers, who the best are. But there is a simple, it's easier to just say, okay, here's this many criteria is, and you get to a point where anything beyond that is just getting to a point where when do you stop adding criteria? When the result favors what you want it to favor? Again, it's very simple to find out who is the most productive wide receivers in the league. And I think that the exercise that I did to do that is perfectly sufficient to find out where everybody is at. So let's hear what they have to say. Then I'll pull up my list and we can kind of do some comparisons. I will drop the link here in a second, in case anybody does want to chop it up. I'm indifferent to whether you want to chop it up or not. If people really want to have a panel, that's fine. I'm not going to run it very long, and I probably won't bring like 10 people up or nothing, but we'll see what y'all want to do. Anyway, so for the Bengals, they say the Bengals were number 1 on our receiving core rankings last year and remain the top dog heading into 2023. Over the last 2 years, this wide receiving core ranks 3rd in receiving, 6th in receiving touchdowns, and 3rd in receiving yards. Now, these are by their metrics. Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and Tyler Boyd make the best receiver trio in the league, while Irv Smith Jr. and Joe Mixon give QB Joe Burrow pass-catching options beyond wide receiver. And that's fair to say, if they're talking about receiving core and including tight ends. That's also something I didn't do. One other thing I wanted to point out, the Bengals were one of the few teams that had 3 wide receivers in the top 42 that all got 60-plus receptions. The Miami Dolphins did not, and so I can see where that may edge them out. But in raw production, our 2 wide receivers still outproduced their 3. So it may be a moot point. We'll look at that. As per the Philadelphia Eagles, who take the 2nd spot, according to PFF, A.J. Brown's elite play put the Eagles high on this list on his own, but it's more than just him. Devonta Smith really took his game to another level, and then earning an 80-plus receiving grade, putting up over 1,300 yards, and then throw in Dallas Goedert, one of the best receiving tight ends in the league, who wasn't much lower than Travis Kelce in their grading system. Okay, that's fair too. Again, adding tight ends, hard to argue. Our tight ends were definitely lackluster last year. Good morning, Estefan. How you doing? Good morning, William Perry. I see you all in here. And then, of course, coming in at number 3, the Miami Dolphins. And they say, I couldn't put the Dolphins lower than number 3. Fair enough. Thank you. Due to Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle alone, as they form one of the best receiver partnerships in the NFL and could arguably be the league's hardest duo to game plan against every week. Those 2 are a major reason why the Dolphins wide receiver room earned the highest team receiving grade in the league last year. They lost tight end Mike Gesicki and wide receiver Trent Sherfield this offseason, but still have Cedric Wilson to bolster some depth beyond the top duo. And we brought in Salbert. We still got Durham Smythe with a 76 career % catch rate. We still got, we got pass catching backs. They're not saying all that, And then rounding out 4 and 5 would be the San Francisco 49ers and, oddly enough, the Seattle Seahawks. Interesting. DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett combined for 190 catches. Wow. So we'll see how they pan out now that they've added receiver Jackson Smith and Jigba. That should improve their chances even more. But let's just see where we're looking at on Color's list of most productive wide receivers in the league last year. Let me bring up my sticky note. Right there. So you had Justin Jefferson, of course, number 1, Tyreek Hill, number 2, and Jalen Waddle, number 10. The first showing of a Cincinnati wide receiver is at number 9. Let me pull this up for you all to see. So you can kind of jump the shark on me. Wait, not that one. That one right there. Oh no, you can't see that. Ooh, that was a little sneak preview. Although all of them haven't been logged in yet, so you're not going to get to find out who the top producing quarterback is until my show. But man, clip that and you'll see where it's heading towards. You'll get a good sneak preview. Anyway, wrong screen. I don't know why it's even showing that screen. All right, let's try this again. Okay, there we go. So as you can see, the first showing of a Cincinnati wide receiver isn't until number 9, Jamar Chase. And we already had that discussion about, hey, why are we able to compare Jalen Waddle to Jamar Chase when Jamar Chase is their number 1? You know, wouldn't it be more fair to compare him to Tyreek Hill, who sits at number 2? And then, of course, now, as I said, they have 3 wide receivers on the list. Fair enough. But so did the Chargers. Now, you got Jamar Chase at number 9. You got T. Higgins at number 18, most productive wide receiver. And then rounding that out, I think you do have another one on here. Where'd he go? So you got Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and I thought there was a third one on there. Did I give him credit when they shouldn't have gotten credit? Let's see. Right, Cincinnati, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins. Could have sworn they had a third one on this list. See, there you go. They didn't even have a third one in the top 42 of receivers that got 42. They got 60 receptions. So there you go. They don't edge out the Miami Dolphins because now you look at what the Dolphins receivers did. Tyreek Hill at number 2 and Jalen Waddle at number 10. I mean, you could argue with the Chargers, they got Keenan Allen at 25, Mike Williams at 27, and Josh Palmer at 35. Now look at the Eagles, right? Hey, A.J. Brown coming in, rocking for his team, repping at number 6. Right smack in between Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. But then you got no other receiver on this list. Oh, there, yeah. And you got Devonta Smith at number 8 in production. See, that's arguable now. You got 6 and 8 as opposed to 2 and 10. I would argue that 2 and 10 edges out 6 and 8, although you could look at 6 and 8 as more consistent a wide receiver room. Like they got 2 guys that are closer to each other in production. But in some areas, you could say the same thing about Waddle. Waddle got more touchdowns than Tyreek. But that's close right there. 6-8 versus 2-10. Given the level of Tyreek Hill's production and the level of Jalen Waddle's efficiency, I would have to put them above the Eagles. I would have to put them above A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith. But I would certainly put that Philadelphia tandem ahead of the Bengals. So where I would disagree with PFF is that simply that top three order. Because I would probably say, Miami Dolphins number 1, Philadelphia Eagles number 2, and Cincinnati Bengals number 3. That's based on what I see as their production levels for 2022. But again, I'm only factoring that on production. If you're factoring in all of the people that could potentially receive the football, then yeah, they've got us on tight end. We probably have them on running back, catching, and Cincinnati doesn't have a pass catching back, and their best tight end is Uzoma. So I guess I'd probably have to take a little bit of issue with the PFF ranking. However, great job. They're at least they're not trying to be disingenuous. I don't think. I certainly think they have a fair assessment. Obviously. So get over there to PFF. The article is written by. I wanted to thank the author, Trevor Sikema. It's actually a pretty decent article, but get over there and read the rest of it. Look at their assessments of the rest of the wide receiver tandems in the league. They got the Vikings at number 7, who have the top most productive wide receiver in the league last year. And they also had 3 wide receivers on the list, rounding out with KJ Osborne at number 42. Thielen was in the middle somewhere, maybe low 20s, and of course Justin Jefferson took the top spot. You could argue Minnesota should be a little higher, maybe higher than Dallas. But get over there, finish out the article, give credit where it's due. I don't want to read the man's whole article and take away from him. So get over there and find out what he says about the rest of the teams. Pretty interesting read, and appreciate the contribution, Trevor. That being said, I'm going to go ahead and drop the link and then just start chopping it up until whoever wants to come on. If nobody does, we're at the hour mark of coffee and a cup of color. I know we got started a little behind because this is the first time we've transitioned from top of the tailgate to coffee and a cup of color. So I haven't actually put in an hour yet, to be fair. But say hi to a couple of you in chat. I know you know me. I like to be pretty thorough with that. Bones, I see you in here, Bones. You can't sneak in. Good morning again to Level 2 Noob. Always bringing great contribution. Caesar Diaz, I see you, buddy. Yeah, and as I told Richard McLean earlier, Caesar, I would have to push back on TD if he thinks if he's Chicken Little on it. You know what I mean? It's not a matter of trying to play down because I like Tyreek or because I'm a Dolphin fan. I just really don't see this as a distraction that's going to carry to the season. I really don't. But of course, I'm working with very limited information. And hey, I don't know. Maybe TD knows people I don't know and knows stuff I don't know. But on the surface, I would push back on it being that big a deal. for those of you that think I can't disagree with TD, by the way, yes, I am egregiously taking my opportunity to do so. Love you, TD. There's nothing wrong with checking out. I'm a supporter, so I will always recommend TD. I'll always vouch for his character and stand behind him. I know he gets a lot of shade, but I would have to disagree. I don't think this is a huge issue at all. It could be. It is if, let's say, if stuff comes out and it's like, oh my God, look at that video. I get it. I'm reserving the right to assess it at that point in a fair way. Again, no excuse for assaulting somebody unless you feel your life is threatened. There is no reason to put your hands on another man or a woman, especially not a woman. But when you talk about Stephon Diggs don't want to play for your team anymore, that's a little bit more of an issue, in my opinion, to further Ali's point. I mean, it is what it is. So, Kenna asks, so you trust Tua without Hill for, let's say, 3 games? I don't know. I really think that it'd be tough. I'm not saying, but given progression, from Tua from last year to this year, I think there's ways we can find ways to win without Tyreek. It would require, like anything, it would require execution like it requires every game. We were able to win ball games when Tyreek wasn't here. So I'd like to believe that we'd be able to win ball games if he's not here now, given the improvements we've made other places. Now, come on, Dolphins fans. Batman asked me to drop the link. I dropped the link. And not a single Dolphin fan comes up here. And you all are forcing me into a situation that I really don't want to put myself into, okay? And then you're going to turn around and blame me for bringing this man up on a Dolphin panel when he's the only panelist. So I'd really like it if one of you all at least came up here before I brought who up. No offense, Michael K., but you can understand my position. Miss Finn says, give her 5 minutes. No, I don't even know. I mean, I don't necessarily need the attention per se. But, it was requested of me to drop it. I'm trying to get away from the whole melee panels this early in the morning, but anyway, and the clicks are nice if it brings clicks. I get it, but I'm not insulted if people don't join the panel. Kenna, thank God you saved me from bringing this guy up first, man. How you doing, Kenna?
I'm cool. How you doing yourself?
Oh, pretty good. Sir Alfred Ernest Ramsey says, Color, does adding D-Hop make it easier to go 3 games without Tyreek? Hey, it kind of does. It kind of would, wouldn't it?
Hey, I mean, look, them 3 games can mean a lot when it comes playoff time. On top of the blueprint being laid out in how to beat us with knocking them off the route, throwing off the timing. I mean, that could mean a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. That can be a problem, I suppose. But hey, you could always, if Tyreek goes out, you could always put Skyler in since he's got more rapport with the second receiver. Just kidding.
Hey, look, it's just the first 3, especially if it's the first 3 games. You know what I'm saying? The first 3 games, yo. And then, not to mention, our schedule was already tougher than last year, so-called. But, it just seemed like it could be a lot. It could be that. It could be we not make the playoffs because of that.
Well, at the same time, if it happens early on like that, at least we could throw caution to the wind and just extend our preseason and say, hey, maybe we'll steal one or two of them, even though we're treating them that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but this is from what everybody's saying, this is 11-12 game win team this year.
Oh, Kenna, you know me. You know my position on that, bro. They say that every single year, man. The media says it every single year. Yeah, every single year there's 2 or 3 9-8 teams in the playoffs.
You know what I mean? So I hope it's not the case. I really think it's just
I don't like the prospect of being one of those 9-8 teams in the playoffs, obviously.
Right.
But I don't think the season's a wash if we lose Tyreek for 3 games.
Good morning, fellas.
Good morning, Lewis.
What up, Lewis?
Hey, I was, what? Level 2 don't want me to bring Michael K up, but I was going to bring him up under the condition that Michael K offer an honest apology for the other day. What do you think?
I mean, that'll work.
Because we're about redemption. Or I don't think anybody's irredeemable, bro. I just don't live that way. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I mean, you heard me chopping it up with EN last night on the Twitter space, right?
Listen, I was there, Color. I thought it was great. I've said it before, and I'll keep saying it. And when we do things like this, whether it's on Twitter, YouTube, or wherever, in a bar, hell, when people are passionate, there's going to be fighting. There's going to be emotion. In that situation, that Color you just brought up, I think there was a lot of emotion, and I think we just moved past it.
Hey, I've said nasty things like that too. I've also stepped on Miss Pam's toes before too, and she's made it clear to me that I did, and I had to apologize and know my place. And it's not about knowing your place. I mean, we're all human, you know what I mean? But look, sometimes we men step on women's toes when we don't know we're doing it. You know what I mean? Or whatever. And it's not something that isn't irredeemable though. But so that being said, I don't mean to cut you off, Lewis, but that being said, I certainly ain't going to bring him up before, one of these great women in question in our community, Miss Finns.
1,000%.
And if she says he's redeemable, then I'll bring him up. What do you think, Miss Finns?
Hey, how you doing, guys? Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Is it clear?
Yeah, what's up? Good morning.
You're a representative of the feminine community.
Well, the ladies of football?
Yeah.
Yes, the Dolphin ladies. Okay.
Yeah.
To be honest with you guys, I don't know what happened. All I heard is when I clicked in, I guess no one's coming up here. So, and I instantly was like, give me 5 minutes. Because we support here the Finns Tailgate. I didn't get a chance to see you guys and say congratulations, gentlemen. So I just want to start out by that. Congrats to 5,000 subscribers.
Oh, thank you much.
That is so amazing. I'm so happy for you guys.
Every bit as helpful and responsible for that as anybody else is in this community. So we
you guys
just as much.
You guys absolutely deserve it. Literally one of the, I don't want to say pillars of the community, but you guys are one of the necessary avenues for fans like us to really express ourselves and our frustrations and things like that. Again, congratulations.
Yeah, we've already got 26 more subscribers since we hit 5,000. You guys are rocking, man. Keep it going.
Exactly. So keep it going. Keep doing what you're doing because obviously we need it as a fan base, and I'm just glad to be here.
So, William, good morning, buddy. William,
what's up, buddy? How you doing this morning?
So far, you are the last Dolphin fan that gets word before Michael K comes up.
I want to talk about this, the Tyreek Hill missing the 3 games.
Hey, well, if you're going to do that, let's. If we're going to go down that road, I want to make sure we devote the time to that. So just hold off on that for a second. I want to get Shake. Obviously popped up to say something, and now we lost Michael K. See, he ain't letting me patronize him like that now.
Good riddance anyway. No, I'm just
Hey, good morning,
Michael
guys.
K,
Good
man.
morning
You
to
know I'm just,
everybody, though.
you know I got to do what I got to do, Michael K. Come on, man. Come back. Anyway, I ain't gonna beg though. Go ahead, Shake.
No, I came in because I hadn't made the thumbnail for tonight's episode of the Smoke Lounge, episode 2 with myself and Lewis. I haven't. I have a few guests in mind. I haven't confirmed them, so I'm not gonna really say who they are, but you'll see.
Awesome, awesome. How? Oh, by the way, how was that discussion with? I fell asleep and didn't get all the way through it. I was freaking tired last night, but how was that discussion with MCJB, man? I noticed you had MCJB in the blender last night.
It was funny. It was funny because when we did the Ultimate Team, he was frustrated about he didn't know any linebackers. It's a must watch to get him off.
I knew you had it in you, Michael K. I knew you were probably just had connection issues, man. Good morning.
No, actually, no. I'm not going to apologize. I have nothing to apologize for.
All right.
That's and you know what? I would never, and I'm going to tell you right now, I would never disrespect Miss Fins because she doesn't disrespect people either. So you can't hide behind the shield of, oh, you got to respect a woman when they're screaming for equal rights.
Fair enough.
So therefore, if you don't disrespect me, I don't disrespect you. Bottom line.
Well, where would
Hey, Michael K. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Miss Fins.
The one question I would have for you then, Michael K., because I was, I wasn't on the panel, but I was damn sure listening. Where was the disrespect from Miss Pam, in your opinion?
Well, it's the minute that I typed something in the room she didn't like, she automatically demanded respect. You know what? I'm not the feelings police, and nobody else is either. So if you want to insert yourself into a certain situation, there's no special treatment.
And I get that, and I agree with you 100%. But if she typed something in the chat, just going again, how many times do me and you kind of go back and forth in the chat, or me and Mark, or me and Sal, or anybody else for that matter? But it's in debate. It's not disrespect. So again, I don't think what you just illustrated was any form of disrespect. In my opinion.
You're right. And I say things that aren't necessarily true. However, and everybody knows this in society, and everybody knows this in the real world. If somebody says something without the knowledge of it being true, and it is, it hurts a lot more, doesn't it?
Well,
yes or no? Yes or no?
I would say yes, but I mean,
so
if you're talking again, if we're gonna get into it, let's get into it. To say that she's an alcoholic, though, that you don't have no proof in that. That's your opinion, but you don't have. So like you said, the truth hurts. You don't know if that's the truth. That's just your opinion. But that you don't, your statement is kind of talking out of both sides of your ass, in my opinion.
Right. So hold on. So a few weeks ago, I was hammered on a Saturday night. How many times have I got on that panel and I was drunk? In the last year that I've been coming into the Fins Tailgate, how many times have I got on the panel and I was drunk? Like, without question, absolutely hammered. How many times?
Besides that one night, I would say, at least for me, I haven't seen any.
Right. So, but you threw my face, and I was up there drunk. You know what I mean? I didn't get offended. I admit it. I was hammered. But I tell Shake Money all the time, "What are you drinking? Where do you come up with this stuff? Is it the alcohol?" I said, "Does Shake Money get upset about it?" No, because that's how I say things.
Yeah, but and the one thing I would say, and again, I get what you're saying about the equal rights and stuff, and I get it. That's a whole different conversation. What I'm saying is, and I just think that you should, again, if you want to be the bigger person, Michael K., which I think you can do it, right?
I definitely can do it.
Well, exactly. So if the woman has already told you that she doesn't like that kind of stuff, no one's telling you not to go at her. Just, in my opinion, you shouldn't say those kind of things that are crossing the line to her. Go at her.
All right, Lewis, hold on a minute. Hold on. You know what? You said it. So, all right, so she doesn't like me saying that. So, all right, you know what? As a man, I don't say it. So I say another thing. Well, she doesn't like me saying that. So now I can't say that either. Sooner or later, I can't say anything.
No, but Michael K., but as a man myself who's been called a crackhead by people that are glad-handed by others in this community, you know, I just wish we could all stop going to those places. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And if we have gone to those places, I think it is proper to apologize. And that's just my opinion. I'm not trying to say that disagree with your position on you know, the current state of affairs in our society and all that. I get it. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I'm taking sex off of it or gender off of it because people have come at me that way, and I've made it clear to people that we are to not do that around these parts. You know what I mean? Not to go to those levels.
Right,
So
you know,
that's why I have to be how I am right now. You see what I'm saying? Because I'd be a hypocrite otherwise.
Okay, well, then I will apologize to Pam. I'm not going to call her Miss Pam because I think that's disrespectful.
Fair enough. Hey.
You know, I'll call Miss Fins because that's her screen name. But all these people,
that's like requiring you to be polite to somebody else. We're not going to require that around here. You know what I mean? But we do require people to, you know, remember that we're all human. And when it gets to those levels, you don't know what, you know, like in my case, like people don't realize I've, you know, the effect that stuff's had on my family. When they're calling me a crackhead simply because they disagree with my football take. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, you know what? And I do understand that. And I do understand that, and that really sucks. However,
you know, I also have Mark constantly telling me, you know, basically that I'm a lazy pothead.
Well, let me ask you, and you know what? And I'll
telling me I need to go to the welfare line because I don't have a job.
Well, I'll be honest. I've talked to people in this room personally on the telephone. I'm not going to say who. I'm not going to say who I've talked to, but I talked to people. You know what? And a lot of the portrayal that they put out there isn't exactly true. Not from talking to them personally on the phone. It's almost like a character that they're playing. Because I really want to believe that Lewis could actually go through a whole day in society without screaming and yelling.
Oh, I'm sure he does.
You know what I mean? That's his character, though. You know, he might not. Go ahead, Lewis.
I've went on panels without screaming and yelling. I'm just not going to deal with the nonsense. And when people it's funny when people say, "Well, Lewis is a yeller." Well, don't we notice when other people start yelling though? What am I supposed to do? See, I've never been raised.
Well, that's like the whole thing. Who did I time out?
If you raise your voice at me, I'm definitely going to raise my voice back.
Who did I give a 10-minute timeout for yelling last week? Oh, Crypto, because he was yelling for no reason. You know, and there is no reason for it. I mean, I might be talking loud right now. I got my earbuds and I don't know.
Well, wait a minute, though. That's Crypto's reason for living, though, bro. Is yelling.
Well, what I'm saying,
start yelling at you, Mike.
You can. Who's that? Is that JC?
Yeah.
Oh,
Crypto hasn't woken up yet. I haven't seen him in chat.
Hey, good morning, JC.
Amicus is probably dead or getting divorced. One of the two. Or he's sitting in a jail cell next to Tyreek.
Well, bro, you know, it is what it is. There are people in our community that would rather see us never ever let you talk on our panels again. And you know we're never going to go that way. You know we're never going to get to that point. And so do the people that call for that know that. They call for it because that's their freedom of expression and that's what they want to get off their chest. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
But
then you got somebody
in that regard though, I have to also look at it like if there's people that feel that way, there's also people that really kind of like you, bro, and want to see you around here and whatever else, if not just to use you as a court jester.
And which is fine, which, you know what,
I see what I'm saying. So, but
absolutely.
That's the only reason I'm trying to, find some redeemability in certain people's eyes in our community for you, bro. That's all I'm trying to do.
Well, I mean, I could walk away, no problem, and I could go donate all my super chats to somebody that's crocheting.
I don't want people to think it has anything to do with all that, okay? But it does have to do with the fact that we do value your contribution.
Well, you know, and I try to bring
your abstract contribution, not necessarily financial. You know what I mean? Like,
no, absolutely. But I also like the fact that I
it's
can get
fun
under
to have
like
a
level
Buffalo
2.
Bills fan that can take a little bit. You know, it's fun to have that guy to poke around at here.
I agree, and I enjoy it too. But you get somebody like level 2 noob who'll whine and cry and bitch and moan because people let me up here, but he does nothing about it. Like Stephen D's thing, he'll sit there and use his little Hitler moderatorship, and just keep timing me out because he thinks he's fun.
Easy on the H word, man. It's YouTube, bro.
Well, the one question I would have, and I see Michael K's up here, JC, and I believe there was another Bills fan in the back.
JC is here. There is another Bills fan in the back, but I don't even know what to do about that one, bro.
Well, the one question I would have, again, that's fine. You guys want to come around, but this is what I was kind of trying to ask you, Michael K, in the chat. Where are all the Buffalo Bills content creators at? Why are you guys always roaming around here?
They don't do open panels.
But
they don't do panel shows.
But you guys don't even be in the chats over there, though.
Yeah, you watch Bills fanatics and all these guys.
Lewis, I get blocked out every single one of them because I don't agree with what they're trying to push.
I know the reason why. I know the reason why, guys. It's because Buffalo Bills fans acknowledge that Miami Dolphins content creators are the greatest of all time. And because of that, they feel comfortable coming over here. That's why.
Well, Miss Finn,
let's all take a bow.
And Miss Finn and Color,
I love Miss Finn.
That's what I was trying to illustrate. If you guys are going to come around every day, then you should show a little bit more appreciation just come out. And I think Color said it best earlier before we even brought you guys up here, right? Just acknowledge us of being the best. Acknowledge us, give us our praise. Because, bro, I'm sorry, when I watch a guy like Dan Mitchell, and again, if this is what we're going to do and we allow you guys to come up here and patronize us, well, let me start throwing some firing shots back. When I watch a guy like Dan Mitchell, the only reason, in my opinion, that he's successful is because a Dolphin fan carries his panel, right? Like,
well, let me tell you, Lewis.
Why are you guys so comfortable to come over here? But it's people like and the likes, they all suck. You see what
I think I got to answer.
We're not fans of Dan Mitchell.
You know how over here in the Dolphin community that we were trying to stop 2 and 9 for really just flooding this fan base and pushing out everyone. I think a lot of the fan base over there is just Josh Allen 9, and they'll flood everybody out. And anytime you say anything that anything to do that go against Josh Allen, they don't care for you, and they just push you out of the community.
Thinking the same thing, Kenna. I was thinking the same thing.
I didn't hear a word he said. Can you? Because
he's basically saying that the Bills fans, the Alleneers, successfully socialized everybody in your fan base, and that there is no speaking out against the team and the quarterback and all this. So that's why you guys get kicked off their communities, because you guys are vocal about certain things that they you understand what I'm saying? They don't recognize you.
Well, let me tell you something, because Lewis brought the idiot up, and Dan Mitchell, without a doubt, is the worst content creator on YouTube, hands down.
I would,
and it doesn't matter. You would agree?
Yeah, I said I do agree with you, Michael K.
Absolutely. I am creating. You know why I have all these YouTube names? Because every time I go on there and push back just a little about how unintelligent he is about football, he blocks me. But then in his very next sentence, he'll sit there and say he can chirp with the best of them, but he can't chirp with me. So now if you go to his TikTok, and in the last maybe 5 or 6 TikToks that he's made, my screen name is up there, and he actually called me a stalker, and he said if I disappear, this is the first place that you need to look, is because of me.
That means you're winning, bro.
Oh, I know I'm winning. But he can't do it. So I'll needle him as much as I possibly can. And you know what? I would much rather take all my extra time that I have and go there and just hammer him, because he is an embarrassment to Bills fans everywhere.
Well, let me ask you this then.
But you know what? Hold on. Let me say something real quick. That's one of the reasons I like Michael K. As he needles me and I needle him right back.
Okay, real quick, guys. Shake and Lewis, before it gets too far. This is democracy in action right here, guys. We've got 3 Finn's Tailgate hosts on the panel.
Oh boy.
That means there'll be no tie. Do I bring Mark up? Yes or no, Lewis?
Oh man, I got a text from the reason I think Color you dropped the link is because Batman asked you to drop it. I got a text from Batman saying he was coming up.
Oh, we've only got 9 spots, right? So, but I mean, I just wanted to be democratic.
You guys could bring him up for me.
Because I don't want anybody to be said that one of us made a singular decision to bring him up. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm going to jump up for Mark.
Well, no, I went long-winded. I would say bring Mark up, and then if a Dolphin guy comes in the back, we just move one of the Buffalo Bill fans.
How about you, Shake, and I'll be a potential tiebreaker.
Oh no, I think when he goes on a pissy rant, he's adorable. So yeah, bring him up.
Okay, so that's already 2 votes. So that's already the majority. Alrighty.
All right, hey, Color, can I add something too?
Sure.
You know what? If there's no room, if level 2 noob wants to get off his wallet and time me out, I would be more than accepting of that.
Oh my God.
Sounds like an invite, noob. Anyway, before I bring Mark up, we got to get Batman up here because he's the one that started this whole damn panel. What's up, Batman?
Happy Thanksgiving, Batman.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
We can hear you.
Yeah, you're good,
Happy
Batman.
Thanksgiving, man. Happy pre-Thanksgiving 2023. What's up, Color? What's up, everybody?
What's up, man?
What's going on?
So, real quick, Batman, what Mark wanted to come up for was to actually crap on us about the Tyreek thing. So, and I think you wanted to probably make a comment about that whole thing anyway. So what do you say, bro? You want me to bring him up now? Because you know he's going to crap all over it. So we're going to need somebody with some energy to put him right down. You know what I mean?
Well, I got the ammunition. I don't know.
Oh, I know Lewis has the energy. I just want to make sure Batman might be able to parlay what he was going to say about Tyreek at this killing 2 birds with 1 stone while at the same time refuting whatever nonsense Mark's about to spew about our team.
So I'll just say this. Like, we don't know that, like you said earlier with Ali, we don't know the facts yet. Like I said, shout out to the Dolphins realtor. He was talking about it yesterday on Twitter. He put it out. We don't know if it was actually Tyreek that hit somebody. It could have been somebody in his party. It could have been just a misunderstanding. And, of course, they're going to tie it to Tyreek because somebody's trying to make some money out of it. So, at the end of the day, let's wait for the evidence to come out. But people are making something out of nothing. And for Mark to come out here, Mark is just trying to grab onto something because it's a sinking boat. And he knows it. The Buffalo Bills are a sinking boat at this point. Everybody knows it. And Michael K knows it. That's why they're still holding on to whatever glory they have stuck to the AFC East.
Agreed 1,000%.
I can't.
And to be contrary to what your opinion is, I'm also of the belief that we have no idea what's going on with the Tyreek Hill situation. What I did want to do, though, is simply come back and say how you folks excoriated Matt Ariza when the Bills drafted him and made nothing but negative, snotty.
Mark, hold on a minute. Hold on, Mark. It wasn't just Dolphin fans. It was the NFL as a whole, including the Bills.
The entire league.
And I take exception to the being included in that group of people because I made it clear that there was no reason to say anything yet. And I've actually excoriated the Buffalo Bills organization for missing it both times. First of all, missing the incident to begin with and drafting him, and then holding him responsible for it by firing him before the information even comes out.
That's the thing. That's the thing right there. Everybody did it, and I was sitting back. I said the same thing as Colin. I said, I don't know if we even should be holding judgment to this right this second because we know nothing about college kids and what's going on.
I ain't even heard an apology come from the Buffalo Bills yet.
The entire NFL and the entire fan base of the NFL needs to apologize to Matt Ariza. The entirety of I was everyone. Specifically talking about the comments that were made in the Dolphins webpage. I understand the rest of the NFL and everybody else, but my point that I'm going to agree with Batman on is we don't know what's going on in the Tyreek Hill situation. We don't know what it is. We do know that because of the NFL being the NFL, they will investigate. And if there's any video footage of anything, there could be an issue. Is there going to be an issue? Nobody knows.
Coming from a place that has a bunch of charter boats everywhere and having stuff like this happen before, I can tell you that if they mistakenly walked on the wrong boat or got on the boat, they just didn't know. And then you've got deckhands that like to talk shit to people, and that's probably what happened. And you're going to talk to somebody sideways,
Excuse me,
not
but it
anybody's
doesn't
going to
make
be
any
talking.
difference. Excuse me, it doesn't make any difference between. It makes a huge difference between a regular Joe and Tyreek Hill, because as an
I know,
NFL
only
player,
because he's under the
you are held. Excuse me, I'm not finished.
Yeah,
Don't
but
be
like
rude.
what you're saying doesn't even make sense. Because
It does make
everybody,
sense. It does
everybody
make
has
sense.
their. Hold on, stop.
Oh, good
Everybody
God.
has their opinion. Has feelings, and sometimes whenever these things go off the rails like that, like your emotions take the best of you. Everybody has that. Not just because you're an NFL player, yes, you're held to it, or an NBA player or an NHL player, you're held to a higher standard because of the badge.
Or a Hollywood comedian. Yeah,
Yes, exactly.
You're held to a higher standard, and the average Joe doesn't have a personal conduct policy.
Yeah,
that's part of their particular existence. So Tyreek Hill has to act better. Every NFL player has to act better than everybody else. They can't go take something that an average Joe would take and get into a confrontation. You have to live to a higher standard, and you have to remember who you are.
But Mark, let me ask you a question.
That's the point I'm addressing.
We don't know that you said it when you came in. You don't know the details, right? So what happens?
No, nobody knows the details. What I'm saying is,
we don't even know if he laid his hands himself on the guy, let alone let's say.
Then why is he being okay? Then why is he being investigated? Not somebody.
Okay, hold on. See, you just did it right there, Mark. There is no way to know whether he is being investigated or whether the situation is being investigated.
Exactly.
Well,
the media
stated that he is being investigated.
The media likes to play word games.
All right, hold on.
The media likes to play word games.
Well, if he's part of the situation, this is what they mean by word games. If he's part of the situation that happened and they're investigating the situation, then by 6 degrees from Sunday, you can say Tyreek's being investigated. That's not fair to say that. That's word games.
And Kohler, let me ask
Let me make a point. The Cincinnati Bengals player who just before the divisional round got arrested for a gun incident. Joe Mixon. Alvin Kamara on video puts a dude in the hospital, breaks his orbital bone. The NFL they've done zero to these two players.
Exactly.
Only because there's still an investigation or a case ongoing. The NFL will not step in until the disposition of that case with the legal ramifications is over with.
Yeah, maybe the Miami-Dade police is doing Tyreek a favor by opening an investigation.
Yeah, and it very well possibly could be.
What happened with Joe Mixon? You guys remember?
Yeah, maybe they are just like getting ahead of the situation, so it doesn't look like we're gonna name Tyreek as being here because he was here, and before TMZ or any other media outlet gets in there, we're gonna just go ahead and say we're investigating this just in case, so he doesn't get thrown under the bus for the whole thing.
Well, the Miami-Dade police does have a certain amount of diligence and responsibility there. Given that Florida likes to sniff out things to prosecute for, they're going to try to find. So that's what I mean by investigating the situation. They know this whole incident happened. They don't know what the details are of it, and they want to find out what those details are because they might find out in the video that some dude that don't have anything to do with it was defecating on the street, and they'll go charge him with a crime. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Like the Joe Mixon situation.
Hey, Carla, I gotta tell you.
In the front, that
it's a non-issue.
Something happened. Remember when Joe Mixon had the incident with in front of his house, and then when the headlines came out that apparently he hit a kid in his front yard, and then it ended up being that it wasn't even him. Like it might be somebody else. Again, we don't know the evidence yet. We don't know, but everybody accused
Hey,
Joe Mixon
it might
of
be
hitting
just
a kid.
another. It
Yeah, I
might be
want
a
to
guy
real
that
quick, guys.
looks
I want to
like
give a
Tyreek
chance
Hill.
for Mr. Chasen to get a point in too. He's been waiting patiently. Go ahead, sir.
Oh yes, really, because I just heard about the situation of Tarek Hill, because at first he was reported to get an argument with the employee of the charter company, and this is to say because the Miami-Dade police did not immediately respond to email requests by comment. So there was so that was an under investigation because he was allegedly hitting a man, according for those media. Because I don't know, it's gonna be like on the minor or major report, but some of the social media editors say that they need to be suspended because I'm like hitting for only just one man. Because I know this under investigation, but I hope this is gonna say like if it's a minor issue or it's gonna be a major issue, but that is a see that is under investigation, and I don't know why this is going to happen because they have the situation whether that happens with the representatives in the NFL. If he's going to be suspended like in the like for
He's
like
not.
4 games, or like it just what happened for the Sean Watson, I don't know.
No,
This sounds
hell,
like really complicated.
See, now
he's
you got to
not.
look at it
Real
this way.
quick, before you guys answer that, NFL is lit says even if something did happen, Tyreek wouldn't get penalized until the mid of the season to next season, and that's what I mean. That's what I mean by the PD doing a favor by him a favor by opening an investigation because the NFL ain't gonna move on it.
This is a non-issue. Everybody wants to make this seem like it's something it's not. I wish
This
I
is
could
making
say
a mountain out
something.
of a molehill. This is the dumbest thing ever.
I wish I could even just tell you guys bro. It's a non-issue.
But
Trust
we
me
say
when I
that,
tell you.
but we also say that with the respect that a person putting their hands on somebody else for an affair, for a non defense reason is a big deal. We don't want to understate that. We're saying that
absolutely.
With as little information as we're working on for this incident is a non-issue. It's not a non-issue if for an assault to happen. You know what I mean?
Well, number one, now here's the big one. Number one, you don't know if, let's say he gets charged. You don't know if he's going to get charged as a misdemeanor or a felony.
He won't even be charged. Mark is what, or Mike.
Well, generally, Mark. Well, generally, Michael, the state of Florida usually doesn't pick up misdemeanors on their own without a victim wanting to press. But they will pick up a felony if they find reason to prosecute for a felony. They will do that on their own, no matter what the victim wants.
Correct, but now you got to go one step further. If this dude that he hit allegedly, if this mate that he allegedly hit was an employee of the charter boat, and it happened inside the marina's property, well, now the marina opens itself up to a lawsuit too, just for the fact of where it happened. So my guess is, if anything, the marina with its surveillance cameras and all their cameras to make sure theft and nefarious shit doesn't start happening, they may have turned that videotape over, if there is one, to cover their own ass.
Exactly. And also they can.
That's a good point right there. My thing is the guy said he didn't want to press charges. So this leads to one of two conclusions. At the moment, this leads to one of two conclusions. If there's a videotape, then there obviously is going to show him doing something, right? And that's why he's saying, I don't want to press these charges, right? Or he probably said something to these guys that infuriated somebody so bad that they got smacked in the back of the head.
That doesn't make it okay.
I don't care if it made it okay. Everybody's human.
Right. Words don't make it okay, though.
I'm sorry. If you say something to me like about my daughter or something, that's all the way out of line, I'm probably going to smack you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But does it make it right?
Right. It doesn't make it right. But it's just more
it does.
It's just more about.
Court ain't going to see it that way. It makes it right in your mind.
We got to be careful. Again, this is where I want to come in as the host and just make sure everybody's careful in seeing the difference between actual court and the court of public opinion. What William Perry is, or I think it was William that was stating that. But regardless, if your thought is of the position that everybody's human and this kind of thing, have people react this way, it doesn't make it right, but makes it understandable. That's the court of public opinion, and that's okay to have that opinion. But we have to recognize the difference between the court of law and the court of public opinion.
All right. I'll give y'all an example. I'll give you an example in just a second. As soon as you finish with your conspiracy.
I got a conspiracy. I think Dalvin Cook was on that boat, and he reported this info to the authorities because he wants the Dolphins to step up their offense. That's my conspiracy.
All right. So I was in traffic court a few months ago, and there was a domestic violence case going on where a dude attacked another dude at his work. But when the judge got to the text messages from the guy that got the shit beat out of him, there was all this horrible, slanderous shit saying how he fucked his wife and all that shit. You know what the judge did? Threw that shit out. Because you enticed a guy to
that doesn't mean that the judge was operating in accordance of the law. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
I'm just saying,
judges have that leeway in some courts. You know what I mean? So I'm just pointing out that where it was more matter.
About it is, I knew
William, real quick, where your point would come into play more would be in sentencing of a given crime. You know what I mean? Like a judge will say, look, you beat the crap out of him. You definitely are guilty of doing that. I could give you 20 years or I could give you probation. Well, given the text messages that were sent to you before you beat the crap out of him, I'm only going to give you probation.
Yeah.
Now, William, let's take that one step further. So said dude who was getting all these texts goes to the guy,
the people involved.
All right, he goes to the job. He goes to the job, and the guy that was sending the text actually he performs the first violent act or threat of violence. So it's the other dude just beats the ever living shit out of him.
Yeah.
So maybe that was the case where a witness said no. The guy that got
this is the thing. This is the thing about the First Amendment.
Saying.
There are no needling laws. Okay, this is if you've ever seen the movie Hateful Eight, where this gunslinger has a personal problem with this other guy in the house, and he just starts needling him and needling him and needling him until the guy finally draws his gun on him, and right then and there, hey, self-defense, he drew faster and shot the guy. That's how it was in the 1800s, and technically still is. You know what I mean? We have a First Amendment right. We don't have a right to kill somebody. Well, and while it's unfortunate that somebody can manipulate the First Amendment that way and the Second Amendment, that's watch your mouth. You know what I mean?
See, now
Carter, I had to speak up because I know there is a lot of persons who want to know their opinion, but I just wanted to tell for the situation about Tyreek Hill. Even though they're gonna investigate about the video footage of what he did or what he did not, but I don't think this is gonna be like the really about it for the decision of the NFL, because they need to worry about the NFL actually like independently and not having the potential charts. But they would say there was like barely like the misdemeanor that is not gonna present on the charts or sort of the police. I mean, what is this gonna happen like this? Because if they had it under investigation about the see for the video footage about if he did it or he did not, but we had to see that the worry about it has gonna have the press charges or not. But I don't think it's gonna be difficult for
right. Well, it comes down in that case. It would get real quick, Miss Fins. I just wanted to say to that as J.R. Black pointed out, that's it may just come down to an NFL conduct policy, and they can act on it on their own. Go ahead, Miss Fins.
Yeah.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, Batman.
Morning.
Batman. How you doing, gentlemen? So one thing that I think people might not be noticing either too is when did it actually happen? Did it happen right at the beginning of when they got there, at the end, in the middle? And honestly, the main reason why they're investigating, besides whether a tape was, submitted to the authorities, is because Tyreek is a um I don't want to say
High
high
profile
value,
athlete. High
but
profile
he is
athlete.
High
he
profile, yeah.
exactly, he's an athlete, so somebody's gonna mention it. It's not gonna stay under wraps. But another thing too, it's they're gonna take a look at the entirety of the event. If it happened at the beginning, did anything else happen at the towards the entire trip? Did it happen at the end? A bunch of things they're gonna check. Personally, I think they're fine. If the guy already doesn't want to say anything, doesn't want to press charges, they
As of now.
probably won't. Maybe someone else, the lawyers, they're somebody's gonna
I
get
mean,
in his
look,
ear. You could
yeah,
still, you could still
right,
get
Miss
money, blah
Fins.
blah blah. But
Look, Miss Fins. To your point, Tyreek could have very well already have apologized to the guy in only a way that a $30 million athlete can apologize to a person. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And his lawyer
And
was
that may
there.
be
oh, of
why the
course.
guy's not
Absolutely.
pressing charges. You know?
I mean,
1000%.
it's especially too. I mean, you have to also understand. Maybe the guy's like a super fan too. He's like, man, you know what, Tyree? No, he probably mentioned to his boss
Maybe
like
he
this
just
is
wants to meet Tua.
annoying or whatever, but he doesn't. He might not even want to be in
Well,
the
what I
media
mean is
either.
maybe Tyreek did slip and immediately check himself, feel bad about it, and apologize to the guy. And if you're
And made
talking
it
about a
better.
guy like
Absolutely.
Tyreek apologizing, hey, I can
Hmm.
find many ways to make a guy happy if I need to
Right.
apologize
He's like, I
if
could
I'm a
do a
$30
meet and
million
greet.
athlete.
I could do a
One-
meet and
Guys,
greet with
this could have
1000%.
Tua.
been
He probably
resolved
told him.
already, and we're just getting the aftermath. If we're gonna be
Well,
honest, like,
Hey,
well,
Batman, there's better ways to meet Tua, like hanging out at the closest MRI or CAT scan machine.
Oh
Wow.
I
my
mean,
God.
yeah.
Really?
Listen, I get it. Hey,
Oh,
Michael K. Hey,
hey, my gosh.
listen, real quick. I'm gonna get
that's
up
why
out of
level
here.
2 noob hates your ass, bro. I'm just being
Oh
fair.
my god! Oh my
Look,
god!
But that
listen,
was
real quick.
funny.
Hold on, Michael K. Because I got a question and it's off topic. And when I get out of here, you guys want to keep talking about this Tyreek non-issue. Be my guest. But I do have a question, and I wanted Mark to be up here actually when I asked it, because I'm gonna get out of here. And I know it's changing subject. But Mark or Michael K, you were in the chat earlier telling me watch the Pat McAfee show, right? And
Yeah.
so I'm assuming you watched that show. It's funny to me how a lot of Buffalo Bill fans have came up here when I bring up or I express the concerns of why I believe the Buffalo Bills are going to be taking a step back this year about losing Leslie Frazier, losing Tremaine Edmonds, losing, the infighting what's going on. Did you happen to see, what's his name, Joe Lombardi or Mike Lombardi? He was on
Mike
that Pat
Lombardi,
McAfee.
yeah, last week he came on.
Yeah,
And
Mike Lombardi said, "Hey,
he said that with the 13-second call that Tyreek, we all know what happened there. It wasn't Leslie Frazier. You guys are the ones that told us Dolphin fans that Leslie Frazier was the root of the defense. He was the cause of the problems and stuff. But this guy's are saying that your head coach that will be calling the defense for you guys this year was the reason. He was the one calling the plays with the last 13 seconds. And that's where the infighting started. So how is it that you guys tell me that I'm wrong and I don't know nothing, right? But a guy that's informed and a guy that's in the national media comes out and tells us something different. Can you guys explain that to me? And I'll just fall back and listen.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know, because I don't know if it was ever actually brought out that McDermott took over the play call in 13 seconds, and that was in 2020, and the infighting just started the last game of last year, which was 2022. So that's 2 years.
Well, no.
I don't know.
Supposedly, Michael Lombardi said, and I quote on the Pat McAfee show, that he has known for a fact that Coach Mike McDermott or Coach McDermott was the one calling the defense with the last 13 seconds, and that's where him and Leslie Frazier, everybody basically knew in the Buffalo Bills organization that Leslie Frazier's last year was going to be last year, because the infighting between those two gentlemen, that's what started it. Leslie Frazier and the infighting. Again, supposedly from things that I've heard and been reading up on, right? there was players that were pissed off that Leslie Frazier wasn't going to be coming back, right? So I think that what we're seeing in Buffalo, besides the regression that Color points out about Josh Allen, the new Carson Wentz, right? I think losing a guy like Leslie Frazier that the players must have loved and obviously respected, right? The infighting is in place. You see what I'm saying? Like, how do you guys come over that? Because, again, I know the Tyreek Hill situation is a big topic, right? It just happened yesterday.
Right.
But I'm more concerned of why the Bills are going to finish maybe third or fourth in this division. It's not even close. Like,
It's the Madden cover.
By the way, Lewis, a minute ago, all I could picture was Lewis in a Navy uniform at the JAG courtroom. Can you explain that? Like, that's all I picture right there, bro. Can you explain that?
Hey, I'm trying. Yeah, can you explain that for me? Because again, Color, you know it. The Bills fans come up here and they gave every excuse in the book. Well, Leslie Frazier was the problem, this and that, and they make all these excuses, right? But the fact of the matter is, when Leslie Frazier took over that defense, they became a top 5 defense. He's not in the building no more, and it seems to me like certain players are conflicted with that. They didn't want that to happen. I think Coach McDermott is on the hot seat. I do see the Buffalo Bills struggling, and I think that as long as they're winning games, yeah, you might see the peaches and cream roses, right? It might smell like roses in the building. But let Buffalo go on a 2-game slide and see what happens. See if all those rumors and infighting and the pointing fingers and no, it's this guy, no, it's this guy. That's what we're going to start seeing. The collapse
only peaches and cream I know about are in my medicine jar.
Oh, okay.
You know, I don't know what happened, Lewis. Obviously, I'm not part of the team. I support the team. I don't have any of the.
Did you hear that interview? Did you hear that interview, though, Michael K? Do you know what I'm talking about Joe Lombardi?
Yeah, and he said McDermott. And that you would think that would have been leaked a lot sooner than last week. So I don't know, but as far as Frazier going, let me ask you this: you yourself said they brought Frazier in. The Bills were a top 5 defense for the last 6 years. Why would the Bills, if the Bills actually fired him, why would the Bills do it the day before the combine when they could have used his knowledge at the combine to decide who they wanted to put on top of the draft board? That's the only reason I have pushed back and saying,
because it's the Bills.
Well, yeah, that's the only reason I would push back and say that Frazier did it on his own, had nothing to do with McDermott or Bean or Pagula. And that's the only reason I'm saying that. I don't know. I'm a fan of Frazier's. I'm a fan of Dorsey's. I wasn't a fan of Edmonds.
Well, no, it's a simple answer, though. It's Mike McDermott didn't need Leslie Frazier, to your point, his knowledge or nothing at the combine, because Mike McDermott's the one that's going to be calling the defense.
And it's plausible. It's plausible, but I also know that
what you're seeing is McDermott has an ego. McDermott's walking around the building like his shit doesn't stink, and what people need to fucking realize about not only McDermott but the Buffalo Bills, they haven't won a fucking thing. And I think McDermott knows that he's on the hot seat, right? And he knows that things are crumbling. So now what happens when walls are caving inside of you? You start reaching, right? You start, I got to do this. And bro, again, I know that you guys like to come and troll us, and that's fine. And I'm here for it. I love all the smoke. The fact of the matter is, bro, I'm here to tell you the Buffalo Bills are done. They're done.
And they very well could be. We won't know.
And the faster you guys realize that, the faster we can all move on with the fucking season.
Well, there's another thing, too, to consider, guys. I mean, I know a lot of people want to say that the whole Diggs thing, it's not a big deal, but he has been disgruntled before. This isn't the first time he's been disgruntled. He may have missed one practice or anything like that, but at the end of the day, we know he's been pissed at Josh Allen. And now he restructured his contract. They didn't get the player that he wanted. Now, as far as other help, he's probably thinking, I really still need more help so that they take the pressure off of me, and then I can, go off. Watch out. That might be a lot bigger than what they're trying to pretend it isn't, in my opinion.
Miss Vince, personally, I think this whole thing is. I think the receiving core as a whole is disappointed with Josh Allen, even though he threw for 4,600 yards. There was a stat for Khalil Shakir, 275 snaps he played. Of those 275 snaps, he was targeted 20 times. The 20 times he got 10 receptions.
I said that yesterday.
Hang on, I got a question.
I said that yesterday because he's been frustrated with. Wait, hold on. I said that yesterday because he specifically, Stephon Diggs, he knows what he did when he came to the Bills. He instantly made Josh Allen a top 5 quarterback from where he was year 1 and year 2. So he knows his impact on the team. He knows he's the top dog when it comes to the offense, obviously not being the QB. And the fact that it's the last 3 years, not only have you guys been the contenders, you guys have been the number 1 contender for the Super Bowl. I still don't understand how Kansas City could win the Super Bowl and they still put the Buffalo Bills as the number 1 contender to go ahead and win for the last 3 years. And he knows for a fact it's not once, it's not 2. He's seen it 3 years in a row where they haven't gotten it done, and he's like, I don't want a Cowboy situation, and that's why I said the Bills are the Cowboy situation at this point, getting there and doing absolutely nothing. And he's already seen it.
It's my contention that he's also looking out for his fellow wide receivers who can't even amass more than 48 receptions on the year because I think, my opinion, Josh Allen is busy getting that yardage on the ground when he should be throwing it to the other receivers. Now the other receivers are coming to Diggs, looking at him cross-eyed, going, "Why are you hoarding all the receptions?" And he's going, "Well, why ain't Allen throwing you the other extra receptions?"
Well,
you know what I mean?
Hold on,
because Tyreek Hill and Waddle don't have any problem both getting over 60 receptions. Before you ask that question, Batman, I do want to let everybody know it's just after the 10 o'clock hour in South Florida. You're listening to the continued discussion about the Miami Dolphins' current affairs, including Tyreek, and, of course, the issue going on in Buffalo with Stephon Diggs. Make sure you're liking and sharing. Make sure you're using the links in the description below for Fanatics and Backroom Collections and Dubby. And make sure you get over to TFTGnetwork.com to check out all our merchandise and become a member of TFTG as soon as you can. Go ahead, Batman.
I got a quick question because there's some misconception as far as why we're speculating why Diggs is pissed off, right? And up until a week when all this unfolded, and we had the Bills funeral space. My thing is, we thought that it was because he wanted more help. Diggs felt like he was doing everything. He felt like Allen wasn't doing enough. When in reality, what just came out in the last 36 hours was that Diggs is just pissed off because he wants to be more involved in the offense. He wants to be more involved in big plays when it means to change the outcome of a game. And Josh Allen, for whatever reason, doesn't seek him, doesn't look for him. So there's a communication issue that they're having in Buffalo. It ain't so much that they need more talent. Why would Diggs want another guy in the building when he's pissed off about his own catches? So it just
because Batman, hold up, Batman. Because if you have someone else that can take off the pressure, you're gonna get the looks you want. But if you have nobodies on the other side, you're going to have the number 1 corner and safety on you every single time.
Right, and if Allen was targeting Gabe Davis more instead of taking off and running, that pressure would be put there on the other side of the field and likely could increase Stephon Diggs' chances.
He was wide open in that Cincinnati game. He was wide open. Allen just wasn't looking for him.
Well, the reason I say all this about Gabe Davis, Batman, is because Josh Allen has demonstrated that he can throw 4 touchdowns to that guy in one game. So when you ask me why Gabe Davis only has 48 receptions, I say that is Josh Allen's choice.
I believe
not a failure on Gabe Davis's part.
Exactly.
Well,
I agree with you 100%.
Too, guys, if Josh Allen and Color, you mentioned that too, which is what I wanted to also add to it. If Josh Allen didn't run as much as he did, because he is the running game for the team.
What would we be saying about him exactly, Miss Fins?
Right now, their wide receiving core, in my opinion, would literally be number one, because he'd have the opportunity to get to every single one of them. But the thing is, he is, whether people like it or not, he does love to run first. When you have the team making specific plays for you to run, you could already see, like, he's not even looking down, he's grabbing and going. That's the issue right then and there.
Or Miss Fins, here's another scenario. Here's another possibility.
Up the wide receiving core.
Here's another possibility to further that point. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I wanted to further that particular point. You know, it's also a possible that defense is caught up to him, and instead of, you know, maybe he has just as much lack of ability to read a defense as many other quarterbacks, and his outlet for that is taking off and running instead of throwing the ball away.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, folks, I've listened to all this speculation for the last 10 minutes, and let me just give you some information from my perspective. One, Josh Allen is not the Buffalo running game. Singletary rushed for more yardage last year than Raheem Mostert did. James Cook ran for 5.7 yards a carry and had over 575 yards rushing. So Buffalo's running game with just their running backs was superior to that of Miami. One of the reasons that Josh Allen can run is because he's 6'5" and 245 pounds, and they run some specific plays for him. Now, one of the things that they want to do is they want to.
Don't sit there and say, hold on, Mark. Hold on,
Hey,
Mark.
those are all facts. Those are all facts, but those are all still facts that could be pissing off Stephon Diggs.
You're right. Well, Mark is ensuing that the designated play calls that they called Allen's number and he ran the ball is why he got the yardage. The majority of Allen's yardage was from coverage or the fact that he's a run-fast quarterback. Instead of sitting in the pocket waiting for somebody to get open, he would rather run the ball. So don't sit there
Michael,
and say that the design calls.
He had a lousy offensive line. Spencer Brown had a bad season. Roger Saffold was a joke. So he was running to save his life, first of all. And secondly, there was no slot receiver in Buffalo last year. None. McKenzie couldn't do the job. So that's why he's gone. That's why Hardy's been brought in. That's why Kincaid's been brought in. And they're going to make that offense less Diggs-centric. And if Stephon Diggs doesn't like it, let me finish, please. If Stephon Diggs doesn't like it, he can go elsewhere at the end of the year. Unfortunately, he can't. He's signed through 2027, so he can go sit out and pay back the $33 million he owes the Bills, or he can go fucking kick rocks.
Mark, I cannot believe that you don't work for the Bills. I cannot believe, as intelligent as you are, that you don't work for the Bills, because you're sitting there saying he had no slot receiver. Khalil Shakir, 275 snaps. 20 targets.
Michael, if you investigate, Khalil Shakir's problem was he was running screwed up patterns. It was his defense recognition that was problematic.
Okay, the man coverage.
You would hope to see an improvement on him this year. The whole reason they went out and got Hardy is they had to replace McKenzie because they didn't have a number 3 slot receiver. The reason they went and drafted a receiving threat in Kincaid was because they wanted that presence back, and the reason they brought in Sherfield and they moved from Kumaro is because they wanted a better special teams and blocking wide receiver. There were specific reasons that they did every single thing that they did, and it's also the reason why they brought in a slew of offensive linemen to buttress the offensive line.
Okay, Mark, explain this then. Of the man coverage that Khalil Shakir faced, 70 routes, he was open 34 times. Wide open 34 times. That's 46% or 45%. Explain that. Why didn't Allen throw him the ball? Don't sit there and say it was routes. Don't say the kid doesn't know how to run, because obviously he does. Again,
it's the integration of a rookie into an offense. It's also the offensive line breaking down. There are a lot of different reasons.
No. Don't give me the rookie stuff. Because when the kid's out there running, he's not a rookie. He's an NFL football player. So don't give me the rookie credit.
Hold on a second, Michael, because you're saying, we have nothing going on with a
hell of a set of hands,
Kincaid.
by the way.
You're talking about Dalton Kincaid. He hasn't proven anything. Well, what did Shakir had proven? He was a rookie going into last year. You tell me what the difference is.
You know what he proved? That he can get open 50% of the time. That's what he
And
proves.
we'll see how it plays out this year.
And he's got
Do
a
you
hell
not
of a
agree
set
that
of hands.
the Bills wide
Yeah,
receivers
exactly.
Bills receiving
Exactly,
core-
color. Exactly, color. You got guys here that probably never caught a football in their life.
Well,
But
color
making
did.
making excuses why Allen didn't secure the ball.
Okay, Michael. You also have a bias against Josh Allen, so you have to also factor that into the equation. I'm trying to look at the entire equation. You have a known bias against Josh.
You're trying to solidify your membership in the Allen Bone Stroker Club because you never said one thing bad about him.
Because you don't like Josh Allen and because you like Herbert better and you like Trevor Lawrence better. That's all fine, well, and good, and that's your perspective.
What does it have to do with
choice in life? The fact that you don't like Josh Allen creates an inherent bias, and therefore you will look for every reason to denigrate him.
I never said I didn't like him. Never said I didn't like him, so don't put words in my mouth.
Wait a minute. I don't know about him not liking Josh Allen, but I know that Michael K is critical of his QB, as he should, as an NFL fan and as a Bills fan. So I don't think that makes him biased.
You folks ought to do the same thing with Tua because he's proven absolutely nothing.
Objective because he's able to point out where his quarterback needs to get better. And
he's pointed out one receiver that had a problem. And as I said, as far as the Bills are trying to
how did he have the problem? How did he have the problem? Where was the problem? That he wasn't getting the ball thrown?
I'm going to finish my topic and my statement without you interrupting.
No, because you're making a statement and I'm rebutting it. How did Shakir have a problem? The only problem was
we don't know that Shakir had a problem. We know that we know that he did not achieve to the level that they had hoped he would achieve.
Why
they didn't play him in the slot. They really don't know
what the common denominator. Who was throwing him the ball? Or who wasn't throwing him the ball?
Your bias against Josh Allen is showing so highly at this point.
No, it's not, Mark. No, my intelligence.
Michael, there's no discussion with you because you have an inherent bias and you want to bring it all up on one rookie wide receiver.
And I am because it's a big point out there. How do we know what Shakir could do if he wasn't getting the ball?
It's 46 targets out of 490 passing attempts.
What are you talking about? 46 targets.
He had You're talking about.
No, he didn't. He had 20 targets. He had 20 targets.
How many targets did Shakir have last year?
10 or 20 with 10 receptions.
He had so how many targets were there?
20.
He had 20 targets.
Time, Mark, 20. I've said it like 6 times.
Okay. You're really, really rude, and you really need to address the fact of your rudeness. That's what they were calling you out on when you were attacking other people.
Well, now I'm just attacking you because you're a moron. Because it was 207, Mr. Statistics, but you don't know it. You just want to throw Shaquille under the bus. You want to throw Diggs under the bus. You want to throw the offensive line under the bus, who, by the way, blocked for a Singletary with 4.8 yards.
And that's why they made that.
And Cook, who had 5.7 yards a carry. You want to throw the offensive line under the bus.
If you would like to talk statistics, the Bills threw 490 times last year. Shakir was targeted 20 times. Now, from a percentage standpoint, that's less than 5% of the targets. So what you're doing is you're addressing the Shakir problem, which was an allocation of less than 5% of the actual attempts that were thrown in the passing game last year. Your stat is inane.
What do you think? 5% on 275 routes?
No, you're talking about
it's a number
490 pass attempts last yeugh, and he threw Shakir 20 times.
Yeah, 5%.
That means they targeted him less than 5% of their overall throws in the offensive game. Do the math.
All right. So what you're saying is, of the 5%, he was only supposed to have the ball thrown to him those 5%. Last I knew a quarterback. Last I knew they sent 4 or 5 receivers out.
But you're a huge proponent of Dorsey. Dorsey is calling those plays. Allen's not calling those plays.
Was Dorsey throwing the ball? Was Dorsey
Who was
throwing
calling the plays? Who was the primary receiver? McKenzie had 43 receptions last year, and he was horrible.
You know what? Well, the primary receiver, if he's covered, what do? You go to the next receiver, don't you? It's called progression. So how many runs did Allen have? I guarantee Allen had more runs out of
Allen had 120. Allen had 120 rushes last year, which is 6 times more than the targets that Shakir had.
Yeah, exactly. And you don't see a problem with that. I don't see a problem with that.
I want to see the running game be cut back. I want to see Allen's running be cut back for his longevity. And I think the Bills made moves in that direction by bringing in Damian Harris, by moving on from Singletary, by bringing on Latavius Murray. They're shifting their offense. They're shifting philosophies on both offense and defense.
Latavius Murray's not going to make the team.
Latavius Murray had 740 yards in Denver last year, and he was told specifically by Bean, sign with us, you'll be with us. He's going to be on the team.
Really? You were there? You were there when Bean said it?
Have you seen it reported multiple times? Have you read that it's been reported multiple times?
They're not going to play Nyheim Hines?
They're going to use Hines to do kick returns, punt returns, and probably some.
So they're going to have five running backs on the. So they're going to have 5 running backs.
There's a more than a possibility if they make a move.
They're going to have 4 running backs and a fullback, right?
Yeah, I'll tell you how you want to know how the roster composition is going to lay out?
No, because you don't know.
I can tell you right now how the roster composition will lay out based on a 90-man roster. They're going to have 2 quarterbacks. They're going to have 4 wide receivers, 4 running backs. Okay. I made a mistake. Excuse me. They're going to have 4 running backs. They're going to have a fullback. The one move that they could make is if they want to go after another receiving threat, they could replace Quentin Morris with Shorter because of size and his skills and special teams. And then they could possibly bring on another wide receiver, although it's not going to be DeAndre Hopkins. Mr. I want to practice once a week and I want $18 million. That's not going to happen because Bean and McDermott are not going to pay $18 million for a guy who's played 15 or who's missed 15 out of the last 34 games and has degenerative statistics and with a PD suspension and an injury. You could forget that happening.
Sorry to interrupt anybody because right now I had to go to make some lunch, but I gotta tell you now there's something about it because right now whatever the see for because I just told for like in some live streams some weeks ago that I think because right now they have the possibility to have a great opportunity to beat the Buffalo Bills. I don't think it's going to be easy that the Miami Dolphins could have beaten my Buffalo Bills about it. So, salute to everybody else from Raphael Chassin. Sorry because I have it so few time, and of course, shout out to caller, to everybody else.
Bye, Raphael.
Have a great day.
Yeah, thank you so much, Raphael.
You too, buddy.
Miss Vance, I gotta tell you, you have a great point. You had a great point to doing it about the situation for the Miami Dolphins. You had a great point.
This guy Raphael was straight.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
First time
I appreciate
you.
She has her own
show.
All right, so have a good one, folks.
There you go.
Yes. Thank you. Bye.
There we go.
No, Batman. He was talking about me having my own
Appreciate your
show.
contribution, buddy.
Oh yeah, but
Raphael cooks all the time. He's been coming around, past few shows. Man, he's an all right dude.
There we go. First time I get to hear his takes. He was cooking today.
So I think we're probably going to grab some final thoughts. I think we were listening to continuing coverage of the Bills on Bills crime. It was nice and fun and refreshing to listen to, so we didn't all have to fight each other. But we're about at the 4.5 hour mark, starting off with top of the tailgate this morning and leading into coffee with a cup of color. I appreciate all 60 of you still with us watching right now. We'll keep it going for a little while longer, but obviously, there's certain things that start to be beating a dead horse. But any particular things you guys wanted to talk about? Yeah. If not, we'll get final thoughts.
I thought it was refreshing because, at the end of the day, listen, Mark has his points for the Bills. I got to hear a little bit of the unbiased takes from Michael Kay. I like that. Listen, I think Josh Allen is a great quarterback. He's a top 5 quarterback, my opinion. I think the Bills do need help in the receiver room, despite them having young guys that could potentially step up and give you some offensive weaponry, and they can help that team succeed. But I think they do need help in the wide receiver room, despite drafting a tight end. You know what I mean? I don't think anybody could disagree
Not a
with that.
tight, not
Let
a
me add
tight
to that
end,
Hey,
real quick,
hey,
Batman.
Batman.
what's going on? Can y'all hear me?
We
What up,
can.
Shake?
All right, go
Yes,
ahead, Miss
yes.
Spence.
Hey,
I
Shake.
just want to say something. Go ahead. What's up? Oh, hey, how you doing, Miss Spence? Go ahead. I just got. I have an announcement to make, but go ahead, Miss Spence. I'll wait till you after you're done.
Oh,
I go
thank you,
after you,
Shake Money.
Shay.
Good morning, buddy. No, I just wanted to say, I mean, if you really think about it when it comes to the Bills, their reign is over. Like this is open season for this division,
Yeah, come on in.
the league season. It's no longer the Bills being the number one in this division. And to be
I'm
honest with you, with what they're dealing with, you're gonna see the Dolphins. We are the number one team. Period. They're gonna have to come for us for this division. Now, obviously, our guys gotta actually do the work. They gotta actually execute.
There
But
you
at the
go.
end of the
What's going on?
day, this is our division to lose at this point.
You're right about
Oh,
that.
no. It's actually right there. Oh, shit. Okay.
All right, we got some background information we probably shouldn't be hearing. Y'all might want to mute yourselves.
I agree with
Now
you,
shake
Mister.
man
This
has something to say.
division, this division runs through Tua. I agree with you. I agree with you.
Oh,
I
listen
never.
to you, Batman. Jeez, you just can't help
Batman,
it,
Actually,
is
can you?
Tua
it
part
runs
of the
through.
Miami Dolphins? Is Tua part of
It,
the Miami Dolphins, Batman?
it
Yes, he
runs through
is.
Noah, by the way. It runs
Okay,
through Noah.
then okay, good. That's what I thought. Then
Tell him,
it
Shake.
runs through Miami Dolphins.
Noah's
Tell
Tua
him,
Ark is
stays
Shake.
coming,
healthy.
baby.
Tua stays healthy. This division runs through Tua.
Hey, when it all goes to hell, Batman, you all are gonna want a boat to jump onto, and that boat is gonna be an ark, and it's called
Noah's Ark,
Noah's
Noah's
Ark.
baby.
Ark. Noah's Ark.
And no, but I have an announcement to make tonight. I already confirmed that we have the small panel tonight. Tonight, the guests are Pedro, the fantastic painter, Mr. Negative, Iceman, and of course, Crypto is going to be on there. And there's four guests that have open invitations. Batman, you're one of them.
There we go.
Miss Pamela. I mean, who's the other one? Oh yeah, Crypto is one of the open invitation. And we just added Dr. Reginald Brown is on that
What time
open
is that?
invitation as well.
What time
Tonight
is
at
that,
six
Shake?
o'clock. Tonight at 6 o'clock. So
Six.
yeah, we're doing a small panel, and like I said, we're gonna be changing up the guests every week. So tonight on the Smoke Lounge, this is episode 2. We're gonna start bookmarking the episodes as well. So y'all join us, man. And
Hey, great
of
show
course
yesterday with
my wonderful
MCJB.
yeah. I love frustrating MCGAB out. He's fucking easy to frustrate. Oh man! And by the way, how did you come up with that? He was saying that you came up with his logo. How did you do that?
I'm very good with logos. I've made a lot of logos for a lot of people in the community, and I'm gonna get back to doing it again.
That's what's up, bro.
Shake money, you that godfather, bro.
I appreciate you, man. Tonight at 6 o'clock, man, with the Rabbit Dolphin, man, the best
There we
co-host
go.
that a man can ask for, bro.
That's what's up.
Batman, one Killian Cougar to another.
Yes, sir.
Based
Yes, sir.
on Avatar, it looks like we got Robert joining us. Is that you, Robert?
That's Crypto, ain't it? That's Crypto.
No, that's
It's too early.
Oh,
That's
could be
early.
either. All right, I'm just seeing the
Hey,
blue.
Crypto, you come in tonight at 6, right? You gonna be there at 6?
yeah, I'll be there.
Crypto's
Okay, that's
awake.
what's up. I already sent you the link.
Oh, crypto's awake. That's what's up.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was figuring you were still crashed there, Crypto. I didn't see you in chat this morning. I'm like, I'll come by eventually.
Yeah, I was up.
Hey, sorry, Crypto.
What's going on, everybody? I had to clean up some stock option positions, move some things around, but
fix you up some pigs in a blanket and and a glass of water.
What's up, Crypto?
Oh yeah.
Also, Miss Spence. What's up, Batman? Shake money.
What up, Mr. Paul?
Color, of course.
Miss Spence, how's it going, Miss Spence?
What's up, Mr. Paul?
Mr. Paul.
Hey, Batman. Oh, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Batman, did you say the AFC goes through Tua?
Yeah,
Hey, Crypto. Hey, guys.
Oh, I was sitting here thinking
on,
the only thing going through Tua is the magnetic pulses in the MRI machine.
Jesus Christ.
Jeez. My goodness.
Here we go.
Wow.
Here we go.
Really?
That was pretty funny too.
Wow.
There's Tua's division to lose.
Sorry, I
Oh
couldn't
man.
resist.
So color. What's the
Am I
what was
right?
the subject? Because I've been in and out.
Oh, we just been kind of chopping it up about the demise of the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, it was nice watching the Bills crime, the Bills Mafia shoot each other in the guts. I love it.
By the
And
way,
by the
I'm gonna have
way,
to agree. I'm gonna agree with El Capitan over here. I'm sorry, but that was
that's
funny.
funny.
Funny is funny.
By the
What did
way,
I don't have the comments up.
yeah,
Oh,
Michael
there it
K.
is.
By the way,
All I
Michael
know is
K.
Michael
You're
K was not allowing Mark to pedal up his lie bike.
No, and you know what, Color, and I refuse to, and it's not, and I want to get it out there. I don't think Josh Allen's a bad quarterback. I don't dislike Josh Allen. What I think is Josh Allen could be a lot more than he is. There's a difference. So if I have to be critical of him, I'll be critical of him. I don't care. I'm not a member of the Josh Allen Bone Stroker Club.
the Bone Stroker Club.
You know, I'm not in line to try to get a
Are
Josh
you-
Allen money shot off the chin. All right, I'm done.
Hey,
You
one
mean to
out
tell
for
me there's a bunch
one
of
out for-
Josh Allen sexuals around?
Oh my God, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous in Buffalo.
Hey, one out
Because
for-
we haven't had that since Jim Kelly. No offense, you guys, you haven't had it since Dan Marino.
We don't have nothing like that in our fan base. It's not like that in our fan base. So you might want to join the Dolphins because we don't
I
have nothing
agree.
like that in our
I
fan
agree
base.
with you. I agree with you right there, Crypto.
I mean, if I'm gonna jump ship and go to a different team, I'm gonna go to a team that gets double-digit wins. I'm sorry, guys.
That's right. Listen, everybody is behind Tua, especially Andres Negron over here. He's a big Tua supporter, right, Andres?
Even TD. Even TD. Even TD.
Exactly.
But
We
yeah,
have 100% support. 100% support.
He's
It
our
would be
QB1, so I'm backing him.
it would be ignorant not to support the guy that's going to lead us to a Super Bowl this year, right? That's all I'm saying.
You got time. You got Michael K. You got time. You got time to jump on, man. Summer is the transition season.
By the way,
you got 6 weeks.
We have 12 Sundays.
Speaking of Tua supporters, I haven't seen Scott Jackson in a minute, man. Has anybody seen Scott Jackson?
No, I'm getting worried about him. Cliff D hasn't been around.
We got 12 Sundays, guys, to switch over. You
No,
and Mark,
actually,
if you guys
Cliff D. I
want to
seen
talk.
Cliff D in the blend. He was in the blender a couple of weeks ago, so I seen him.
We got 12 more
What
Sundays
about
before we play the Chargers. If you guys want to switch over, we got 12 more Sundays.
Hey, what about Tyler Bravo? I haven't seen him lately.
I'm friends with him on Facebook. I seen him online. We're friends on Facebook, so I seen him online a couple of times. So yeah, I'll reach out to him in a minute.
Anybody heard from Drubatron?
Like maybe 3 weeks ago, I saw him.
Oh yeah, he stopped by a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, when I did the episode of In the Blender with Chef Jew, he made an appearance.
Oh, okay. I do remember that. You're right. Yeah, he did come up there.
You know, I haven't seen Chef Jew in a week or two either. Now I think about it.
I've seen him. I see.
He showed up last night. Yeah, he showed up
Chef Jew is getting ready for his wedding. That's why. So
I thought he got
he's a little bit busy.
I thought he got married last year at the Dolphins.
Well,
game.
it's a small wedding for family.
Right?
It's a small
Yeah,
wedding.
he got married, but it was more of a ceremony. The actual wedding is gonna be this week, so that's why he's probably MIA.
Oh, congratulations, Chef Drew, if you're listening.
Yeah.
Chef Drew told me
Chef
all
Drew
he wanted.
is one of the best fans in this community.
100%. You know, Chef
He's
Drew,
the ambassador of the Miami Dolphins.
he told me he wanted to get Tua at his wedding. I said, I'm working on it.
I see Sony Michelle signed with the Rams.
Hey, Crypto, being that you're going to induct a DVP, you think you can get him to the wedding?
I gotta print out the tickets. It's stuck in my it's stuck in my computer somewhere. I got to print them out. I'll get them. I'll handwrite the tickets.
Do
I
you
just put my
think
signature on it.
DVP did enough in Miami to go in the Hall of Fame, Crypto, or you think he still has work to do?
He's already there, Batman. He's already there.
Yeah. Crypto's gonna be the
By the
one to
way,
induct him.
Chef Jew did stop by for the 5,000 sub celebration show the other night. He did stop by to pay his respects. So
Yeah, I came in late for that when I had something going on. So I didn't see him, but I didn't see him at Miss Finn's the other morning. Was it yesterday morning? I stopped in her show for a little bit. Didn't see him there. But yeah, a lot of people are dropping off. We're getting new people here, which is cool.
Oh, but summertime is kind of busy because with me, my thing in and out myself.
See, for me, summertime's when everything slows down. It's great.
It picks up for me.
Vacation. Vacation starts next Sunday for me. Saturday, actually, technically.
yeah, last year the Tua discussion was still kind of raging a little longer than it did this year. So we went probably all the way till like late July, like July 27th or so, before it really started to shut down and slow down. We were growing all summer. We're growing right now. Like we've already got 26 new subscribers since we hit 5,000. But so it's still growing. There's still just enough to talk about to keep, people interested. But yeah, I mean, overall, the numbers do go down right around this point. Everybody will be back for the season. You know how it is.
We got three best shows in the panel.
Hey, Fred, you have an email, Fred?
Yeah, I do.
All right, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put I couldn't add you to the panel tonight, but I'll add you next week. I'm gonna put my email in the private chat. Just email me, bro, so I could send you the link personally. You know what I'm saying? For next week.
Okay, Shake, I'm gonna do that, man. Hey, Shake, I got a question though, bro. You there, Shake?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's going on, bro?
I got a question, man. Okay. I don't mean to get anything riled up this morning, man. But how come?
Oh yes, you do, Fred. Admit it. Come on.
How come? When Michael K gives some Josh Allen some input or whatever, man? How come he's not a Bills fan, man? You know what I mean?
I'm a Bills fan.
Well, you gotta listen. You gotta ask that to the Bills community, not the Dolphins fan.
Yeah,
I get kicked off all the Bills chats.
Oh, bro.
No, but here's the thing. Michael K and Mark are in amicus. They're Bills fans, but they're different. They're on their own levels.
They're different.
They're different.
Listen,
Fred, and you missed the show. You missed the show earlier. Michael K was pointing out the fact that they do have all their fans in line, and whenever he speaks out on Dan Mitchell's show, he gets kicked off. So
well, Color, I think maybe a couple of weeks ago, man, of course, man, first of all, I'm starting like this, man. I'm a Dolphins fan forever, man. You know what I'm saying? My diapers had Dolphins emblems on them, man. You know what I'm saying? So
your diapers had Dolphins in them. What are you kidding me?
Yeah,
sorry, I couldn't resist that.
So I was just pointing out a fact, like Josh Allen has done this, Josh Allen had done that, but I was labeled a Bills fan, man. You know what I'm saying? And similar, and this is just about what Michael K's doing, isn't it? Pointing out some attributes of Josh Allen, man, and what he can do. As a matter of fact, for the whole Buffalo's team.
Well, Fred, let me.
Hey, by the way, Fred, real quick, Fred, check the private chat. I got my email on there, right?
Okay, I will, Shake. I will.
Okay, Fred, let me pick back on something you said. On the platforms many times that when it comes down to Miami Dolphins, any player that comes from college or pros come to the Dolphins, they're I'm on the fence about it until they show me production.
Yeah.
Because I said that with Tua, a certain person called me a Tua hater, and that's how I ended up with the Wolfpack, so-called Wolfpack. So I just laugh about it, and I go on about my business because I know what my opinion is as far as Tua or any other player goes. I have my own opinion, so I just go.
Okay.
I just go with the flow and keep it going.
Okay, Mr. Park. But you know, what I mean, you know deep down in your heart how much a true fan you are, man. But to be almost insulted, man, and say that you're not one, you know what I'm saying? And call this and call that, like it just was wrong, man. You know what I'm saying? It's just
But
wrong. That's what I'm saying.
I've been called a Tua hater. I've been called Tua hater. I've been called Tua lover. And I'm not
but I
either one.
wasn't.
I know who I am,
Mr. Park,
I'm going to stay that way regardless of what anybody says.
Yeah, well, Mr. Park, that's real minor from what I've been called, man. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't even compare to what I've been called, bro. You feel me?
No, but it's the way you take it because I'm not taking.
No, man, it's the way
certain people say.
it's the way it was sent. It was said to me, bro. You know what I'm saying? In
But
front
I
of
was said.
and like while up on the panel, man. So plenty of people have heard that. You know what I mean?
Right,
That's crazy.
No, but people were told by, I'm not gonna mention the person's name, that I'm a Tua hater because I don't agree with what they were saying about Tua. So I was labeled as a Tua hater on a YouTube platform. I'm not gonna mention.
Okay,
but
Mr. Paul.
I'm gonna go even. Oh, Fred, let me. I'm gonna go even further. It's other platforms that are extremely Tua to the point where you can't tell them nothing. But guess what? I support them because they are a part of the man. Period. So whether it's too far over this way or too far this way, as long as they're supporting the Dolphins, I'm going to support them. So what I'm trying to say is that on other platforms, I'm labeled a Tua lover, and I'm labeled a Tua hater, and to the point being a Tua hater to the point where you believe in Tua period, and that's not how I feel. I don't hate the guy. I'm not a Tua hater, and I'm not a Tua lover. Like I said,
Yeah, I don't hate anybody, Mr. Park. I don't. But being called a Tua hater, man, that was just it was just being put. That's just putting it mildly, man. Being a Tua hater, man. I can deal with that, man. But when it comes to like insults and and curse words at me, I mean, never met me before, man. I'm one of the nicest persons anybody could meet. You feel what I'm saying? It just caught me it just caught me totally off guard, man. And I'm looking at it like,
Well, Fred, if you don't mind me interjecting real quick.
Well, before you do, Miss Fins, I just want to point out that I haven't. I'm about to do more for General Mills than anybody has in the last 20 years. I have literally pooped aquamarine. If you go get a box of Blueberry cereal and eat that freaking blue dye that they've been using the last 10 years will actually, in fact, turn your poo aquamarine. Just so you know.
Hey, caller, just so you know, that's made in Buffalo. The General Mills plant's in Buffalo.
Fred, I just want to say, Fred, go now. Fred, I just want to say, man, listen, I disagree with your take. Good dude. That's why I fuck with you. And secondly, I am a part of the welcoming committee to the Wolfpack. This Friday is orientation. We have coffee and donuts, and we do validate parking. So with that being said, y'all have a good one.
All right, Shake.
See you, Shake Money.
Go ahead, Miss Fins has the floor.
Yeah, thank you, caller. I just wanted to add to this. This is where I see it more, maybe a little bit different than others, but if you're gonna call somebody a hater, it just illustrates how much, in my opinion, again, because everybody should have the availability to express their opinion, But if you're calling somebody a hater just because you disagree with what they're saying, then it just shows the lack of understanding, perhaps, of that other person's point of view,
Right.
or even perhaps the lack of um, maturity in understanding that not everyone's going to agree with you in whatever topic it is that you guys are discussing. Because
Well, you know,
just because someone else disagrees with you, that doesn't mean that they're a hater of somebody. Well, all you do is point out the bad stuff. Well, they're critical, clearly, but that doesn't mean that person's a hater. Now, I will not, there are some people that truly, genuinely hate, but just because you disagree with somebody or you're being critical of a player, that does not, in my opinion, people put the label of hate or hater on everything, and it just diminishes what true hate is. And that's the part where it's like, come on, we shouldn't be
okay,
using that word and throwing it around like
I,
that.
I,
It's
I'm good. I'm good with that, man. You know, I mean, I've never called anybody a hater, man. If I did, man, it was because it was pushed at me first. You know what I'm saying, Miss Fizz? You know, and as
no,
far as
I wasn't calling you a hater. I'm saying in general, that's
Well,
okay,
Miss
the
Fan,
issue
you know
that
okay,
we
what?
have
okay,
in the community or fan bases.
and then when I see quarterbacks out there, you know, I may compare them to other quarterbacks. I may compare them to my quarterback. You know what I'm saying? But that's just simply what fans do. You know what I mean? That's all that is, man. But when you get pushed back on you, like when insults, man, and you like curse that and this and that. Come on now, that's a little too far, I think, man.
Well, Fred, I got pushed back on. Not with the cursing, but I got pushed back on
Okay, you didn't
because,
get the
like
curse.
I
You didn't
said,
get the cursing. You
I
didn't
was
get the
no,
cursing,
but
and
listen, no, I
you
didn't get
didn't
the
get
cursing,
called
but I
this in the
got
cursing.
labeled.
So it's a little
But
different
I
with you.
got
You didn't get the
labeled and
cursing in there.
you're right, but I
I
got
could take the
labeled
I
and
could take the
stamped
Mr. Polk, look, I
to
could
a
take the
hater.
label. I could take the label, man. It's just this what bothers me, man. It's like the insults, man,
Well,
and the
well,
name
hold on.
calling.
Let Mr. Polk finish. Let Mr. Polk say something real quick.
Okay.
Okay, like I said, I got labeled to a hater, but still, I still support for who labeled me as a tool hater because I know that I'm not a tool hater. So regardless of how many times that person may say things towards me and send
Right.
those signals toward me, I still know who I am and I still support that platform because regardless of what they're saying, because they're still a part of, so they can think whoever they want to because I can't change what they're thinking. I can't change what they're saying. So with
Right.
me, I just go on being the Miami Dolphin fan that I am, who's going to stand by his opinion and what have you. Now, and I'm gonna add something else too. I'm not a former football player. I'm not a former coach. All the stats and stuff about certain players in the Miami Dolphins, but for ever since I was a little boy, I loved football and I still do. And I, I, when I get on platforms and talk about certain things, is what I see and what I understand. And sometimes I get pushed back from people who who are coaches, who are former football players. I don't know what I'm talking about. I've heard that. I've heard that many times, and I still hear it today in some of these platforms. That you don't know nothing because you haven't played you haven't been a football player or a coach, or you see things the old fashioned way just with your eyes. You don't know the stats. I get that. I still get that today. But that on the platform and doing what I want to do. I'm on the panel right now. And I don't know, some of you guys probably know way more football than I do. But that's not going to stop me from getting on the panel and voicing my opinion and showing my love from the Dolphins and what for. I'm going to still do it.
Right, and wait, and you know what? You don't.
Support all the players.
And I appreciate what you're saying. And you do somebody says something like that. You don't deserve to be made fun of or insulted or anything else because you're just being honest and true. And some people know more than others. You're absolutely right. But people that use the word hate, they use it because they don't know any other word. Just like they don't know the difference between a scheme and a concept. Just like they don't know the difference between elite and a very good player. They're using the wrong words to describe the wrong situation or the right situation.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with that. And that was my point earlier. We just can't be throwing around the word hate because it's like
Right.
you're diminishing what it actually means. A true
Right.
hater, like I mean, there are some nasty people out there, and they're
You're
true
telling me.
haters.
You're telling me.
But
That's right.
but you disagreeing with somebody else's take just because that you don't like what they said, no, they're being critical. They have that right too, and you're just showing your lack of maturity and not being able to process what they said, and B, you don't have to like it, but insulting the person because of an opinion, that's where you drop the ball, in my opinion.
Right.
Because
Okay.
you don't have to insult a person just because you don't like their opinion. You could say your take is horrible, not you're horrible. You see what I mean? There's a huge
Right.
difference between those two
Right.
statements,
I,
and a
Yeah,
lot
that's a
of
big
people
and I
difference.
want
forget
to make
that.
it, and I want to make another point also. Just like what Michael K is on our, okay, and he's a Buffalo Bill fan. Now, when a certain player, when that I forgot that guy name that got hurt real, that had the heart problem on the
Hamlin.
field.
Damar Hamlin.
Hey, exactly. Now, here's the thing: when that guy went down, it wasn't no more Buffalo Bills, Miami Dolphins. It was that NFL player was in
Right.
serious health issue, having a
Right.
serious health issue. So that's why with me, I may not like the New York Jets or the Buffalo Bills or whatever, but it's not the same to say. I may not like them, but at some point, I'm going to respect certain things that they say. Certain players on the team, I will respect them for that. What have you?
Exactly.
And what I'm
Exactly.
saying is that at the end of the day, you know, I don't use hate when it comes down to teams that are other than Miami Dolphins and what have you.
Right.
Just like Miss Finn said, it's hate is a very strong word, and if at the end of the
Well,
day,
I
if you
passionately
cannot,
dislike. Sorry, real quick. I passionately
yeah,
dislike the Patriots. I will always say that.
mm,
I hate the Patriots. But other than that, I'm with you.
Okay.
Right. Well, you're
Okay.
right.
Well,
Miss
thank you,
Finns,
guys.
was it easier to say, Miss Finns, was it easier for you to say I hate the Patriots versus I passionately dislike the Patriots?
Well, of course, it's easier
It's so
because it's
much
a
easier to
smaller
use
word.
that
Yes,
word.
it's a smaller word. Yes, you're 100% right. But I will never like the Patriots, period, or anybody else other than Dolphins. AFC East and
I
stuff.
can talk better to Michael K
Okay.
and
Point
Amicus
well
than I
taken,
do
y'all.
with
Point
Mark,
well taken.
and nothing against Mark, but I can communicate with Michael K and Amicus better than I can communicate with Mark. But that's not
Well,
Okay.
disrespecting Mark
you know what?
because
And
Mark
nothing
looks at
against
things
Mark.
differently. That's what I'm
Right. But
saying. Nothing against Mark.
nothing against Mark. But if Mark, when he speaks, he thinks that his word is gospel. And he'll try to dazzle you with all kinds of numbers and all kinds of self-appointed knowledge
Right.
that not
But at the same time,
necessarily
I
is the
respect
truth.
him for that. Right. But I respect the way he brings it on strong. I respect that. At the
What do you
same
mean
time, I
in
may
his
not
way?
like it,
Do you
but I
mean
respect it.
Mark's way? Do you mean Mark's way in defending the Bills? You mean?
Yeah,
I mean,
pretty
Because
much.
okay, well that is his team, right? That's just him being a fan, right?
Yeah, but sometimes a lot of fans, like, even if you say what Mark says is 10% accurate.
And I oh, excuse me, not to cut you off, Michael K.
No, that's all right, Fred.
And I dig when he says something, negative about the Dolphins. Of course I'm not with that, man. You know what I'm saying? Of course I'm not with that for that. He's excuse me, Michael K. Mark, I mean this in a nice way, but you're an asshole, But
Absolutely.
I understand him defending his team, man. As what I would do. You know what I'm saying?
See, but I'll defend my team to a point. But if there's an obvious problem, don't think that the coaches or the owners or whoever don't see it first.
Right.
But they want to put it on, like Sale. You got Sale in the chat room who doesn't like what I say, but he'll never come up and say anything on the panel to put out what he actually thinks. He just wants to call me a clown, and he thinks the coaching staff is the only reason the Bills haven't won anything. My pushback is the coaching staff is the reason we got 3 AFC East titles. We went 13-3. It's not, you know what? If the coaches weren't there, do you think the Bills would have been 13-3?
Oh, Michael K, are you a Dolphins fan or a Bills fan, man?
Bills fan.
Oh, man.
He's a Bills fan, but he sounds like a common sense Miami Dolphins fan or an impartial Miami Dolphins fan. That's what.
Let me ask Michael K a question real quick.
Michael
K, on your take of Josh Allen.
Michael K, why you have like the Dolphins logo, man? It's like an avatar right here, man. I'm confused,
hey,
bro.
Fred, put some glasses on, buddy. The Dolphin's dead. He's upside down.
Oh my God! Oh, that's that what it is. I'm looking at my phone and it looks small, but hey, Mike, man, that's some bullshit, man. That's bullshit. I just want you to let you know, man. I just want to let you know.
Fred, yeah, he's got it upside down, or he'll have the sushi dolphin.
The sushi one's next.
Hey, Michael, I'm gonna have to look at you upside down, man, on your takes and everything, man.
All right, can I get this question out real quick to Michael K?
Absolutely.
All right. So earlier, what you were saying about Josh Allen not being able to distribute the ball to the other receivers to open up Diggs. Obviously, you said what was the kid with the weird last name? Had 270. Shakir had 275 snaps and only 20 targets. Do you think that it's just Josh Allen rushing through his first one or two progressions and then is like nothing's there, doesn't make it to the third or fourth, and then just takes off, or he just can't read the progressions correctly?
No. You know what? It's both. It's both. I'm not saying the Bills had a horrible or great offensive line. I'm not saying they had a horrible offensive line. What I'm saying is, and Miss Vin said Josh Allen's a run-first quarterback, and I would disagree with her. I would put him in the category of a run-fast quarterback. He's going to look at his 2, 3, 4 receivers. If nothing's there, he's like, I can do it better than them. I won't put trust in my players. I'm going to do it myself because I know I can get it done.
Okay.
Well, Michael, real quick.
But that flies in the face of throwing 4 touchdowns to a guy on 8 receptions, bro.
Well, what I meant by the run first part is he goes really quick into the run option more than anything else.
Gabe Davis is your wide receiver too.
He probably has. And I don't know their playbook, but I guarantee you he probably has one of the biggest or largest amounts of run plays for himself out of, I would say the top 10 QBs in my opinion.
My guess is that as wide receiver 2, Gabe Davis would be his second read, so he's running after his first read if the guy's only getting 48 receptions.
And what I'm saying is it seems that if there's no way that they're putting that total amount of plays in for Josh Allen to take off and run. Obviously, there's the option for him to run on every play, but it looks like he looks at 1 and 2, and if they don't look great, he's gone. You know what I'm saying? And
right. I think he had 12 different receivers targeted last year. It was 12 or 14.
Well, I mean, you got Knox too, so at least he's getting it to Knox. But as far as the other, because Shakir, he's not a bad receiver.
No, he's not.
Hey,
not at all.
How about the fact that, man, he sees that what defenses are doing to his wide receivers, man, and what's available for him. He's just, look, I'm going to take off and get these 5 yards easy. You know what I mean?
Well, the Xavier Howard versus Diggs tape was really, really nice. Diggs, Howard did a great job of covering Diggs for the most part during that game, during the first game especially. Not a lot of separation, but except for whenever the play call, the defensive play call was 2 yards off of wherever he needed to be. You could watch a lot of the defensive plays where he's 10 yards off the man, and he really needed to be 7 yards off of it because they just go over the top.
See, now the other thing, Josh Allen isn't the most accurate quarterback either. So when I Marco, when I say, I would rather have Herbert, it's just for the fact that Herbert's a more accurate passer. And in this
Gotcha.
offense, I think Herbert could do some damage.
I mean, I like Josh Allen as the player,
Michael
but I
K,
just
you're
see
about to lose your Buffalo Bills card, sir.
that he relies too much on his athleticism and can't put it all together mentally to do all the reads correctly. Can't get through the progressions fast enough.
See, you know what? If I sum it up in an easy statement, I think Josh Allen trusts himself more than he does his teammates.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the same thing about me. You know what I mean? If I was doing something like that,
right? But you know what? If you're a tennis player, that's great because it's all on you.
Yeah.
When you have 10 other players out there, you got to have trust in somebody.
So now I used to be I'm the only professional pool player from where I'm at, Baldwin County, born and raised. And I understand it from that perspective that I always have to count on me to play my best to win. But like now I play on a team and I have to be able to strategically maneuver these guys throughout a roster and pick out where I need to hit the other team and keep myself on at the end just in case I don't have to play at all. You know what I'm saying? Even though sometimes I just want to jump out there and get the first W to get the momentum going. You know what I mean? Right. So I would say it in the same sense that I think it's situational. Situations are situational, obviously, but I just see that with Josh Allen, as great as he is as an athlete, and he's got a rocket for an arm that is like he can't get through the progressions quick enough to distribute the ball.
And that may have something to do with the line.
Yeah, that too.
This is the thing, though, Michael K. I'm gonna push back on that line because if the line really was that bad, he wouldn't even be able to run the way that he does.
Exactly, and it wasn't as bad.
It really wasn't as bad. A and B. Also, take a look at this. This is probably another reason why Stephon Diggs actually and the wide receiving core is actually pissed at Josh Allen. They feel he doesn't trust them, and they don't trust him either. I mean, and you kind of brought up a good point that a lot of people don't talk about this.
Miss Sims, I'm telling you, Diggs thinks he's stat padding.
Because this is the thing. You hit the nail on the ball. He's got a cannon, you know, Michael K, but he's not accurate. And a lot of people think is that there's a reason why he's been number one in the last like 2-3 years in turnovers. Because he's not as accurate as people think.
I think he throws the ball into trouble too sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. Like he throws the ball into trouble a lot. And
exactly.
And that's not accuracy. That's where he's misreading and throwing into traffic.
Well, hey William, if you have time today, it's funny you said that. If you have time today, go to YouTube and search Josh Allen's 2022 interceptions. Of the 14 interceptions that he's thrown, he was only pressured once or twice, and I think one or two, a Bills fan actually had the opportunity to catch it. The other 12, there was no Bills player around at all.
Really? Wow!
Yeah, it goes to show it's inaccuracy.
Let me ask you this: what color we were talking about? What I was going to try to talk about earlier this morning was the if we lose Tyreek Hill for let's say 2 games, let's just say it's like a tweaked hamstring or something like that, how bad the offense for the Dolphins would be affected. And I don't think it would be. And I would say from what we're looking at receiver core wise, that it wouldn't be a huge fall off, but I mean, it'd be minimal at best because even though Tyreek's gone, he's such a big target. There's no way it can be.
Well, we certainly would have to change our game plan and focus more on running.
He creates more gravity on this team than any other player on this team.
The defense would have to step up and make up for it that much more. You know, I mean, a lot of stuff has to happen, but I don't think that I wouldn't be chicken little over it.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think we'll
be dead in the water, in my opinion.
With Chosen coming and And the emergence of through camp, from what everybody's saying, Eric Ezukama looks phenomenal. That and he's a bigger style receiver that maybe could more high point a ball with him.
He doesn't draw as much tension and gravity to him towards Tyreek. I keep using this term a lot. These players don't create a lot of gravity like Tyreek Hill does.
That is
exactly.
true,
But see, whenever
real quick, may I say this real quick before you continue?
Sure.
It is true, Crypto. However, we also have Waddle, who is a junior Tyreek.
Yes, but Waddle by himself, we already have the example.
Well, let her finish, bro. Let her finish, bro. Crypto, you got it as soon as she's done. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, because we have Waddle, then Waddle will take the number 1 spot. He'll get the attention, and I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. The one that was just talking prior to me, but
that's William
then
Berry.
you have Easy E, who's gonna be open. You have our other wide receivers who are gonna be open.
Exactly.
And we still have the run game that we have to utilize. So we'll have to shift, but it won't be the same 100%. But we still have enough player and power in our offense.
That theory has already been tested prior to. I'm sorry, Ms. Fins. That theory has already been tested prior to him getting here when Waddle was by himself as the only speed guy.
And
the prior year.
But he was he has 1,000 yard receiver.
It's easier to defend. When you got 2 people of the same caliber, then it's much difficult to defend. When you draw the one, now we down to just the basic offense where everybody else having the lead. One primary threat speed guy and the rest just regular guys and not as speed guys.
Not
a lot of people underestimate that element.
Yeah, that's not necessarily true.
That's not true.
But Devontae Parker was just as good as anybody else other than Hill and Waddle on this team as far as the position group.
And he was out
and
of the
it didn't work with him and Waddle, is what I'm saying.
But and here's the other thing: you're running a completely different scheme. This is a completely different offense.
It doesn't matter, but
yes, it does matter. It does matter how the plays.
It absolutely matters.
No, because now it absolutely matters that this is a whole different scheme and a whole different playbook. So how can you say that?
Playbook, but it doesn't do nothing for separation on the other guys other than Waddle.
Because there's going to be other guys open. All right, so all the gravity goes to Waddle now, right? And then you can bring in the other.
But they could cover him with their best speed guy, is what they saying, or bracket him.
And really, we don't know exactly how good Ezukama is. I mean, we do know how good Robbie Anderson is.
Tyreek Hill.
He doesn't have to be fast. You could still. He's big enough. You don't have to be fast.
Guys. We still have Barriers in the
exactly.
slot. You cut in the middle.
Cover
he doesn't have to.
2 guys or safety guys. What I'm saying.
He doesn't have to be fast as fast as Tyreek but he is taller than Tyreek.
He's basically a duplicate.
He's a 4'4" guy, right? He's a 4'4" guy, right? 4'3" something.
He's a duplicate of Devontae Parker as far as his skill set.
But all right. So how does that not hurt? If he's playing bigger off these receivers, maybe he doesn't get quite the separation, but he's big.
Waddle still has the same ability to run the same routes he's been running since he got in the league.
And he can run the same routes as Tyreek, can he?
And Ezukama can run no different routes than DVP was running when he was here.
No, because he ran great routes in college.
Game, Crypto. DVP was there seldomly. The only other offensive player we had was Waddle,
but when he was
Gesicki.
there, it's the same principle is what I'm saying.
But I get that.
I don't think it's going to be the same principle because it's not the same offense.
Take Tyreek's role. Waddle will take Tyreek's role, and then Ezukama or Barrios will take the Waddle role.
And then you have to factor in A-Chain. That's also
going to barely get on the field, number 1. So he's basically him and BVP basically cancel each other out.
A rookie, when you have Tyreek and Waddle, you're not going to get a lot of opportunities. Let's be honest.
You can if you run a 3 to 4 wide receiver set. It's no excuse.
But what were we running that?
The other thing that I'm excited to see is that the
spread offense is what I'm saying.
I think we'll see.
He never could learn the playbook in time to get on the field.
Exactly.
That was the real
thing.
Everybody
develops different, Crypto. Everybody develops different.
But
yeah, that's fine. You guys are underestimating Tyreek Hill's ability to change a defensive coordinator's scheme against an offense.
Not at
Go look
all.
at the Chargers coach.
That's not
Go
what we're
look at the
saying.
Chargers coach. He wasn't defending our quarterback. They was defending they devised a game plan to defend our wide receivers.
Correct.
They said we
Absolutely.
play physical on the boundary and play against Waddle and Hill, and we play physical them on the boundaries, and we isolate everybody else one-on-one, and that's what he did at the point of attack. Now you're talking about taking one of those speed threats out, that makes it more easier.
No, because then you have the threat of a guy that's a bit bigger, that is fast, right, and can take that bump and run coverage
see
away.
Him no better than DVP. Be honest with you.
I mean, at least he can go up and get the ball.
Now in the Chargers.
Wait a minute, Crypto. So now you're just gonna put that DVP, because we know you don't like DVP. Now you're just gonna put him in that stamp of DVP.
That's why
you gotta give the guy a chance.
The skill set is the
developing.
same.
I think he's got because his
ability to
catch
go
radius is bigger. He's faster. He can jump higher.
Big catch radius too. I'm sorry, you're gonna make me defend them now, because the same things is the same qualities is the same.
Ezekama runs crisper routes than DVP.
Oh, now you want to say the things I was saying before I try to get him out the door, but I'm talking about as far as his skill set. But just because you want to boost up the guy because DVP is not on the team now because it's convenient now.
I didn't like him because he couldn't stay healthy.
Well,
like he was going. The thing about it is he would come in and make 2-3 great plays, and then we couldn't see him the rest of the game because like a hamstring or a foot or something like that. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. I liked him as a receiver alongside of Jarvis Landry. That was a pretty
1,000-yard receiving in his whole 8-year career.
Exactly, because he was hurt.
It wasn't because he was always hurt. He played a lot of years where he played the full season.
With DVP,
listen, all we're saying is
he just disappear in big games.
Still
Everybody
be
like to say
able to be
Tua can't play
effective
the
in
big
offense.
game. DVP never was good in big games himself.
Crypto, all we're saying is that we still have enough offense that if we didn't have Tyreek, let's say for a game or two, it wouldn't be a major drop off.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
We can still manage the game in our offense.
I don't see, but the point is, Ms. Finn, I never saw the evidence of that.
Well, Tyreek played the whole season, of
evidence
course.
Was opposite when we didn't have Hill and we had the freaking Waddle.
But that was a different scheme. It was a completely different scheme.
Fast is fast.
But that doesn't matter whenever you're dealing with a different playbook. It's a different team.
That's a completely different team.
So you can't use that.
You can't compare those two. It's not even the same situation.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't compare that.
I'm comparing the skill set. I don't care about the playbook. I'm talking about the skill set that they bring to the table.
Nobody's arguing that Tyreek is a beast. Everybody knows that. Everybody else knows he runs 2.2 seconds. Like, come on, man. We know that he's an amazing
2.2
wide receiver. And
a lot. That makes it easier for defensive coordinators to scheme against you even more. When they come in the game plan saying we're not defending an offense, we're defending a certain portion of an offense, that tells you right there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
even if I don't think it falls off as bad as everybody thinks it does, especially with the other
I would like to see that
players.
Theory tested once again and proven otherwise is all I'm saying, because it hasn't yet to this point.
Well, I mean, it hasn't happened yet.
Well, we won.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Me?
Yep.
Okay.
Crypto, we have won games without Tyreek Hill, man.
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill played every game. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about before he came to this team, we won games without him.
Exactly, with
lesser offense.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm saying as far as the impact on the season and the games.
We're not taking away from Tyreek's impact of the game. All we're saying is we still have enough in this offense to still be effective.
Yeah, and
it's
not see a huge drop off. It's not going to be. You're not going
to that point. We won games without him, but how badly we struggled to win those games without him.
Well, of course. But we're not. I prefaced it right off the bat with that. Yes, our defense would have to step up that much more. Or we definitely would have to employ our run game, and other
And our
people would have to
backups
step
would have
up.
to.
And
Our
that's the
backups
part
would
I'm
have to
talking about. I'm not
step
talking about
up. Exactly.
offense.
And
I'm
every
saying to the
catch would matter. No, I mean you can't be dropping the football.
And that's the point I'm making, Color. The defense will have to step up because now we're going to have to win
And
games
as
like
well
we
as the one other aspect. Well, Crypto, real quick,
Every
Crypto.
game
The
will
one
be like
other
a Steelers
aspect
game.
is
16-10.
McDaniel has to prove he can come up with a game plan without Tyreek that can be successful. So there's
In
that
other words,
too.
we will have to win the games like we beat the Steelers 16-10. That's how the games will have to be.
Which is fine.
And I'm just thinking that if he was down for 3 games because of a hammy, I think we could steal 1 or 2 of those games, is what I'm saying.
And if we fortunate to play against a team like Kenny Pinkett, or secondary that's gonna drop 6 interceptions, or we're gonna clamp down a defense, we're fine. Yes, if those things happen, then yes.
If Tua plays like he did against San Francisco and LA, then it doesn't matter what we do or who's on the field at that point.
See, I think the biggest detriment is when the defenses that you're playing drop 7 back and only have 4 rushers. I think the fact that Tuna can't run the ball is a detriment because that's where Josh Allen will pick up his 25 or 30-yard run because there's a lot of open field. If you got 7 guys covering 3 or 4 receivers and Tuna can't throw the ball, he can't run the ball because the minute he takes off, now they can just close in on him and just hammer him. So the fact that he can't run the ball has a big issue with the Dolphins' offense on pass plays.
It's just that's not the type of offense we're running, so that's why we don't ask him to do that. And plus, we're trying to keep him safe too, because we already know we don't need Tua to be out due to an injury, so we're not going to put him in that situation. A. And B, we have the offense to be able to still be effective. I'm not taking away from Tyreek and his impact on the game. What I'm saying is we'll have to adjust as a team, as an offense, but that doesn't mean we can't be effective.
I think if Tyreek doesn't play, that the opposing defenses are going to be thrown way the hell off by the actual pieces that we do have in depth.
I'm not sure about that. It would allow them to start teeing off on us
against the other league 99%.
I don't know. I don't know because again, we don't know what A-Chain can do. We don't know what Easy can do. We know what Chosen
We don't exactly. So there's no reason to think that their defense is going to be taken back by anything.
Being optimistic.
Oh, true.
Well, okay, you can be super fan to get that. There's nothing wrong with that.
I want Eric Izukama to show his face and go up and start jumping up and taking balls like he did at Georgia. You know what I mean?
Well, to Crypto's point, then I will have to.
I want Tyreek Hill to go down and Easy E come in and say he don't have to play today. I'm gonna come up here and snag a few. That's what I want to see.
What I was saying is that to Crypto's point, if we didn't have Tyreek, then the defense would then have a regular type of defense because we would be like 90% of the league. So that I do agree with Crypto. The opposing defense is going to play regular. But where I'm coming from with the offense, at least, because I don't want to put words in anyone else's mouth, is that we still have enough firepower, in my opinion, based on the players that we have and the coach that we have to be able to be effective. And look, I don't always agree with Colin Cowherd, but he did say this, and I did agree with this point. He outcoached McDermott 3 times last year, and we won 1 and barely lost the other 2. And one of them was in the playoffs with their 7th round rookie. So we have a great coaching right now that is going to have the 2nd year in this type of offense. We should, in theory.
I just hope he starts talking faster.
Actually, Miss Fins, I would say one of those games he wasn't, because woefully those inabilities to get the play call in that crucial playoff game on
that agreed. That last 5 minutes,
the coaching test
he
right
failed
there.
the game.
So he didn't outcoach him in that game.
That's why I said I hope he can talk faster.
In the last 5 minutes of that game, I'm with you. He dropped the ball right then and there. The last 5 minutes of that, I would say the last 7 minutes of that playoff game, Mike McDaniel dropped the ball, but I don't think it's because McDermott outcoached him. It's because he literally dropped the ball. He wasn't paying attention to the game.
Right, which mean by default, McDermott wins the matchup because he just wins in that by default.
Well, yeah, of course he got the W. Yes, true.
So he
but
didn't. You can't
the
say
rest
he
of the game
outcoached him because he
hold up.
outcoached himself.
He
All right,
outcoached.
guys, I got to get out of here. Y'all have a good day.
There
See you, buddy.
Thank you, William. Appreciate
All
you,
right,
buddy.
William. It's more so he
Yeah.
outcoached himself. He not outcoached the opponent because the opponent
Exactly. Yes, that
And,
is true. He outcoached himself.
Miss Ben Crypto, this is kind of like what I wanted to see. Tyreek get hurt? No, of course not. Just that as a comma is going to be, getting some play, man. You know what I mean? And I'm anxious to see his skills. You know what I'm saying? Of course,
Me
I don't
too. I
want to see.
think
I don't
Ezukanma's
want
gonna
to.
be a really good wide receiver for us. I like that he's
think
gonna
so.
be a big
I
target
think
that
I
we'll be
think
able to
so,
have
man.
since we have a lot of midgets in this team.
Yeah.
They're all I don't actually mean midget people.
Hey,
I mean that we got very short wide
It's a
receivers.
shame. It's a shame that Tyreek has to miss games like this for him to get playing time. But I'm anxious to see
No,
him play
well,
on the field.
again, when you have two studs like we do, it's a luxury. We're
Yeah, of
playing with
course.
a luxury of having essentially the same player twice. And
Now
then on
we'll
top of
now
that
we'll,
too, you're gonna have quality players as your backups with ECE, with Robbie, with Barrios. Even though those three guys are gonna essentially play different roles, some in the out, some in the slot. You know what I mean? But we have that luxury, which is why I say the drop off. It will be a different offense slightly, but it's not gonna be as a huge
Yeah, I
drop
think the
off in my
major
opinion.
dependent on that, Miss Fins, is going to be precisely that. Mike McDaniel's
Yes.
adjustments, and of
Exactly.
course, Tua, if he can take that next step to leadership. You know what I mean?
Agreed. 100% agree. It will take
So
those
to
two
so
things.
to you, personnel is no issue as of right now. Like we're okay, not making a
Wait, who you
crazy move
asking?
Before
now.
we answer, I want to properly welcome you, Cap for Life. I neglected my duties doing that. Everybody, welcome Cap for Life. How you doing this
Cap, how
morning,
you
buddy?
doing?
What's up,
Thank you,
man?
Elder. Thank you. Hey, good morning,
How you
everyone.
doing,
Good morning.
Cap?
Good morning.
Hey,
Jolie,
Cap.
long time no hear, man. I'm curious. I haven't heard you in a while. What's your thoughts about so far about the situation with I don't want to get into like the past stuff with Cook, but I haven't heard your thoughts about the running back aspect of personnel since you feel like we're okay.
Well, with running backs, I feel like we're fine. If having Dalvin Cook, it's gonna be a luxury. Again, we don't need him, in my opinion. We don't need Cook. We don't need D Hop, because I know that's gonna be the next question. We don't need them, but it'll be a luxury to have them. Am I gonna be mad that we get them? Absolutely not, because this talent, bring on all the talent possible. I'm for that. But do I feel like, we have to have these players for us? Nope, I don't. I do believe truly in my coach. I believe in my team. I believe now definitely solidifying the defense with my defensive coordinator. I think we're fine. Our running backs, I think that we're perfectly fine. Look at what we were able to do in the offensive line that we had last year. The consistency that we had when we actually ran. All we had to do is actually just implement it more. And McDaniel, I like that he did this. He took ownership and said, I stopped running the ball, essentially. And I appreciate that he said that, because that's the number one thing people were telling me. No, Miss Finch, it's okay. McDaniels, he's a run guy. He's going to develop the run game. And, it was seldomly there for what we were expecting. But I'm okay with the running game, in my opinion. We brought our guys back. We have A-Chain, who is from all intents and purposes is looking like a beast in this offseason so far. I can't wait till training camp to put my eyes on him, because I will be going. And to me, this running game, adding Dalvin Cook again, it's a luxury. It's a plus up. Like, of course I'm going to take that cheat code, but I don't think we need him, in my opinion. It depends on, is he willing to take a team-friendly deal? Is he willing to work with us? If he's super adamant, then, hey, by all means, bring him.
What would you do with the remaining cap space?
With the remaining cap, I already had a show on this. Listen, I know my GM. My GM is gonna want to take money into the season because we're gonna have injuries. I don't know who's cooking back there, but somebody's
Oh,
cooking.
I'm making a coffee. I was making a coffee. Sorry.
No worries, Mike. It's just
Hey, Miss Finn.
hearing
Hey,
that.
Miss Finns. I wasn't trying to come hard at you, Miss Finns. I was just animate about the wide receiver situation. That's
Oh
all.
no! What do you mean, Kohar, man? It was
Yes,
a
you
great
were, you
conversation,
big
in my
bully.
opinion.
You big bully.
That was a great conversation, Crypto.
Don't
I
tell
loved
Nick.
it.
Don't tell Big Nick I was bullying you. Don't tell Big Nick that.
Nobody was bullying me. It was a great conversation. Absolutely great conversation. But back to Cook. To me, guys, it's gonna be a luxury if we do get him. As far as the money, I know my GM. He's gonna want to take money into the season for injuries and for players that we're gonna have to sign mid-season. And to me, honestly, it's all about reworking, and we still gotta get our own guys signed. But guess what? I don't even know if we're gonna sign the extension to Wilkins this offseason. So at this point, we're probably doing mid-season, if anything. If anything, I mean, if we're being honest. So right now, my opinion, we're really not gonna be using much of this. And the only way that we open this up, and if we do use, we're still gonna keep at least 5 to 8 million, in my opinion, going into the season, and then restructuring the other last couple players. We need to restructure to get them longer in their contract, and that's where we can open up that money. Where if we wanted to bring Cook and if we wanted to bring D Hop, that's where we would get that money, in my opinion. Hello.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay.
Yep.
So
Hey,
that's where I
it
was.
was. Oh, sorry. It was the one time that people didn't talk over each other. Awkward silence.
Well, no, I appreciate it. That allowed me to get my point across. So thank you guys.
Speaking of coffee, I'm about to make me some there. Okay.
I've been drinking
Speaking
coffee
of
since
coffee,
5:30. I'm jittering.
it is coffee with a cup of color, so
Right,
it makes
exactly.
sense that all of you guys are getting coffee right now.
Exactly.
Because
That's right.
what we're
Let us
supposed
know
to be
what
doing.
y'all are drinking too.
Exactly. I'm drinking
I
water.
I'm
I
got
drinking
changed mine to water and
Maxwell
tea.
honey. I got some imitation Maxwell House. It's like a blend of Folgers and Maxwell. Store brand.
I got some Himalayan
Hey,
hazelnut.
sometimes the store brand can be just as good as the name brand.
Somehow I thought Crypto would have his own bean that he grows in his backyard. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Right.
He does seem like the type.
I didn't clear pathway for the. I didn't cultivate the
crypto
soil
bean,
color.
Hey, Crypto, I got a Himalayan hazelnut with a splash of goat milk.
Man, that sounds tasty. Himalayan.
Hey, Crypto,
Goat,
if you had
goat
to
milk,
life going native
what
on
would
us.
it be?
Man.
goat milk right from the teat, freshly squeezed.
You said goat milk.
Yeah, he said goat milk.
Yeah.
Is it right from the teat?
I have no idea, man. I'm just trying to feel sophisticated.
Oh, my buddy has goats. My buddy has milk goats, and when I go to his house, he has goat milk. It's fantastic.
Anybody had badger milk before?
No. Now that's exotic there, Miss Finn.
Do
No,
badgers
I'm
have teeth?
Badger milk?
No. It's from a movie, The Animal, with Rob Schneider. It's a hilarious movie. If you've never seen the movie The Animal, please watch it. It is hilarious, and that's where the badger milk comes from. It's super funny, trust me. Oh man, that's hilarious. But,
Hopefully, McDaniel can figure out a way if the defenses play the Dolphins like the Chargers and the 49ers. Hopefully, McDaniel can figure out a way to get them receivers open. That's the biggest problem.
To do it.
Listen,
I hope he will. If he had a whole year to do it, it'd be almost literally a year almost.
I'll tell you
Well,
this.
you're right. You know the Chargers are going to come out the same way. They're going to hit him hard at the line, and hopefully Tua has only one spot to throw.
Listen, the Bills are going to have to watch out because the league, it's not just the Dolphins coming for the Bills. The league is coming for the Bills. And
absolutely.
I honestly, I don't think y'all have it. I don't think y'all have it.
Nothing's really changed other than losing Edmonds. You know, if anything, the
It's
offensive
not.
line. Yeah, seriously.
This is the thing, Michael K.
Oh, what's that?
You guys got you guys got some players. You guys did some things in the off season, but so did everybody else. And the thing is, look at what you did. And yes, you guys always get 11, 12, 13 games each season. To your point, it might actually be more coaching than actual the players in that point, but. Honestly, that gap that we have between Dolphins and Bills, that gap is shut. Like in my opinion, there's no more gap. There's no more gap between Dolphins and Bills. You're not going to see a 45-3 game again between Bills and Dolphins, unless it's the Dolphins destroying you guys, obviously. But
You're
other
right,
than that,
Miss Vince. Good point.
I agree with
you're
that.
really not going to see it. That gap is closed. So,
And you might be right. But you know what? It's no different than every other. It's no different than every other.
Not only might she be right, but the statistics favor her for the last 3 meetings.
Right. Yep, it does.
I mean, if you look at the
100%.
2 years prior to last year, the point differential between Dolphins and Bills, you're looking north of 20 plus. You know what I mean? And then last year, the differential was 3 points.
Well, the last 3 meetings.
Yeah.
Week 3, statistically, the Dolphins couldn't stop us. It was on the Bills. They stopped us when it mattered inside the 20.
Oh, 100%. Listen, you don't still get 500 yards and say, "Oh, we stopped their offense." Absolutely not. You guys had 500 yards in your offense. You had everybody in your offense. The difference is, to your point, we just kept you out the end zone, and that's what made the difference. You
Absolutely.
see what I mean? So
and there's a difference there.
There's a difference. 100%.
Right. Because the difference is, as long as we let you do that, we let you guys do that. Because as long as we focused all of our energy in keeping you out of the end zone, you got getting 500 plus yards in 98-degree heat without the cash in is not a formula for success against the Miami Dolphins in Hard Rock, bro.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And if All Pro Allen, like the Bills fans want to call him, which he's never won an All Pro. I think he did.
Well, this I tried to tell Mark, and he thought I was being a homer or reaching for some esoteric strategy for the Dolphins to win. And I'm like, no, it's a reality. I mean, every team has their thing, you know what I mean? And that's ours. So you can't take that away from us when it is a actual factor in the game.
No, you're right. Yep. And the actual factor, in my opinion, was when Josh Allen threw a 7-yard dirt ball on a 12-yard route.
Right, but why did that happen, bro? Why did that happen? Because I'm telling you, he was freaking gassed, dude. He was gassed.
If you listen to Sale, it was coaching. McKenzie wasn't in the right spot because Josh Allen doesn't miss any passes. Me being a realist, Josh Allen just flubbed that pass.
Sorry, Ali, I didn't realize it was you first. I didn't mean to bring you in. I didn't realize it was you and you could bring yourself in.
What's up, Ali? No, I was going to say, since this is color in a cup of coffee, I must say that I'm adding a splash of French vanilla and some cocoa syrup to my coffee. So,
there you go. There you go.
Syrup.
I'm spicing it up a little bit.
I'm going to have to try that now.
Well, I also highly recommend anything like dark chocolate and mint flavored like syrup is good too.
Yeah, speaking of that, I still have some peppermint left over.
All right, Caller, you're stepping on my toes when you talk about chocolate and mints now. You're stepping on my toes. That's one of my favorites.
I'm telling you, it's good for the, because dark chocolate is really actually good to fight, to keep down the free radicals and fight like cancers and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's an antioxidant. What is it, an antioxidant?
And the mint is good for things like digestion and stuff like that. So,
right.
The darker the chocolate, the better it is for you.
So you guys from Florida don't know what sponge candy is? Oh my God, that's a game changer. It's called sponge candy. Oh my God, it's fantastic. Yeah, it's you can get a dark chocolate, regular milk chocolate or white chocolate, and on the inside it's sugar. And whatever they do to the sugar, it puffs up and it looks just like a sponge when you bite into it. But it's crunchy and crisp. Oh my God. Can't have it down in Florida because of the humidity, and you can only get it in Buffalo during the winter months.
Right. Did I miss a super chat? Hold on a second, guys. All right, hold on. Shake Money says, hold on, let me pull it back up. Says crypto has the Nathan hot dog blend. Oh God.
Damn, Shake Money.
Thank you, Shake, for the $2 donation.
We appreciate that, Shake Money.
Anyway, I want to keep it going, but we're down to like 27 people watching, man. So I appreciate all of you watching, but we might have exhausted today's discussion because nobody's fighting each other. So, anyway.
I can fight.
Well, we're having great educated
some more
conversations.
Bills fans up here to fight each other and bleed each other out.
We're having great educated questions, so we're having a great discussion.
Well, I'm pretty sure Capitan wants me to keep it going in case everybody will stroll in, but we are at the 5.5 hour mark. I believe we'll have Shake tonight at drive time. I'm not sure.
Yep, at 6.
100%. Okay, he's already scheduled. All right, cool. And so we'll be able to, re-adjourn there. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go switch back over to my studio, give you guys a chance to chop up between yourselves, whatever, and we'll do final thoughts when I get over there. So everybody like and share, subscribe if you haven't already, hit the notification bell so you know when we drop a random tailgate in the middle of the day. It is known to happen. And you are listening to or watching Coffee with a Cup of Color and my special guests who have joined me on the panel today and chopped it up. Everybody in the audience, thank you so much. Appreciate you joining us since the top of the tailgate at 6 in the morning. And again, hit the links in the description below for Fanatics, W Energy Drinks, and Backroom Collections. We really appreciate if you let them know we sent you. If you want to donate to the channel to support us financially, you can hit us up on Venmo and Cash App, $, the Fins Tailgate, and of course Super Chat, Super Stickers, just like Shake Money did, and of course, like all the green labeled names in chat, and the moderators that have little shields next to their name, those are our members who have decided to become members and hit the join button. And there's like 3 different membership levels, so we appreciate y'all. And also, if you want to grab and find all the TFTG merch, head over to our new website, tftgnetwork.com, for all the latest news, centralized location for all the Fins Tailgate content, including links to this show, all the other Fins Tailgate content on YouTube, Twitter feeds, all of it. You can find it all there, plus all of our great new merchandise, which is, HB's outdone himself. There's just so much to be had for the Fins Tailgate or all your favorite show hosts here at the Fins Tailgate, which include El Capitan, of course, myself, Ali doing broken takes, and coming soon in the preseason, we're getting Late Night Exhale back, and of course, with myself, color commentary in the morning for Top of the Tailgate, followed by Coffee with a Cup of Color. And of course, Lewis the Rabid Dolphin popping in as he did today and helping contribute everywhere. Also co-hosting with Shake Money for the Drive Time Smoke Lounge. And I think we all appreciate every one of you for giving us a reason to do this every day. And so I will finish out that by saying, go ahead, guys, chop it up for a second. I'll be back.
Hey, all right. I want to push back on a Bills fan Because Sales in here always chirping up about how Allen has 5 all-time NFL records. What are they? Are they team records? Are they individual accolades? What are they? Because those records mean nothing because he hasn't even won a divisional game or a conference game yet.
Are you talking about Allen not having that?
No, he's just like Allen has 5 all-time NFL records. Big deal. Wayne Gretzky has 66 NHL records.
Yeah.
So I just like to know what these 5 NFL records are and what they actually mean. Because to me, they mean nothing without a Super Bowl.
But Michael K, Wayne Gretzky is overrated. Did you know that?
According to who? according to who?
I don't know.
I know. According to Mario Lemieux fans.
All right.
Yeah, you know what I mean? There's just certain things you can't dispute.
Yeah, they'll tell you that he was a bum.
Could you imagine what he would do in the NHL now, with the rule changes?
Oh yeah, he scored about 5 goals a game.
It would be ridiculous. But you know, and all these Bills, you know, and I'm a Bills fan through and through. Don't get me wrong, and I want Allen to be the best he could possibly be. But I refuse to give him any passes because he's Josh Allen. You know, you get somebody like Peyton Manning that was asked to be on Madden 3 times, and he turned it down 3 times. Why? Because it's not about Peyton Manning. It's about, at that time, the Indianapolis Colts or the Denver Broncos. You know, to me, the best player, the best quarterback in all of football was Peyton Manning. And that's subjective. People could say it was, you know,
Dan Marino.
People say it's Dan Marino. People say it's Tom Brady. And nobody's wrong. Nobody's right. Nobody's wrong.
Listen.
Right.
It's just
well, I mean, it depends on what do you qualify as you know, the best. You know, what are your qualifications to be able to put that person or compare them to others?
Right. If I had one game to play with the best roster ever assembled, with everything I own on the line, my quarterback is Dan Marino.
Right.
And you know what?
And that's a valid argument. Everything on the line, yes. Yep.
That's a valid argument. See, but the argument that I make when I say Peyton Manning was better than Tom Brady, if you put Peyton Manning on the Patriots in the 2000s, how many Super Bowls would he have won?
He probably would have won them all that he participated in.
Yeah. Well, no, because he did lose a Super Bowl with Indianapolis.
Yeah, I know that.
I can't remember.
You said with the Patriots, though.
Right. So he can lose. I'm just saying, Tom Brady had the luxury of being on the Patriots at that time in his career.
Liz says she uses either macadamia nut or raspberry syrup in her coffee.
Oh, macadamia nut is perfect, Liz. That is perfect. I've had that.
Nut. I might give that a try.
Matter of fact, I've made some macadamia nut milk, and it's pretty good. You add it in and just sprinkle in some cinnamon, and you're good to go. Sprinkle in a little bit of cinnamon on the edge. You're good.
Hey, Sal, come up here, buddy. Come on up, Sal. I'm reading your comments. Come on up. Let's hear what you have to say.
You know, a little whipped cream with a little tad cinnamon on top of the whipped cream, but we lost Miss Fins, man. I was just about to get her final thoughts.
Yeah, the whipped cream works. Yeah. That gives it a little bit of kick. Nice flavor.
Yeah, but lately I've been all over this Snickers coffee. Made
the Snickers.
It's good.
I don't think I tried. I think is it Snickerdoodle or Snickers? Because I don't.
Well, they have Snickerdoodle, but Snickers in particular, like the candy bar Snickers.
Oh, okay. I don't think I don't think I've tried that one.
Well, it ends up just kind of giving it a little bit of a nice, like, you know, subtle nutty flavor that's not like hazelnut. It's not overpowering, and that's why I've been, you know, digging it pretty much.
Okay.
It's like adding a
hazelnut is strong.
Coffee. But
Snickerdoodle, I think it has like brown sugar and white sugar and some other stuff.
Yeah, it would be like one of those sugar butter cookies.
Yeah. But back to who I would pick, it would be Dan Marino for a few reasons. As far as if I had to put everything on the line, I would pick Dan Marino, in my opinion. Besides his accuracy, it's one thing that a lot of people want to forget. Yes, I know he didn't win a championship, but that's a team. That's a team achievement. No one person in football can make that happen. But can you guys hear me? I want to make sure you guys can.
We
Oh,
hear
okay. But as far as Dan Marino, look, guys, it took almost 30 years and a complete league change in rules for his records to be beaten. That's one thing. It like literally stood the
Right.
test of time. You know what I mean? The league had to literally change to a passing lead to allow people to even come close to what he was doing and then surpass.
Exactly.
So
And
to
a
me,
lot
and
of
the
people
thing is,
miss that.
you can drop Marino in any era, including I'm talking the 20s or now, and he will be as effective. I mean, destroying teams. You know what I mean?
And you know
You
what? I
cannot
would
say
take.
that about every single
Yep.
quarterback.
And
And you know what? That's even wait, color. Let me finish real quick.
sure.
That's even with. I mean, Tom Brady in the last 20 years is the king of the last 20 years. No one's gonna take that away. But
Mhm.
can you put Brady back then when the league changed because of him? Like it's a completely different league. Would he have been able to be as effective back then when you're talking the 80s football with the
Mhm.
Bears, or you're talking 90? Like it's completely different, and that's why I say Marino can play in any era, which is why I put him as the greatest of all time, and the fact
Mhm.
that his records stood the test of time. Brady is the greatest of this era only, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Yep.
And
The most winningest QB, absolutely, but he is not the greatest of all time, and that's just my personal opinion. How I
right,
back that
right.
up.
And you know what? I would take Dan Marino even in the condition his body was in the day we lost 62-7. I would take him in that
Mhm.
condition and still destroy today's league.
Exactly.
Dan Marino in today's league, with none of the penalties that he had to face and the defense he had to face, Dan
Yep.
Marino would be averaging 7,000 plus yards,
Right, because now if
60
you're talking about the
touchdowns,
Dan Marino
and
that
you give
threw
him
for o-
speedsters.
that threw for over 5,000 yards in the 80s,
In
yeah,
the 80s
that
when
Dan
everyone was
Marino,
throwing what,
forget it.
2,700, a big season was 3,100. That was like, whoa, he went off,
Yeah,
and this man
quarterbacks
was
were
doing
measured in that
5,000
period.
yards.
They were measured on how many 3,000-yard seasons they had.
Exactly.
or 300-yard game. A lot of
Exactly.
it was a 300-yard game.
Right,
That is
right.
true. Thank you, Michael K. That
Oh
is
yeah,
true.
you're right, Mike. It was 300-yard game. Good, you should
Oof.
win.
Right.
Oof.
Exactly.
But now,
You
but now
know.
you can put an argument for Jim Kelly because he was the last quarterback in modern time to call his own plays.
Right.
You
Exactly.
know, and
And
then
you
Peyton
had to have
Manning.
a 100-yard plus rusher every game because even the teams that had 350 a game passing, if they had a 70-yard rusher, those were the ones that got beat by the better teams.
Mhm.
Right.
You had
Yeah,
to
because
have
it was a
both
run heavy
300 plus
offense.
passing yards and 100 plus rushing every game to pretty much say, yeah, that team won without having to actually look at the score.
Well, in between, like back in the '90s, the Bills' defense, along with Thurman Thomas on the offense, was the recipe for success
Mm-hmm.
in the AFC. The only Super Bowl they should have won was the first one against the Giants. The other
Yep.
three, they were the inferior team.
And I just have a feel. Call me dumb. Call it butterfly effect. I don't care what you call it, but just don't call it in the morning, right? Because I just don't imagine the Miami Dolphins losing 52-17 to the Dallas Cowboys that year.
Oh, and maybe not, maybe not. But now you're comparing apples to oranges.
Of course, but call me crazy, bro.
You
Buffalo
couldn't
just
beat
had our
the
number.
Bills.
Buffalo
Right, couldn't
just
beat the
had our
Bills.
number.
Right.
We were the
and
better
it's
team.
like,
Admit it. We
well,
were the better team.
But sometimes it's about matchup, guys, because you can have a team
Almost
that's
got me.
phenomenal. You know
You
what I mean?
almost
But then you could also have a clearly inferior team that is possessed out of their minds. and they're not taking no for an answer. So
Well,
it does happen. That does happen. Like some players do step up and become blind like horses when they're playing. Like the Belmont or whatever, the Preakness. You know what I mean? The Kentucky, I almost said the Kentucky Derby. You know what I mean? Where they're
The
just
Triple
laser
Crown.
focused. They don't see nobody else, and we're gonna come and destroy you. And that team is not better than the other team they're facing. But that will is not gonna be broken that day. That does happen. That's why they say it's any given Sunday.
Yeah, I mean,
You know what
let's
I
face
mean?
it. They had Thurman Thomas and a hurricane at quarterback. I mean, what are you gonna do? You know what I mean? You're probably gonna lose to them a few times.
Well, you look at it this way: back in the day when they say the Lions, a 2-14 team or a 1-15, 1-15 team. Well, how would you like to be the one team or the two teams that lost to the Lions? And more times than not, it was a better than mediocre team that they beat.
That's even worse.
But
That's like
MK,
let me put it to you this way. That's equivalent as the Jacksonville Jaguars beating the Buffalo Bills 9-6.
Absolutely.
I will say this. I think this
I'm
record
sorry, I
still
had to
stands
say
today,
it, man. I
y'all.
had to say it.
Check
Like,
this out. You
You're
guys
right.
can fact
Moments,
check
man,
me
you're
on
right.
this one. Hold on. You guys can fact check me on this one. I think this record still stands. Anybody that loses to the Jets at any given point of the season has never won the Super Bowl.
Very well possible.
that might actually be possible, yeah.
Yeah,
All right,
that's a
Michael K. You
crazy
said
stat.
enough yet, bro?
I'm done. Yeah, I
All right.
I got too much coffee in me. I gotta go get rid of this energy.
Well, appreciate you being cordial with us today, man. And
It was a great conversation. At least when I came in. When I came in forward, it's been a great conversation. I can't speak prior to that because I don't know what happened.
And I
But I know.
can't speak for Noob, bro. It's up to him, bro. You know what I mean? But I did all I could for you, man. You know what I mean?
Well, Noob had every chance to time me out. He didn't. But my final thought is my final thought is I wonder if Tua's ringtone is the MRI machine.
Oh, jeez, get out of here.
Bye, Michael K. See, you were doing well until you
up
weren't.
until then.
See,
that was you gotta admit that was a good one.
Yeah, see you tomorrow morning, man. I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I'll be there tomorrow morning.
All right. Thanks. Bye,
Thanks,
buddy.
guys and gals.
Wow, you
Fred,
can
you
tell
still
Michael
there,
K.
Fred?
He was
Been
working
quiet,
on that
man.
one for some months now.
Yeah, he was.
You lose, Fred. Going
Fred
once,
went to
Fred.
sleep on us.
Going twice, Fred. Final thought, Fred.
Once,
All right, Fred.
twice,
Sorry, Fred.
3 times a friend.
All right, Crypto. give us your essay.
Oh man, I appreciate it, man. Good show, man. Good to wake up, have my cup of morning Joe, and I haven't even started because I ate a sandwich first, so I'm gonna start on my coffee now so I can be awake for the rest of the evening. But I appreciate it. Nice to join you, Miss Finns. Good chopping it up. A good old fashioned.
Of course, Crypto. Of course, I'll be
Good
on
old
tomorrow
fashioned
morning.
discussion. We both love the Dolphins, and
Oh yeah, I had a great. I loved our conversation, by the way.
looking
Absolutely loved
forward
our
to
conversation.
coming down there and hanging out once again. I'll be at the Giants game, and we're gonna have a great time.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely. I can't wait to see you again, man.
Yep. Likewise. Yep, Color. We'll see you around. I'll be on this evening, so we'll be chopping it up.
Appreciate you,
Have a
Crypto,
great
as
night.
always. And
Yep.
it's up to you, buddy. You're welcome to hang back for a second if you like.
Okay.
All right, buddy.
All right.
There. Remove him. All right, Miss Fins. Tell us what you've been doing lately. I know it's
I've been living life, man.
Y'all have to get back to real life for a minute, but let us know.
I know. Well, you guys know I was like sick for 3 weeks straight. It was bad, man. I could barely speak, honestly, or breathe. But thankfully, I'm out. I'm good. And then from there, just last week, Father's Day. It's crazy. Again, happy Father's Day to all the fathers. But it was a crazy week. As you know, this off season, it's been pretty busy work wise at least. But as you guys know, and I said this, the minute that training camp goes back, we're going back to Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Miss Finn's Sports Network.
Mhm.
So,
Mhm.
but
I
yeah,
might
and
have
you
to
and I.
adjust my coffee hour a little later.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Your coffee hour will be post Miss Fence, that's for sure. But no, it's gonna
Oh, give
definitely
me
be
time
a
to
lot
get
of
an intermission in. You know what I mean? Maybe I ought to think
fun.
about that anyway.
Yeah, and we still gotta do
I'm
our
tired, man.
our.
We're almost at 6 hours right now. I'm freaking tired. We gone 6 to 12.
Hey,
That's
listen,
freaking
that's when you know
awesome.
you have great conversations. Again, I don't know what happened prior to me getting here. All I know is I answered the call when you said no one's coming up here, but I can't. So that's
No, Batman
that's
comes
it.
in, drop the link. While
Well,
I'm still doing monologue, right? And he's like, drop the link, and like I drop it, and like he doesn't come up for like another 20 minutes. I'm like, what are you doing, man? I was just gonna talk about this wide receiver ranking compared to my production list. You know what I mean, and all that. Next thing you know, a panel for 2-3 hours.
hey, it's a great panel. I
Introduced
think we
to
had
it.
a great productive conversation, and I feel like everybody was able to get their point across. But I'm happy. Look, my final thought is, I
Well,
think
real
it's
quick
Tyreek
before
Hill.
you give your
Oh,
final thought, did you have a final thought, Mark?
oh, hey, Mark.
I did. Yeah. Hi, Miss Vince. Good to talk with you both.
Mm-hmm.
No, I just want to give a final thought regarding all the things because all the audience seemed to have run over to the Stephen D. Scream Fest. But I just want to say that that I just there should be no concerns about Tyreek Hill being suspended for any games this season. As Michael Kay actually said, there will nothing will be happening until the case is dismissed by the legal system. Whether anything happened or not, it's going to be a year down the road before anything even happens, if it does happen. So and even I even agree with Lewis of all things that it's a non-issue.
Mm-hmm.
I think both teams are going to go on and move forward as they do. We'll let it
Oh, I
play
see how
out.
you're splitting both teams there. Yeah, right. No, sorry, you guys got problems, man. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, actually, I think you make a good point. And Miss Finns could certainly jump in on this. I don't think there's a huge problem. I don't know if you know this or not because it's not really a significant move to you guys. But Eric Washington, who was the Bills' defensive line coordinator, was promoted to assistant head coach, which is actually a really good move because it allows him to interface with both Dorsey on the offensive side and provide some additional guidance to McDermott. As far as the Stephon Diggs situation is concerned, there's a lot of different things that you hear. Uh, Frankly, he's locked into Buffalo for X number of years, but if he's locked into Buffalo for X number of years and he's unhappy, that's going to create dissension in the locker room. And I will be one of the people that is absolutely honest and say that if McDermott doesn't win the Super Bowl with this stacked roster, he's not going to be there next year. And then I think the implosion may very well occur in 2024. I don't think it's going to happen in 2023, but let this team fail for I don't know, forever time to get to a Super Bowl. They're gonna make big changes. They're gonna make huge changes because how many kicks of the can you possibly have before the can actually kicks your butt? Anyway, that was my kind of final thought, and I'd be glad to listen to Miss Fans.
All righty, Mark.
Oh, well,
Have a
Mark,
good
thank you
day.
for coming back up, of course, and thank you for your support always. I mean, McDermott, I don't know if about him being in the hot seat. I understand the pressure of having to perform 3 years straight, number one contender for the Super Bowl, and still coming up short. A lot of it, in my opinion, does fall on Allen, but a lot of people will disagree with that. I don't necessarily call him trash, but he has had trash games. So that is something that you guys are gonna have to deal with, which I am all too happy to be right here and witnessing it. But at the end of the day, it's gonna end up being honestly just Bills are done.
Mm-hmm.
Like if there's no more gap, it's done. It's over. The gap is there. The big bad wolf is gone, and that'd be the Patriots because they don't have Tom Brady. Now the little baby wolf that was trying to come in and be bad. Nope, it's done. You had your 3 years. Congratulations. You did nothing with it. Now everybody's money's gonna kick in, and you're not gonna have enough. it's over. So
So,
Dolphins, here we come.
So remind everybody where they can find you and
oh, absolutely. Well, you can find me. I'm Miss Finch. I'm the host of the Miss Finch Show, guys. You can catch me Tuesday, Thursdays for the off season.
How many subscribers you got left? How many?
Well, it's like I need like 115 subscribers. That's
Wow.
it to get to 1,000 subscribers. So if you guys can help me out, that'd be great. I want to be able to give away some stuff for the 1,000 subscriber. No donations needed or anything like that. I genuinely do want to give away some goodies for the 1,000 subscriber giveaway because I'm just very grateful. It's the fans. You guys are the ones that make it happen for us. So thank you for that.
So since we just grew 26 more after hitting 5,000, those 26 people need to go over to Miss Finn's and subscribe to Miss Finn's because you will find like-minded content out of Miss Finn's as far as respectable talk without all the and actually a well put together show for the morning at 8:00. And I also usually join her on her show on Wednesday nights during the season for League-wide Wednesday. Her and I will chop it up and make our predictions for league-wide scores for the week. And
absolutely, it's a lot of fun.
MVPs and stuff like that. So it's really good. I have a great time doing it. So y'all can, if you want to have a great time with me, then join me with her on Wednesday nights in the season. She was also are you going to fire that up for off-season content too from what I understand? Or
yes, sir. Yes, we are. Just it's gonna be closer to training camp because of again scheduling and stuff. But definitely gonna be closer to training camp. We're gonna be doing it because I want to get some preseason, predictions and things like that. And it's gonna be a lot of fun. There are gonna be some interviews that I'm gonna be bringing on. I'm gonna have an all ladies panel too. I get a chance. It's kind of hard to getting everybody's schedule together. So that's where the situation happens. But we're definitely gonna have a lot of different things happening. We just gotta get to the 1,000 subscribers to really unlock the potential of what YouTube can provide for the channel. And honestly, I do this for you guys. You guys are the best. And again, congratulations to the Finch Tailgate. Listen, guys. They started out in 2 cats and a dog. Like it was what it was. And look at what they've been able to grow and make this really awesome channel because it really is a great information. Another thing too, you can check out their website and you can get some great articles that I know they're dropping as well. So check out the website. You can get their merch. Please continue to support. Let's get them now to 10,000 subscribers because I know they're going to continue to grow. And that's what you want to see. Let's support each other. And then everybody else, if you find my content great, I mean, you could always take a look at it. And I'm always here. Any questions, and I'm available. You can catch me on all social media, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch. I'm available. I always love talking to you guys and commenting and going back and forth. And I get to bring a lady's perspective to the team and things like that. So I love it. But Color, again, thank you so much for having me up here. You guys continue to share, like, subscribe to the Finch Tailgate and to Miss Finch. And we will catch you guys.
Yes.
At least I'll catch you guys tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
And once again, as always, Miss Finch, thank you so much for your contribution as always. And I look forward to chopping it up with you in the future, which is like almost all the time. So appreciate you.
Tomorrow morning we'll be live. Tomorrow morning, I got some great topics to talk about. So let's check it out tomorrow morning for sure.
I'm just gonna hit the outro right with you up here because I roll that way. You know what I mean? I'm like the only one that does. Well, I'm not the only one, but I think it's fun. So
let's do it.
Start a take. And I'm gonna cut you off mid take, so like it cliffhangs people. You know what I mean?
Oh, sure. Bills are horrible. Dolphins are great.